the standing orders of the Senate. And on the part one, the Senate now today will hear the evidence from the governor, and in line with that schedule under paragraph 22 of that schedule to the Senate standing orders, a witness shall be led in evidence, cross-examined, and where necessary, and only for purposes of clarification of issues that may have arisen in cross-examination may be re-examined. And this happened yesterday to all the witnesses of the county assembly. And for today, the Senate will now hear the evidence from the governor. During yesterday's session, the county assembly was led by one distinguished legal scholar, Dr. Muthomi Thiankolu, who is a law lecturer at the University of Nairobi, while the governor's side was led by Elisha, who is also a distinguished legal scholar and practitioner. And there were a number of issues that arose from yesterday's proceedings that senators sought clarification. And among the issues that came into play were issues to do with the powers of the county assembly and these, and also the nexus that the county assembly was seeking to link the governor to the allegations that were leveled against her. Today's session will begin at 9, and the Senate will listen to the evidence of the governor, and then after that it will now proceed to retreat and consider the evidence that shall be given, that shall have been given by both sides, and see if come up with a resolution on them. You can see senators beginning to stream into the chamber, and the Senate bell is still ringing for members to get into the chamber to achieve quorum and to begin today's proceedings. Just a recap of the impeachment process in Kenya. It is provided for under our constitution, as well as the statute law that is under the County Government Act, and various court decisions, key among them the Sonko case, as well as the Martin Wambora cases that are matters of public notoriety. Under Article 96 of the Constitution of Kenya, it provides that the Senate represents the counties and serves to protect the interests of the counties and their governments. And impeachment is one of the mechanisms by which the Senate exercises its role of protection of the counties and their governments. Under the Black Law Dictionary, it defines the impeachment as an act by a legislature of calling for the removal from office of a public official, accomplished by presenting a written charge of the official's alleged misconduct. In order to assist the special committee or the plenary to make an informed decision, a proposed impeachment is important that the plenary maybe will today consider the historic origins of the impeachment of public officials, and among them will be the impeachment processes that began in the UK and also the US, and also impeachment processes in Nigeria that has a federal system of governance that can be equated to Kenya, though for Kenyan one, it is not federal per se, it's in the level of counties. And under the historical foundations of impeachment, it developed because of certain officers of the government who are, for various reasons, placed beyond the reach of ordinary courts. High judicial and executive officers were not subject to complaints of private individuals in the ordinary courts. Private persons aggrieved by the actions of such officers turned to Parliament for redress. The origin of the impeachment process dates back to the British parliamentary practice in the 14th century, when in 1376, Lord Latimer was impeached by the British Parliament, the Good Parliament, Latimer was accused of surrendering key military defenses to the French. At that time, England was fighting the 100 Years' War and was losing. The reigning king, Edward III, was very old, and there were popular concerns that Latimer and other officials were abusing their position and profiting from the situation. The Commons impeached Latimer, and it demanded that he be tried before the House of Lords, who agreed to that trial. And a trial took place, and Latimer was found guilty, and as a consequence, lost his position at the court. Consequently, Parliament developed the impeachment as a means of exercising some measures of control over the king. An impeachment proceeding in England was a direct method of bringing into account the king's ministers and favorites, men who might have otherwise been out of reach. Impeachment, at least in the early history, has been called the most powerful weapon, the most powerful weapon in the political armory short of a civil war. It played a continuing role in the struggles between the king and parliament that resulted in the formation of the unwritten English constitution. In this respect, impeachment was one of the tools used by the English parliament to create more responsive and responsible government to redress imbalances when they occurred. In the United States of America, the Constitution of the U.S. gives the House of Representatives the sole power to impeach an official, and it makes the Senate the sole court for impeachment trials. The power of impeachment is limited to removal from office, but also provides a means by which a removed officer may be disqualified from holding future office. The House of Representatives brings impeachment charges against federal officials as a part of its oversight and investigatory responsibilities. Individual members of the House can introduce impeachment resolutions like ordinary bills, or the House could initiate proceedings by passing a resolution authorizing an inquiry. The Committee on the Judiciary ordinarily has the jurisdiction over impeachments. The committee then chooses whether to pursue articles of impeachment against the accused official and report them to the full House. If the articles are adopted by a simple majority vote, the House appoints members by this resolution to manage the ensuing Senate trial on its behalf. These managers act as prosecutors in the Senate and are usually members of the Judiciary Committee. The Senate procession of the Speaker has entered the chamber, and any minute from now, the Senate will begin its sitting for today, and the Speaker, Jeff Emerson Kingi, will be the presiding Speaker for today's morning sittings, and we'll add you over to the plenary for these morning proceedings. Welcome.
Pray. Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with abundant favor and blessings us, your servants, whom you've been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you've committed to our charge. Amen. Clerk, do we have quorum? Sergeant at Arms, can ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
The Senate quorum bell is being rung for Senate to achieve its quorum before they begin the session for today. And on today's sitting, the governor has already entered the chamber, and she's ready to present a case today, together with the rebuttals, the cross-examinations that will be coming from the county assembly. Yesterday, the county assembly presented its evidence to the Senate, and the county assembly had 4 witnesses. The key witness was the move of the motion to impeach the governor, and that was Honorable Mawira, the MCA for Metongo Ward in Meru County. And the senators sought certain clarifications from the MCA, who was the star witness of that of the county assembly case, on issues of the nexus of the allegations of the misuse of public resources, abuse of office, issues of contempt of court, vilifying and bullying of other public leaders, and issues of bringing the county into this dispute. And there was that nexus that was being sought by the House on whether the governor was directly linked to the occurrences that the county assembly presented to the Senate. The county assembly also presented the evidence indicating that through their witnesses that there were irreconcilable differences between the 2 arms of the county government, that is the county executive as well as the county assembly. And there were also issues to do with the visit to China by a technical team from the county executive. And there were issues on whether the people went to that visit of China to inspect some medical instruments or laboratory instruments, whether they were duly qualified to do that kind of inspection. And there are also issues to do with the violence that was witnessed in some parts of Meru during some exercises of Okolea. And there are also issues to do with whether the Okolea program uses public resources from the county government of Meru to run that private entity. And there are issues of whether the proceedings before the Senate are instigated by other powers that are outside the county assembly, and those issues were responded well to by the county assembly during their presentation and of their case yesterday. Just as we had indicated earlier, we were on the historical background of the impeachment process, and we can see there is quite a number of the MCAs from Meru County Assembly seated in the Speaker's Gallery today, and they are following the proceedings of the House. And just a reminder, yesterday there was a witness by the name Honorable Rindikiri, who is the member for Parliament of Bori constituency, and is the chairperson of the Meru Caucus for MPs. Indeed present his evidence before the Senate yesterday, saying that there were issues of name calling in Meru County, and the issues of whether there were cartels and whether that term was referring to them was an issue that was raised in the Senate, and whether there was a nexus between that name calling and the members of Parliament from Meru County. And this happened, the name calling was said to have happened when there was a prayer rally in Meru County, specifically at Lare, that was presided over by and attended over by the President as well as the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. The legal team of the governor is already in place. And I can see we have Elias Mutuma, who is a distinguished legal practitioner, as well as Elisha. They are already in the Senate chambers ready to present their case. Just as we continue on the impeachment process in Nigeria, the impeachment process happens under the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The procedures for impeachment of the President of Nigeria and the state governors are basically the same, except that involvement of bicameral legislature in the impeachment of the President and a unicameral legislature in the impeachment of governors. You can see there is Reverend Kiogora, who is a distinguished man of the clergy from Meru County, is also in the chamber. Under the Constitution of Nigeria, that procedure for impeachment is provided for under articles under sections 143 and 186 of the Constitution. And unlike the American procedure, the impeachment procedure under the Nigerian Constitution is not initiated in the House of Representatives, but by a notice of allegation signed by at least 1/3 of the members of the National Assembly in both chambers of the National Assembly involved in considering the notice of allegation and in resolving by motion supported by 2/3 of its members whether to investigate the allegation or not. A distinguished feature in the procedure under the Nigerian Constitution is the provision for an independent panel set up by the Chief Justice or the Chief Judge to investigate the allegations made against the office order. Thus, unlike the procedure under the American Constitution, where the entire process is carried out by the legislature, from inception to conclusion, the procedure under the Nigerian Constitution precludes the judiciary from conducting investigations into allegations leveled by it against officer order. However, the Nigerian National Assembly must still resolve by motion supported by a 2/3 majority of members to adopt or reject the report of the panel of investigations. You can see senators have begun to stream into the House in readiness for today's proceedings. And once the quorum is achieved, we shall hand over to the plenary to continue the proceedings. You can see there is Senator Medu, the senator for Nyandarua, is already in the House. And Senator Wafula is also in the House, ready for these today's proceedings. There is also Senator Ososi, the Vihiga senator. Believe we have achieved quorum. We hand over now to the plenary.
10 minutes.
Quorum bell is still being rung. We'll just continue. You can see the Senate Speaker, Deputy Speaker Kaduri Murungi, who is also the Senator for Meru County, has entered the chamber. And yesterday, there was the clips that were being played by the County Assembly. There was a mention of Gakobia oversight, and there is that hat that he wears, a traditional act, is that came maybe was mentioned in that House proceedings yesterday. And under the impeachment process and procedure in Kenya, the Senate is established pursuant to provisions of Article 93(1) of the Constitution of Kenya. Article 96 therefore provides that the Senate represent the counties, and it serves to protect the interest of counties and their governments. And under this rule, the Senate exercises an oversight mandate over the counties. And one such mechanism of oversight is the removal from office by impeachment. You can see senators are still streaming into the chamber. There is Senator Karungo. The miracle senator is in the house. And quite a number of senators are still streaming in. We shall hand you over once we achieve that quorum. Still under the impeachment process and procedure in Kenya, the procedure and the grounds for the removal of governor from office is provided for under the provisions of Article 181 of the Constitution, as read with Section 33 of the County Government Act, and the Senate standing orders. And the relevant, there is the senator for Meru, Senator Kaduri Murungi, and is among the leaders that the county assembly yesterday alleged that the governor of Meru has been vilifying and bullying, and those charges were presented by the county assembly yesterday, and they presented the evidence on the same. And the Senate will make a determination on whether the evidence that was provided by the county assembly is sufficient. Still under the procedure for impeachment under our constitution and statute, Section 33 of the County Government Act provides for that procedure, while Article 181 of the Constitution provides the constitutional basis for removal from office. You can see the legal team of the county governor for Meru, led by Elisha Ongoya, as well as Elias Mutuma, conversing with the governor and amongst themselves in readiness for today's proceedings. Under Article 181 of the Constitution, the provision, it lays the ground for the constitutional basis for impeachment. And among the provisions of that article is that a county governor may be removed from office on any of the following grounds, among them gross violation of the Constitution or any other law, where there are serious reasons for believing that the county governor has committed a crime under national or international law, abuse of office or gross misconduct, physical or mental incapacity to perform the functions of the office of the governor. And then there is the legislation, the statute that has been provided for and enacted by Parliament to give effect to this Article 181 of the Constitution. You can see Senator Betty Maina has entered the chamber. There is also Senator Hilary Wakili, is also in the house. And Section 33 of the County Government Act, it provides, there is also the leader of majority, Senator Aaron Cheriot, the distinguished senator for Kericho County, is also in the chamber, in readiness for today's proceedings. Under Section 33 of the County Government Act, a member of the County Assembly may be by a notice to the Speaker, supported by at least a third of all the members, move a motion for the removal of the governor, and that motion is the one that is now before the Senate, that it passed all the legal threshold under that act, and now it is under the consideration by the I can see Senator Catherine Muma, who is a distinguished legal mind and scholar, has also entered the chamber. And as we have already indicated under the procedure for impeachment of a governor, during the Senate's consideration of a report of the proposed removal from office of the governor of Kericho, the quorum bell has stopped ringing. Yeah. We hand over to plenary, see if there is quorum.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, sorry to disrupt proceedings, but at the rise of the House yesterday, you gave a very important communication, something which I strongly feel goes to the heart of the exercise that you are carrying out the last 2 days, a very important exercise that this House is undergoing. And you gave a very important communication on conduct and becoming on the part of certain people I'd refer to as state officers. So I wanted to request, Mr. Speaker, that we beg your indulgence, you allow us at least a few minutes to react to that communication, because there are senators here who have been mentioned, and of course people are wondering whether there are other forces that are guiding us as we undergo this business. Therefore, it will be unfair. I felt that yesterday might have been the time to speak to it, Mr. Speaker, but given that it was very late at night, going almost to 1 a.m. in the morning, I wanted to request if you could allow us, Mr. Speaker, to register our dissatisfaction, particularly those that have been mentioned, and us as a House.
Very well, Majority Leader. You will allow the clerk to read the first order, and then I will allow just 3 senators from each side, speaking for 2 minutes each. And then we go straight to the business of the day. Clerk, proceed, please.
Order number 1, communication from the chair.
I will allow comments on the communication that I did at the rise of the House last night. And I'll take 3 senators from each side, each speaking for 2 minutes. The Majority Leader, kindly take the floor.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Senate, I want to register my disappointment in the increasingly unbecoming conduct of Cabinet Secretary Moses Kuria, a man who's continually embarrassing the appointing authority and casting serious doubts on the choice ability of none other than His Excellency, the President. Mr. Speaker, sir, that tweet was in bad taste. It paints senators as cheap people who have no cognitive abilities to make interpretation of the matters that are before us and make a sober decision that is in the interest of the Constitution and the people of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, this is the 14th impeachment hearing that the Senate is hearing, and I've had opportunity to vote in almost all of them. I take great exception in the conduct of Moses Kuria, in the tweet that he sent out, and the things that he said about this House and the colleagues that he's listed. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I now agree with members of this House who have brought censure motion before to discuss the conduct of this particular minister, because at every given opportunity, he has done nothing other than embarrass the appointing authority. In fact, it is my submission, Mr. Speaker, that the earlier CS Moses Kuria is let off his duty, the better for this administration, Mr. Speaker. Because every single day, in every action that he undertakes, he continues to embarrass the president and the people. No wonder the people of Kiambu resoundingly rejected his bid to be their governor, Mr. Speaker. It's because of this kind of habit, the kind of things that he says, how he goes about his duties, Mr. Speaker, and overall, his conduct as a human being. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, let Mr. Kawira know, wherever he is, that senators cannot be intimidated, that the kind of monkey business he's trying to introduce cannot be allowed to stand, Mr. Speaker, because this is a distraction.
Senator Kajang.
Mr. Speaker, first allow me to congratulate you for your resilience. The communication being referred to was made at exactly midnight, and that is a sign of the commitment of this House. Mr. Speaker, you are a bit lenient in your communication. I don't think that such conduct should just be reprimanded and left at that. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge you that this particular cabinet secretary who uses social media to disparage the House, to refer to matters before the House, to speak of the House in a manner that is extremely demeaning, that this particular person be summoned to appear before the House and to be summoned to substantiate those claims that he has made. Because, Mr. Speaker, those kind of utterances have got the effect of belittling this House and taking away any credibility this House would have in future impeachment. Mr. Speaker, the many impeachments that we have processed in this House, if the conduct of CS Moses Kuria was to be considered, his conduct falls within the threshold of impeachment. If he was a governor, and if he was brought to this House, he would definitely be impeached. And Mr. Speaker, I want to urge the members of the other House, because they're the ones who have the responsibility of censuring and sending home cabinet secretaries, to take serious judicial notice of the conduct of this particular cabinet secretary, and this House, through the relevant committee, can come up with resolutions that can then be used to move the other House to discuss his conduct and to have him censured. And I hope that Senator Cheriot, because you've got the ear of the president who's the appointing authority, let us not just complain in this House. Go and tell the boss that this guy is an embarrassment, not just to the government, but to the Republic of Kenya. He is an embarrassment to the entire East Africa. The deals he has done has made Kenya look like a pariah when it comes to issues of supply chain of oil and edible oil. Mr. Speaker, this man must go. We must pronounce ourselves.
Senator Kathuri.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity also to give my comment on this irritating behavior of the CS for public service. Honorable Speaker, the process going on in this House is very, very important for the people of Meru who I represent in this House, Mr. Speaker. And when I see as just a log CS gets out there to make some very funny comments on social media, it is very, very embarrassing, and he is not serving, or whatever he is doing is not for the best interests of the Meru people. And I want to warn him that he should keep off Meru affairs. Let him concentrate with the work that he has been given by the president. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I will request actually on this matter, the other majority leader on the other house to actually start processing an impeachment motion to this CS. And Honorable Speaker, on this matter, as Honorable Kajang has put it, after this process is done, I would request that Moses Kuria is gone back to this House, is brought before us so that we can discipline him. Otherwise, he is an embarrassment to the people who voted for the Kenya Kwanza government. And he should be relieved of his duties immediately. So the president should take notice what this House has, the comments you are giving us this House, Mr. Speaker. And I want, from now henceforth, let Moses Kuria give us peace as a Meru community. We don't want his support. We know what we want, and we know what the best we can do, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Sifuna.
Mr. Speaker, I am happy that we have come full circle, because this is something that I have said on many stages, that in fact Moses Kuria is an incorrigible national shame. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I ask myself is just how much embarrassment does the president have capacity to endure? And I can assure you that if nothing is done about Moses Kuria, there is more embarrassment coming. That one I can guarantee. Mr. Speaker, what is most hurtful is that even after your communication, the CS who ordinarily should be asleep thinking about how he's going to make the lives of Kenyans better had the audacity to fire off another tweet on material that was presented before this House. Mr. Speaker, what I want us to do, honestly speaking, action must be taken. I am actually made aware by the members of this House who represent us in the PSC that Moses Kuria ran away with money belonging to Parliament. He should actually be brought to answer questions about those things and removed from his position, because for me, really, there's nothing that brings me greater joy than being proven right about the things that I've said about this administration. And I just want the majority leader, please, about this administration, because as you have said yourself, it casts very serious doubt on the capacity of the appointing authority. How much embarrassment can the president take? It's just one man, Mr. Speaker. So what we want to do, as they said, there's a famous poem by Martin Niemöller. First, he came for the media. And when I brought a motion of censure for the media, some of you are saying, oh, Sifuna is in the habit of attacking this government. Now he has come for the Senate. Do something. Do something about this national shame, because it will continue unabated. That is who Moses Kuria is. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wamatenga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I also like to weigh on this important matter. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is time that we as a country would stand up and be counted with one voice and tell the president that he should not be held hostage by some of these log ministers he has appointed to the government. Mr. Speaker, sir, at this time when Kenyans are suffering from high cost of living, the least that we need are these ministers who cannot even pronounce them to the policy direction, but instead they take it to the tweet and the media to actually abuse and belittle this House. Mr. Speaker, sir, I do join ranks with my colleagues. It is the high time we tell the president he must put the House in order. Some of these cabinet secretaries, Mr. Speaker, they are a big shame to the nation. The only thing that they can do, Mr. Speaker, when we complain of high cost of living, they tell us to go and dig our wells to produce our oil. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is unacceptable. And I would want to put it in no unmistakable terms. Central region is no shortage of intelligent people who are capable of learning the docket that Kuria is learning, and he should be shown the door as early as today, Mr. Speaker. We have the power, Mr. Speaker, to tell the president that indeed such a CS like Moses Kuria should be fired, if not yesterday, today in the morning, Mr. Speaker. It is a great shame to this House and to the nation indeed that someone at the middle of the night, instead of addressing the pertinent issues that are confronting Kenyans, he would take with a cup of, Mr. Speaker, sir, he should be fired.
Senator Onyonka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute on this important matter. Mr. Speaker, I just want to generalize my comments because there's an observation I have made. Many of our leaders want to destroy institutions who have a responsibility of making sure that our country runs properly. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Moses Kuria is somebody I've been in Parliament with for many years, including yourself. To a large extent, we have found him extremely intelligent and somebody who made sense. To some extent, he makes himself look such a foolish man, you wonder whether he even ever stepped into a parliamentary house. And yet, sometimes Moses doesn't understand that what he says means a lot to Kenyans. And indeed, our words have consequences. I would really want to plead with him and many other leaders to realize that these houses, the National Assembly and the Senate, are not just talking shops. This is a place where we discuss national policy. This is a place where we influence public opinion. And this is a place where it is assumed that we'll be providing direction on where our country is going. I really would like, Mr. Speaker, to plead with anybody who knows Moses like I do and many others. We talk to him and tell him that he has to up his game. At this rate, all of us are going to become his enemy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, honorable senators, we've done 3 senators each from each side. Now, honorable senators, this cannot be a house of lamentations. This is a house of action. Pursuant to the point of order that has been raised by the majority leader, I implore upon you, honorable senators, to use or to take full advantage of the standing orders to bring sanity to some of these CSs. You have the power under the law, more particularly under standing orders, to deal with the kind of behavior that you're complaining about. So, honorable senators, if you feel indeed that the behavior of the CS is unbecoming, then invoke the relevant standing orders. If you listen to Senator Kajwang carefully, you may not be able to have that latitude to make a final resolution to send the Honorable CS home. But your recommendation to the other house will have a lot of weight. So kindly take full advantage of our standing orders and stamp your authority. Clerk, call the next order.
Order number 2, hearing and determination of the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor of Meru County.
Now, honorable senators and the parties to this matter, we concluded the case of the County Assembly yesterday. Today, we're going to begin hearing the case of the Governor. We have 4 hours within which to prosecute and hear the defense by the Governor. The 4 hours is minus the time given to senators for questions and clarifications. So the Governor and his team, you will have a solid 4 hours to put forth your defense. If you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable members of the Senate. For record purposes, my name is Elias Mutuma, counsel appearing for the Governor in this matter. Within the 4 hours that we have, we intend to call 4 witnesses in support of our case. All these witnesses have filed their respective affidavits, which also double as our witness statements. Without much ado, allow me call our first witness, Nicholas Kenywa Josephat. His affidavit, Mr. Speaker, sir, appears on our blue booklet, which is titled The Governor's Response, at page 86 onwards.
You have 2 booklets, one big, one small.
It is the smaller one.
So just refer those 2 as small and big for ease of reference.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Kindly swear the witness. Swear in the witness, please.
I, Nicholas Kenywa Josephat, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before this Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Witness, kindly introduce yourself for record purposes.
I am Nicholas Kenya Josephat, others referred to as Kenya Muna, elected member of County Assembly representing Yakist.
The County Assembly of which county?
Meru County.
Thank you. Mr. Nicholas Kenywa, have you read the motion for impeachment?
Yes, I have.
That is before the Senate.
Exactly.
Have you also had a chance to look at the governor's response that has been filed?
I have also gone through it.
Have you filed an affidavit in support of the response by the governor?
Yes, I have.
Is it the affidavit contained in that response appearing at page 86 all the way to page 89?
It is.
Do you wish to rely completely on the avowals in that affidavit?
I wish to rely on it.
Thank you. I will ask you very few questions, targeted questions for the purposes of this motion. Being a member of the County Assembly of Meru, you are privy to the political happenings in Meru County. Am I right?
Very right.
It has been said that the governor of Meru has been unable to work with any of the elected leaders, specifically members of County Assembly. Is that your position?
It is not my position.
Has the governor been able to work with members of County Assembly of Meru?
Exactly after the first impeachment, the governor made peace with majority, if not all, of the members of County Assembly, and we have had a good working relationship.
Yesterday, counsel for the County Assembly said that that marriage lasted for a few weeks after the first impeachment. Is that the position? And if it's not the position, how long did that harmonious working relationship last?
I can confirm that we have been having a good working relationship with the governor after the first impeachment. It cannot be said that it lasted for a few weeks because it has been so until mid-September when cracks and crises were introduced to the members of County Assembly.
You allude to cracks and?
Cracks, wars, incitements.
Were introduced to members of County Assembly?
Exactly.
Who introduced these cracks to the members of County Assembly, to the best of your assessment and knowledge?
Much of what happened and what has brought us here is incitement to the members of County Assembly, mostly by members of Parliament, that is members of National Assembly, as well as other political leaders in Meru who may not be elected at the moment.
Thank you. You have had a chance to look at the motion for impeachment.
Yes.
Do you believe that the governor is guilty of any of the charges that she is facing?
I'll say not guilty.
Why do you say so?
Simply because if you look at the allegations, many of them do not impute any wrongdoing on the governor herself. At the same time, I know the decision of the County Assembly of Meru, through 59 members, to impeach the governor cannot be termed as what was their own decision at their free will. There was incitement, there was coercion, as will be demonstrated later.
Thank you. Let us actually demonstrate that right now. You're saying that the County Assembly of Meru did not exercise their mind fully in interrogation of these issues, that they were acting on intimidation and other forces. Kindly explain that to the Senate.
I'm saying the members were not freely exercising their decisions because some were coerced by political parties that they serve through their leaders. Others, it was a kind of a campaign where some of the MCAs were promised that if the governor goes and the deputy governor takes the seat, there will be the doubling of one development fund from the current 15 million that is given by the governor to 30 million. And that one brought some sense of excitement among the members, as well as pushing them to impeach the current governor.
Mr. Nicholas Kenywa.
Yes.
Were you at any point approached and given an incentive to support the motion for impeachment? And if so, what was the nature of that incentive?
Now, one of the incentives to impeach the governor was the promise that once she goes, the One Development Fund will be doubled from 15 million to 30 million. Of course, there were other inducements, like some MCAs being promised that there will be CEC members in the executive once the governor goes. Some of them were promised to be chief officers.
Honorable witness, listen to your counsel and answer his question.
Thank you.
The question was very specific. Were you approached and given any kind of incentive? And if you are, what kind of incentive? That was the question from your counsel.
Yes, I was.
By whom? Who approached you, and what kind of incentive were you given?
Some of the incentives was a monetary inducement.
By who? Who approached you?
Now, one of the person who was sent to offer a monetary inducement was a friend of mine known as Kemadi. He told me that he has been sent. If I accept to send away the governor, I can get an amount.
Let us go to paragraph 7 of your affidavit. You make certain allegations there. Kindly substantiate what you mean.
You said paragraph
7 of your affidavit, appearing at page 87.
I can confirm that the deputy governor also called me and several other members of the county assembly where he sought my support in the impeachment of the governor, and in return, he would double our One Development Fund from 15 million to 30 million.
Is it your evidence before this Senate that the deputy governor of Meru actually called you in person?
Yes, it is.
For your support in this impeachment motion?
Yes, it is.
Is it also your evidence that the deputy governor of Meru issued a specific incentive of increasing the Ward Development Fund from 15 million to 30 million as an exchange for your support in this impeachment motion?
I can confirm the same, not only to myself, but to other members of the county assembly. It was a promise.
Did you accept the incentive?
Personally, I did accept it. I took it to be...
Did or did not?
I did not.
You did not?
I did not accept it.
Yes.
I took it to be a mere campaign promise that may not materialize, knowing the kind of finance you're getting from the national government as a county.
Are you aware if any of your colleagues at the county assembly accepted the incentive?
Majority of them bought the idea, and within the conversation in our circles, you can hear that they are convinced if the governor goes and the deputy governor assumes office, this one will materialize and it will be to their benefit.
You talk about conversation in your circles. What circles are these?
Normally, you know, we have formal and informal talks as members of the county assembly. We are friends with some of them, and so that's what I mean by circles.
Let us go to the issue of threats, because that is about the incentives. Are you aware of any threats that were issued for people who were not in support of the impeachment?
Many members of county assembly, once they offered to resist the move to impeach the governor, were threatened to be de-whipped from their political parties, to be removed from the House committees, and they didn't. We have two who were removed from those committees as a result of their stand not to impeach the governor.
Who were these two that were removed and whipped?
One is Honorable Frinda Naitogi Tobu, who is a nominated member of UDA. The other one is Ruth Kananu, who is a nominated member of Devolution Empowerment Party.
Has Honorable Naito sworn an affidavit to support those allegations?
Yes, she has.
Have you seen that affidavit?
Yes.
Is it the affidavit contained in the governor's response, the smaller booklet? Are you able to trace it from your booklet?
I'm looking for it.
Page 90.
Yes, I'm there. Page 90.
Is that the affidavit of Honorable Frida Naito Getobu?
Yes, it is.
Does it confirm that she was de-whipped for lack of support of the impeachment motion?
Yes, she has confirmed via her affidavit.
Who was the other member that you are aware of that was de-whipped?
Ruth Kananu, nominated member of Devolution Empowerment Party.
Do you have any document to show that that happened? You have not attached any document, right?
No document attached.
But that is your testimony that indeed she was also de-whipped.
She was de-whipped.
Let us go to my last question. Actually, second last. So then you did not vote for the impeachment of the governor?
I abstained.
You did not?
But?
You abstained?
I abstained.
Were you in the floor of the House when this motion was being discussed and voted?
I wasn't present.
You were not present?
Yes.
Why were you not present in the floor of the House?
Now, the moment it was well known that me and some other 9 members, making it a total of 10, would not impeach the governor or vote for the impeachment motion, the atmosphere was highly charged outside the precincts of the county assembly. There were some goods that were under instructions not to let us in, and when one of us attempted to get there, that is Honorable John Moguna Thurandira, he was seriously assaulted at the gate of the county assembly of Meru. And that one instilled fear to the 10 of us not to get into the county assembly of Meru on that particular day.
Thank you. Let us go to the last question. There was a ceremony that took place at Nchero where members of county assembly were in attendance.
Yes.
And were hosted by the Njorincheke.
Yes.
Do you know what transpired in that meeting, and do you know what dates those were?
The meeting was first fashioned to be a tree planting exercise where the whole county assembly was invited. Majority of the county assembly members attended the meeting, but it turned out to be an oathing ceremony where the members of county assembly were threatened with the dire consequences in case they never accepted to impeach the governor of Meru.
You talk of dire consequences, and I believe you are fluent in the Meru dialect, right?
Yes.
That oath was administered in the Meru dialect?
It was.
What were the specific threats of dire consequences for those who withdraw support for the impeachment?
Now, the members were summoned in front of that gathering, and one of the Njorincheke elders was heard telling them, "Oreo kumenya agachoka na nyuma, oreo kumenya agachoka na nyuma, akeja kunywa muma, kana akeja kiri untobobo." Meaning, if you know as a member that you retreat from this course, then you should not be part of this. And then the members, an oath was administered. And you know, majority of the members of county assembly are not members of Njorincheke. Maybe they would fear the consequences because they don't know much about it. And that was one of the elements of coercion in this impeachment process.
At this moment, I would like you to look at one of the videos, KMV7. Kindly, can we play KMV7. Can we have more volume on that video? I believe it is more clear if the volume is increased. Honorable Speaker, this video is not very clear. The one we supplied was quite audible. Can we pause for a moment that video? Kindly, let's pause. Yes, so, Mheshimiwa.
Yes.
You have seen certain people in that clip.
Yes, I have.
From the county assembly so far, who have you identified?
There is a Speaker of the County Assembly of Meru, Honorable Ayubu Bundi, and some members of the County Assembly as well.
There is a story one of the gentlemen is giving about a woman.
Yes.
In 2 minutes, kindly explain what that story is about.
Now, the elder is explaining to the members of County Assembly that a long time ago, the circumcise of men was a woman. And the woman would literally sit on the men. And I think that was a language that was being brought, to targeted to the governor. That is, they wanted the members to understand that the governor is literally sitting on men in Meru County.
Let's proceed watching the video kindly.
You know, either we are not making progress with that video.
kindly proceed and tell us what is being said.
Now, the elders, after summoning the members of County Assembly in front, the elder is telling them that...
How many members of the County Assembly can you count approximately from the group that is there?
I can approximate that they must have been over 40.
Over 40?
Yes.
That's the majority?
It is.
Thank you. So what is the elder saying?
They are being told, if you think you will retreat from this course, by the course you mean the impeachment of the governor, then you should not come for the whole thing, simply because a curse will accompany you and your family, and you forget about the Meru leadership.
Thank you. In your own assessment, did that amount to instilling fear among members of the County Assembly to support the impeachment motion?
From what I know about Jorin Cheke and its stature in Meru community, as well as the oath itself, how it is respected and feared by members of Meru community, that amounted to intimidation. It amounted to coercion. It amounted to instilling fear in the members of the County Assembly.
Lastly, this event was conducted on 14th of October 2023, am I right?
Very right.
By this time, the mover of the motion had not introduced the motion in the House.
The mover had not introduced the motion, and the motion was not even known by its content to the members of the County Assembly.
So it is your testimony that these members were being asked to support an impeachment motion that they had not seen?
They were being mobilized so that by the time the motion comes, they will be ready to impeach the governor.
And the oath was for them to take a stand even before?
Yes.
The contents of the motion were known?
They were being mobilized in advance, even before the content of the motion was explained to them.
That's all for this witness, Mr. Speaker, sir. I leave him for cross-examination.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Senators, for the record, my name is Eric Murioki. I will be taking this witness through cross-examination. Honorable Josephat Muna.
Yes.
Let us start from where your counsel has left off. You will confirm that from the video that was played, the captions are not part of the recording. They are introduced by the governor, or that they are her own translation.
Being conversant with Meru language, I can confirm...
That is not what I asked. You will confirm that the captions were not recorded with the video. They were introduced later. Yes or no?
No.
So you are testifying that the video was recorded together with the captions?
Yes.
You will also confirm that there is nowhere in the video where impeachment is mentioned.
Impeachment is being figuratively referred to as this course.
Mentioned or not mentioned?
Not expressly.
Thank you. On your affidavit, let us look at paragraph 3 of your affidavit.
Yes.
Can you read? Can you read paragraph 3?
It says, I am aware that we have been enjoying a very cordial working relation with the governor until mid-September this year, when it emerged from the leadership of the House that members of Parliament from Meru County and a few other leaders had picked a war with the governor.
So your testimony before this Senate is that the impeachment and this entire process began mid-September?
Or thereabout.
Thank you. I will refer you to our volume 2, pages 17 to 29. That is the IFMIS extract. I'd like to get someone to help with showing him volume 2. Volume 2. The IFMIS extract, pages 17 to 29.
I'm there.
Open any page between those two pages, between 17 and 29.
I'm there.
Can you read the date of the first transaction on that page?
The date?
Yes.
I can see 1st July 2022.
You will confirm that that is way before mid-September?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. I will also refer you to our volume 2, and just before I go there, for all those other transactions that are on that volume, between pages 17 to 29, all of them, or a majority of them, are dated way before the mid-September date.
Exactly.
Thank you. And I will refer you now to page 233 of our volume 2.
I'm there.
Are you at 233 of volume 2?
Yes, I am.
What is the date of that document?
The letter is dated Friday, September 1st, 2023.
Is that mid-September, or beginning of September, or end of September?
It is not mid-September, but
you.
it is September.
Thank you. When you say mid-September, ordinarily, you mean from around the 15th of the month, going onward, right?
Exactly.
I will also refer you to the document on page 232.
232
of our volume 2.
I'm there.
What is the date?
Dated Wednesday, August 30, 2023.
You will confirm that that is way before the mid-September you allege is when this entire thing.
Way before, but thereabout.
Thank you. I will refer you to page 226 of our volume 2.
I'm there.
First of all, what is the date of that document?
Dated 25th August 2023.
In the body of the document, the second line,
it reads, I hereby write to inquire if there have been any Meru County cabinet meetings after the last one I attended on 29th May 2023.
And you will confirm that 29th May 2023 is way, way before the mid-September.
Exactly.
Thank you. Not to belabor the point, the order on page 416 of our volume 2. Volume 2.
I'm there.
What is the date of that order, sir? The date can be found on page 417. That is the next page.
Yes, dated 7th October 2022.
You will confirm that is a whole year.
It is.
Before the date that you're alleging is when this thing was started.
Yes.
Thank you. And the ruling on page 417 to 439.
Yes.
Rather, before we go there, Let us go to page 155 of volume 2. Page 155, volume
155, I'm there.
Can you see the date that appears on that WhatsApp extract at the top?
The date, May 27, 2023.
So, Mheshimiwa Josephat,
Yes.
you will agree with me that this narrative, that this is a recent problem that has come up, is completely false.
From the perspective of a member of County Assembly, it was brought to us in September or thereabout.
Mr. Josephat?
Yes.
We have looked at several documents dated way before, some of them a whole year before. You will agree with me that this narrative, that this is something recent that came up from mid-September, is completely false.
What I mean that a matter that came as an impeachment piece in September 2023 could have been brewing way before, but members of the County Assembly had either to hand a good working relationship.
No matter. Let us go to your allegation that this motion is sponsored, or to use your words, is an incitement from the members of parliament.
Yes.
When you look at the ruling on page 417 and 439, between 417 to 439, the ruling that is dated 29 September 2023.
Yes, I'm there.
You will agree with me that that is not a document originating from any member of the National Assembly. You will agree with me that that is a ruling of a court of law in Kenya.
Exactly.
Thank you.
But.
Thank you.
But.
Mr. Josephat, you are not a member of the UDA party, are you?
Mr. Speaker, I'll plead with the council.
Just answer the question. Are you a member of UDA or not?
I'm not.
Thank you. So your allegations on paragraph 4 of your affidavit, that a meeting was called and deliberations were made, that is something you are not privy to because you're not a member.
After the meeting, all the members addressed the media.
Were you called to that meeting of the members of UDA?
Not called, but they read out their deliberations in public.
You are not at the meeting?
Exactly.
You will also confirm that you are not a member of the BAS party?
I'm not.
And you do not ordinarily attend the meetings of the members of BAS party?
Yes. But again, they read out their deliberations in public.
On paragraph 11 of your affidavit, you allege that you know the reasons why a party or parties that you are not a member to chose to discipline their members. That is what you have alleged on paragraph 11.
Exactly.
You will agree with me that since you've confirmed you're not a member of UDA, you're not a member of BAS, you do not know the deliberations that happened or the reasons why these parties chose to discipline their members.
I have an affidavit from one of the members confirming it was the reason.
I'm asking you, were you there? Were you part of the deliberations?
I wasn't there.
Thank you. Mheshimiwa Josephat.
Yes.
There's your fellow members of the Assembly, and I will name two of them. Kaume Faith Kananu.
Yes.
There's another member called Kiambi Ngaruni.
Yes.
And those members are not supporting this impeachment motion or did not support it?
Yes.
And you will agree with me that they were not de-whipped from their committees?
Yes.
Thank you. So, Mr. Mheshimiwa Josephat, it must follow, therefore, that the de-whipping you talk about on paragraph 11 had nothing to do with supporting or not supporting the motion.
I'll leave that to the discretion of the senators.
Mr. Josephat.
Yes.
Mheshimiwa, you will agree with me that members of parliament have no supervisory role over MCAs.
Agreed.
You will agree with me that a member of parliament cannot force an MCA to vote one way or another way on a matter before the assembly.
But can influence.
Mr. Josephat, ultimately, every MCA is free to make their own choice in the assembly, right?
Right.
Thank you. Have you identified the specific members of parliament that you say influenced or forced you or your fellow members?
Yes, I have. Yes.
Where, which paragraph of your affidavit?
Not in the affidavit.
Thank you.
But one of them was here yesterday as a witness.
Which paragraph of your affidavit have you identified those members?
None.
Thank you. On paragraph 8 of your affidavit, are you there?
Yes, I am.
You say you received calls from other leaders within Meru to support the impeachment motion in order to restore dignity and respect of Meru as a county, right?
Exactly.
Have you adduced any evidence to show that you indeed received these calls?
Not contained in this document, but factual.
Have you disclosed the maker of the said calls in your affidavit?
Not in the affidavit.
Have you attached any call log or any screenshot to show that you indeed received these calls?
Not attached.
Thank you. You have talked about incentive of 15 million being increased to 30 million.
Yes.
Have you provided any evidence that any member was offered, let alone accepted, this incentive?
I have not provided.
Thank you. Let us go to your allegation on a WhatsApp group being created.
Yes.
What is the very last sentence on paragraph 9 of your affidavit?
I'm there.
Can you read the very last sentence of paragraph 9?
A WhatsApp group to organize and discuss the impeachment was formed in which we were left out.
You were left out?
Yes.
You are not members of that WhatsApp group?
Exactly.
So, how can you come to this house and say that it was established to discuss impeachment if you are not privy to whatever discussions were happening there?
We have friends who are members of the group, members of the county assembly, who can tell you what is going on as friends.
And have those friends produced any screenshots or
No.
any evidence?
No.
Thank you. On paragraph 10 of your affidavit,
I'm there.
you talk about several meetings. Have you provided the dates, venues, or minutes of those meetings?
Not provided.
Thank you. let us go to paragraph 12 of your affidavit.
I'm there.
You will confirm that you were not present at the assembly
Yes.
when this impeachment motion was being discussed.
Yes.
You also proceed to allege that you sent someone to test waters or something.
Yes.
Have you called that person here to testify to that effect?
He has not been called.
Thank you. Wouldn't that person have been the person to be called to confirm these allegations?
We have the OB through which he reported the matter.
Has it been produced in your affidavit, sir?
No.
Thank you. In that, I find this paragraph 12 of your affidavit very interesting.
Yes.
How many members of the assembly are there, Meru County Assembly?
69.
69.
Yes.
How many members were present during the discussion of the motion?
59.
And in paragraph 12, the very last sentence of paragraph 12, can you read it for the Senate?
We ended up staying away after 10 members, away the 10 members, after the others and they carved into intimidation and crossed over.
So it is your testimony that 10 members stayed away? That is correct?
Yes.
And 59 members were in the house?
Yes.
So this allegation that there was someone who was sent and got beaten and whatnot and other stories is just a fabrication.
It's not a story.
Mr. Muna, mathematics tells me that 59 plus 10 makes 69.
Exactly.
If 10 stayed away and 59 were in the house, where is the extra 70th member coming from that is being sent to test the waters?
Extra what?
The 70th member that is being sent to test the waters.
Mathematics also informs me that one was out of the 10. He was beaten, he didn't get in. That makes them 10. 59 plus 10 is 69.
Bwana Josephat, confirm that the functions of a member of the County Assembly are legislation and oversight.
They are.
Confirm that impeachment is one of the oversight measures that the House can take.
It is.
Confirm that there is no member of the National Assembly who has a vote at the County Assembly.
Confirmed.
Okay. My second last question to you, Bwana Muna. I want you to look at our volume 4. Page 3 of our volume 4. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Are you there?
I am.
Confirm that your name appears on that page.
It does.
What number is your name?
59.
And your signature?
It is.
And your ID number?
Exactly.
Bwana Muna, in accordance to your standing orders,
yes,
and specifically just give me a moment, Madam Speaker, I'm sorry. You are conversant with your standing orders?
Yes, I am.
And specifically standing order number 65? That is where standing order number 65 starts.
Yes.
I want us to go to page 265.
I'm there.
And I want you to read for me standing order number 65-4.
65-4. And I read, when the order for the motion is read, the Speaker shall refuse to allow the member to move the motion unless the Speaker is satisfied that the member is supported by at least a third of all the members of the Assembly to move the motion, provided that within the 7 days' notice, the clerk shall cause to be prepared and deposited in his office a list of all members of the Assembly with an open space against each name for purposes of spreading signatures, which list shall be entitled signatures in support of a motion for the removal of Meru County Governor by impeachment.
And you confirm that it is pursuant to Order 65-4, or rather 65-4 was adhered to, and that is why you signed, where you have said you signed.
Yes.
From the reading of Order 65-4, it is not possible for a member to be coerced or forced to sign.
It is possible.
Were you coerced?
Yes, I was.
Have you produced any evidence that you were?
In the affidavit, it is mentioned.
Which paragraph?
Number 6. And also number 8.
You say that you received calls instructing you or urging you or whatever.
Receiving calls is a way of...
Where does it say in this affidavit that you are forced to sign?
Do you know the content of the calls?
Where does it say that you are forced?
In the calls.
Sorry?
In the calls.
Can you read 65-5? Order 65-5?
(65-5), and I read, any signature appended to the list as provided under paragraph 4 shall not be withdrawn.
Are you aware, sir, that you cannot run away from a document that you have signed in law?
Yes.
Are you aware, sir, that a signature appended under Order 65 cannot be withdrawn, just like you've read?
Yes.
I put it to you, Wanamuna, that you signed in support of the impeachment motion a signature which is irrevocable, no less. And then when you were taken to Masai Mara with the other 9 members, is when you decided to change your mind.
The Masai Mara story, I've heard it from you.
Mr. Speaker, I will yield some of my time to my colleague Mawira. I'm done with my cross-examination.
Honorable Speaker and the Honorable Senators, my name is Mawira. I have not more than 3 questions for the witness. Mr. Muna?
Yes.
From the video that was played,
yes,
you said that the captions that are written in that video are part of the video.
Yes.
Are the speakers in that video speaking in English or the Meru language?
The Meru language.
How then can the English captions be part of the video?
Any language can be translated.
So it is a translation?
It is.
It is not part of the video?
Now, a translation is not part.
Previously, you said it is part of the video. Now you're saying it is a translation. So
let me make it clear.
Which? Is it a translation or it is part of the video?
Let me make it clear. For the Senate to understand the language, it has to be translated. I don't see anything wrong with that.
Do the cameras capture captions? If you take a recording, for example, of the proceedings hearing, will the cameras include the subtitles?
I'm not a professional photographer, I don't know.
Okay. You voluntarily went to the clerk's office to sign the verification form?
Not voluntarily.
Not voluntarily?
Yes.
But you went to the clerk's office?
Yes.
Who coerced you to go to the clerk's office to sign?
I have answered that from the previous questions.
Were you pushed to the clerk's office?
What do you understand by
Were you carried there or did you walk to the clerk's office to sign?
I walked.
You walked?
Yes.
Voluntarily or you were pushed?
Involuntarily.
Who coerced you then?
I've seen there were calls.
You were coerced by a phone call to go and sign?
You can.
And you say that you represent the people of, is it Ntima West Nyakist?
Nyakist.
So your people should believe you to say that you were coerced through a phone call and that independently you cannot make a decision on your own on whether to sign or not to sign.
Bwana Council, we have seen politicians dying in the course of duty. Do they die voluntarily out of politics? No.
You will confirm that nonetheless you signed?
Nonetheless, I signed involuntarily.
And your signature cannot be withdrawn?
It can't.
Okay. You talked of inducements to members, and you mentioned that Mr. Kimathi was sent to you. Is that anywhere in your affidavit?
It is not.
It is not in your affidavit. Is this Masai Mara trip that you went to part of the inducement that was offered to you?
I have earned it from you.
Very well. That is all in cross-examination, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. The Council for the Governor, do you have any re-examination to do?
Yes, I do, Mr. Speaker, sir. Very few questions for this witness in re-exam. I want you to confirm that you understand the Kimeru language being your mother tongue.
I do very well.
Very well. So despite the subtitles and the translations,
yes,
even without them, you are able to tell the Senate what was said.
Exactly.
What you confirmed to have been said is the exact words that were uttered by the people we saw in the video?
I'm saying what is being uttered there is completely what is in the translation.
Thank you. You have been told that you've been given an infamous message that appears at page 17.
Yes.
Do you still have that?
It was in volume?
I believe it's volume 2. You have been told that?
Yes.
Transaction confirms that the governor conducted some violations before August.
Yes.
Kindly, I want you to look at the specific item that you referred to, appearing at page 17.
Yes, I'm there.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Read for us the date.
It is dated 1st July 2022.
1st July 2022.
Yes.
Was Governor Kawira the governor by 1st of July 2022?
No.
Is that an issue that can be attributed to her?
No.
Thank you. And in any case, Mheshimiwa, what you're testifying is as to the good working relationship with the governor.
It is.
Was that your testimony?
Yes.
And how long did that good working relationship last, to the best of your assessment?
It must have lasted somewhere between February this year up to September this year. That is a period of 7 months.
Thank you. You are also not a member of BAS or UDA.
I'm not.
But how did you come across information that members of these two parties had been de-whipped?
It was communicated in the county assembly through the normal sittings.
Were you present when that communication was done?
I wasn't, but Frida Naito, Honorable, told us that it has been communicated.
Are the records of the House accessible to you?
They are.
Once a communication is done in the House, is it information that you can access?
But when this honorable member, nominated UDA member, was de-whipped, they refused to give her the official document to show that she has been de-whipped, but she was removed from committees and replaced as the vice chair of the water committee.
Was that communication done to the county assembly of Meru?
It was done, but no official document was given to her for fear that it will be used as an evidence in this Senate.
It was also your testimony that you got instructions and coercion on phone.
Yes.
Compelling you to tender your signature in
Yes.
support of the impeachment motion?
Exactly.
Did you eventually exercise your free will by withdrawing from the support, by not voting or absconding from voting for the motion?
I would have voted in support, not supporting the impeachment that day, but me and some other 9 members could not access the county assembly of Meru simply because the atmosphere was changed and goods were hired to harass us.
You have been told about a Masai Mara trip.
Yes.
Are you aware of any Masai Mara trip?
I've heard it from the council here.
Did you go to Masai Mara?
I didn't.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, sir, that is all for this witness. Unless honorable members have a question, I would be glad to call my next witness with your guidance.
Now, honorable senators, we have about 5 minutes to seek clarifications or questions from this witness. Honorable Karungo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Kinyua, I know at the County Assembly of Meru, there are 3 modes of voting. That is yes, no, or abstinence, just like the Senate and the National Parliament. Now, you said you abstained, yet you have told us that you are not able to access Parliament because one of you was attacked. Does that mean you are able to access Meru County Assembly later before the voting done, or can you clarify on that?
Now, my initial plan and that of other 9 members making it 10 was to be in the assembly to oppose the impeachment motion. Once we couldn't get into the assembly, that means we were absent. Maybe I've mixed up the term of being absent and abstinence.
Senator Enoch Wambua.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will seek 3 very quick clarifications. First is just for clarify which political party he was elected on. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, according to the report of the resolution of the County Assembly of Meru on the impeachment, 59 MCAs voted to impeach the governor. 10 did not vote. We wouldn't know how they would have voted if they voted. So all members present and voting voted against the governor. Is it your testimony in this House that all the 59 members of the County Assembly of Meru who voted to impeach the governor were coerced or induced to take the vote that they did? The second last is you make very serious allegations in your affidavit on paragraph 7 that the DG tried to induce you
what is evidence, and you make reference to several other members. Who are these members? Because people have names. You are called by the DG with several others. Who are these people that you are called with? And where's the evidence that he tried to induce you? Because these are serious matters you're dealing with. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, honorable senators, I am a member of Party of National Unity, PNU. Now, when we say that 10 were not, could not access the presence of the assembly, I mean, were they to be there, I believe they would have voted otherwise. The 59 of them who were present in the assembly that day and voted yes, I cannot say that all of them were coerced. I am drawing my conclusion from the talk that we had before the voting day. And I know the talk that majority of them had. Given a free will, they would not have impeached the governor. Finally, in your questions, when I say the deputy governor made calls, you're telling me to name specific people or members of county assembly to whom he called. But I can assert that he called all of them in an effort to get a support from them with a promise to increase ward fund from 15 million to 30 million.
Senator Samson Cherargei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So mine is to our good friend Mheshimiwa. Just two quick clarification. You have told this House that you were not able to access the county assembly. Did you report to any police station, or do you have evidence to that effect, including the phone calls? If you can table. Finally, I can see your signature is number 59. And in Standing Order 65.5, the Meru County Assembly Standing Orders is specific on what you are signing. So, and you have alluded that a number of people were given inducement to, through you, Mr. Speaker, to support this impeachment motion. Is there a possibility that you have also been given inducement to testify against County Assembly? I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable senators. First, I have seen that I have OB belonging to one Honorable John Mogunathranira, MCA from Meru, who was assaulted on his way to the County Assembly of Meru. And if allowed, I can give it to this Senate, though it does not form part of my affidavit. Number two, when I talk about inducements to sign, Mr. Speaker, I know exactly what I mean. And everybody who signs was induced to do so, either through promises that one fund will be increased or through some other promises, sweet promises, in order for the members to sign.
Senator Sifuna. And honorable senators, we only had 5 minutes for clarification. I think the Senator Sifuna will probably be the last question we take.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to Counsel for the Assembly, my good classmate. Mr. Speaker, I have had to look up the meaning of coercion. The Merriam-Webster dictionary just speaks of the use of express or implied threats of violence or reprisal or other intimidating behavior that puts a person in immediate fear of the consequences in order to compel that person to act against his or her will. The question to the Counsel of the Assembly, is it the case of the Assembly that coercion only means physical coercion, that somebody has to hold your hand to sign? Is that the case that is being presented by the Assembly?
Mr. Speaker, under the law, coercion is not limited to physical intimidation and physical threats. It is as broad as the Honorable Senator suggests. Our case as the Assembly is that there is no shred of evidence of coercion. And anyone who makes such a claim must tell you, the least they can do is to tell you who coerced them, what was the specific threat, and how and why that threat induced them, as a matter of fact, from behaving in a manner that is inconsistent with how they would have behaved. And as we speak on the record, we don't know who, we don't know when, there is no evidence, it's just an allegation, and alleging is the easier thing to do. I can allege anything, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Cheptumo, you seem to have a burning issue, and please be very quick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my clarification to the witness is on paragraph 3 of his affidavit. And it speaks about that it emerged from the leadership of the House that members of Parliament from Meru County and a few leaders had picked a war with the governor. And when you go to paragraph 8 again, it says we also received calls from other leaders within Meru. Is it your evidence, Mr. Nicholas, that the whole impeachment process is really initiated by forces outside the county assembly? Is that your position as per paragraph 3 and paragraph 8 of your affidavit? You need to clarify that for the House.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Senators. Exactly that has been my assertion. And if you look at yesterday's submission, we had a member of parliament who was standing as a witness. There can be no other proof that members of parliament were involved if we don't consider that one of them was here as a witness. Number two, there was a video of Honorable Mporo Abori, the MP for Tigania East, in meetings all over the county, inciting residents against the governor. Why is it that we can accept that they were in public meetings and not calling the members of county assembly or inducing them or influencing them?
Thank you. Governor's Council, do you have another witness?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I indeed do have another witness. His name is Aruyaro Adrian.
Sergeant at Arms, can you please show the witness in?
As the witness is being ushered in, Honorable Speaker, he has sworn an affidavit that appears in our small booklet. His affidavit appears at page 96.
Okay, I direct that the witness be sworn in.
Okay. I, Adrian Karicha Aruyaru, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth, So help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Witness, kindly introduce yourself for record purposes. What is your full name? What do you do for a living?
Mr. Speaker, sir, and the honorable senators, my names are Adrian Karicia Aruyaru.
Where do you come from?
Come again?
Where do you come from?
I am a member of Meru Njuricheke, therefore I come from Meru.
Come from Meru County?
Yes.
Are you conversant with what happens in Meru County?
Yes.
Current affairs in Meru County?
Yes.
You have alluded to the fact that you are a member of Njuricheke Council of Elders.
Yes.
What position do you hold in the Council of Njuricheke?
I am the chairman of 3 sub-counties, that is Tigania West, and Tigania East, and Tigania Central sub-counties.
Does that include where the Njuricheke Shrine is?
Yes.
So that is your area?
Yeah, that is my area.
I am going to be very specific and short with your testimony. I want to refer you to the happenings of 14th of October 2022. Are you aware of anything that took place at Ncheru on 14th of October 2023?
Yes, I'm aware.
What happened there?
Njuricheke members were called, and they were few, because not all of them were called to go and attend a tree planting ceremony. We went there. I was there briefly because I was committed. And when we were there, things turned to be different because we were not to plant trees, but it turned to be political rally. And many things happened there, which annoyed the Njuricheke. What happened, there is an oath which was given to the leaders of the Meru Assembly, that is the MCAs, and that one annoyed us because that one is a shrine, and according to Meru traditions or the Njuricheke traditions or regulations and rules, in a shrine you cannot administer any oath in that shrine.
Thank you. So you confirm that there was an oath administered at the Njuricheke Shrine?
Yes, there was.
Who administered that oath?
There was a section of leaders. That is, we have one Murangiri, who is Secretary General of Njuricheke in Meru, and there was even the chairman of the region, that is Mr. Kadera, and many others were there.
I want to refer you to the video marked as KMV7. Kindly, may we play that video? KMV7. Video KMV7. Mr. Speaker, we have just tested this video minutes ago.
Where's the sound
The
broadcasting?
sound was perfect. I do not know what is happening. Minutes ago, it was working. Mr. Speaker, sir, I seek your directions on this. This video has been tested minutes ago. The sound was perfect.
Broadcast, I don't know what seems to be the problem, or IT. Is this a video we can actually view? Council,
yes.
Could you send one of your colleagues upstairs to the broadcast to see if they can
sure.
work
One of
on
my
the video?
colleagues has gone up there.
Okay.
Perhaps we can then play KMV 17 as we wait for that video to be sorted. KMV 17.
Sound. IT, are we going to have a problem with all the videos?
Ndio. Na kwa sababu mimi nikiangalia naona yeye atakuwa gavana wa Meru. Sasa kijana, basi kijana kidogo, ni kijana ambaye anaweza lipa deni ya watu. Anaweza kukalia kitu.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I am inclined to register my dissatisfaction with the
Sorry,
technical
Council,
team.
are
Yes.
you in a position to move to maybe a different point as we wait for IT to handle the matter of the
This
videos?
witness, Mr. Speaker, sir, is only supposed to testify on what transpired on 14th of October, and the only piece of evidence that we rely on is those two videos. So then I will have no use for this witness if those videos are not effectively played.
Okay. IT or somebody from broadcast, can you have send somebody to give us an indication of what the problem is?
Mr. Speaker, sir,
Sasa tunataka hata tumeangalia kama gavana asifiwe. Ndio mtu. Inyang'ombe iteta kunyorujite naye. Kwa kenda Meru etambere. Ana vetu baratu kuthomithia bakara bwega irazima Meru egite atia igwatanire. Ngithira yari MCA be ankwenda kuga twembunge Meru batu tukayenda sauti. Tukwena arua ankwenda kuga twembunge Meru batu tukayenda sauti emwe na tutongere twi munene wetu witwa mthi kontorenturi. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Ni untu inyang'ombe iteta kunyorujite naye kwa kenda Meru etambere.
Honorable Senators, kindly take your seats.
Kuthomithia bakara bwega irazima Meru egite
Let's pause the video first. Sorry for that. We have to ensure that the videos we're playing are of quality so that we can be able to follow through. Yes, Council, you may now proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. May we then have the video replayed from the beginning?
Na tukwena arua ankwenda kuga twembunge Meru batu tukayenda sauti emwe na tutongere twi munene wetu witwa mthi kontorenturi. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Ni untu inyang'ombe iteta kunyorujite naye.
Kindly pause the video. Can you identify the person making the speech?
Yes, that is the Speaker of the Meru County Assembly.
What has he just said in that video?
He has said that they want a Linda, and that Linda will be Mutekalenture, CS, and Grigasha. Yes.
Can we proceed with the video? Kindly play the video.
Kenda Meru etambere. Ana vetu baratu kuthomithia bakara bwega irazima Meru egite atia igwatanire. Ngithira yari MCA be yabonde kaire. Ure kirwa njara ya kurwa njuri ncheke tuendelia chapter yetu. Haraka MCA je ni puinde. Kambwe kalono kambwe kindogo watokea ando bamata.
Confirm that the speaker is inviting MCAs into the podium.
Yeah, he is inviting all the MCAs who are there or who are present.
Thank you. Let's proceed.
Aitie orento morome awande tana ntomorome nde kinyeta ntomorome mongo aroma barawa ho kadebo tana robo barawa ko maru arete mo kwa tana renge woni ko diria
Thank you. Kindly pause. Kindly pause. There is a story the elder is giving of a woman. What is he saying about that woman?
He is saying that there was a woman that is long ago who was circumcising men. And there came a time, after circumcising men for a long time, there came a time when he asked one of the men to bed so that she could sit on his back and circumcise men sitting on a man.
That story is meant to talk about a woman who oppresses men. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Kindly, let's proceed.
Narua tueyete lai dori eyeta kodari mana ba kenda baita korwa ndo baita korwa bate keye kweba bono no doriete kene gorie nkawa okay ya kwedra ekonka bidha biandwa tore akorwa Meru okay ya kwedra ya oe okethirwa watoto garutere watu okiako dhaimano tokawa tegirumi.
Can you explain, pause the video and explain what that elder has told the MCAs?
What he has told the MCAs is that if there is anybody who is going to go against what the elders will tell them to do, will be cast. And those are the ones which straight away makes that one an oath.
Thank you. Let us proceed with the video. There is a specific, kindly pause. He says, Imochietio. What does that mean in Kimeru?
It is an oath that you are taking.
The Meru word for oath is what? Muchietio.
Yes.
Is that what he has said?
Yes.
Kindly let us proceed.
Okay, ya kwedru oteta safari kwa takasiona bukwenda kuita tu kwa kidari mo uchoke nyuma. Na kuma namba umeshabu nere Meru. Jori ne korie. Mugeni abwe. Omieni tadira jambo ya to meri na mutano gitadira jambo ikenda to kombwa njuri. Na imuye ndo murume. Na okaja kuona onto ara ugabo kudhuka ibudhuki. Ate ata mantu. Tonto bou. Mantu jara to akurukia na arue. Ija guita Meru okombone. Ija guita Meru tonto bou era muchieto menyong. Kaninge karwembo kamwe.
Thank you. Kindly pause the video. The elder is giving very specific threats on that curse that will befall upon MCAs.
Yes.
What is he saying that will happen to the MCAs if they go against what the declaration?
He is telling them that if they go against the oath that he is about to administer, that curse will follow them to their homes and also to their families.
Thank you. Let us proceed.
Nambie adambua eneria eria irikura adambua enana injo guataniro ya we darimua nambie darimua eneria eria irikura eba darimua enana injo.
Is the elder spilling some, I don't even know what to call them.
Some stuff.
You will tell us what that is. Is the elder sin spilling some stuff to the MCAs?
Yes.
What is that?
Actually, I cannot tell what the stuff that one is because I do not go near You know, there were security there. Those who were allowed to go there were those senior people. They were the ones who were near. So I don't know whether it was honey or it was honey mixed with something else. I cannot tell.
What does Njorincheke use for that kind of oathing?
That kind of oathing, sometimes, you see, in any oathing, Njorincheke uses blood. Uses blood because an animal has to be slaughtered so that you perform an oathing. And the special thing that we have in Meru, which is undertaken by Njorincheke, is the Kidiri oathing, where an animal is killed. And there are things that I cannot say because they are said to those people who have been initiated into Njorincheke.
Thank you. Can we play video number KMV17? KMV17, kindly. Kindly video KMV17.
Sasa tunataka kumuuliza mzee Kiraitu aje hapa. Ndiye alikuwa kinipeni wa Meru kisiasa, sasa amestahafu. Tunataka yeye sasa atupatie yule sasa ataongoza sisi kama wa Meru. Kwa hivyo sasa tunataka hata tumetuangalia kama governor, sasa tunataka utuletee kiongozi ambaye sasa atachukua nafasi yako kuwa kiongozi wetu wa Meru. Wewe ndio utatuonyesha ni nani.
Sasa nataka akuje akae kwa hii kiti nilikuwa napewa, ataweka hapa. Ili no ntune mwana onjuri. Ndawe gitije na tutetherie tumwikerie mata. Sidio? Na kwa sababu mimi nikiangalia naona yeye atakuwa gavana wa Meru.
Sasa kijana, wewe si kijana kidogo, ni kijana ambaye anaweza lipa ndeni ya baba yake. Anaweza kukalia kiti ya baba yake kama baba yake hayuko, lakini akiwa na baraka za baba yake, si muasi, si mpinduzi. Mbele ya wajumbe wa Meru ambayo wanatugambira kule Njiko, wako hapa wakishuhudia na chiamani wao na waziri ulokaraga nyumba ya witho wa thirikari mbere yao na Arua na mbere ya Njorincheke ya Meru. Ugote mwana kaire uitegemeo ya Meru. Wewe ni tegemeo kutoka leo. Ondobo tuina maono na tutethio tuite aibone. Thank you.
Umeambiwa wewe ndio tegemeo letu. Na kurubanjuri bonde bakuona nandi nara meto yetu yagitete yerekerete.
Thank you. You can post that video. Mr. Adrian.
Yes.
According to your assessment of that video, and first of all confirm the young gentleman that has been introduced into the podium and sat on that stool. Who is that gentleman?
That is our deputy governor or the deputy governor of Meru County.
What is he told to do, or why is he being invited in front?
They are crowning him to take the position of the governor.
So they are crowning him, installing him as the governor of Meru.
Yes.
To take over leadership.
Yes.
In that meeting, you are able to see other leaders in Meru?
Yes.
Is that the same function where the MCAs were present?
Yes.
The same day?
Yes.
Finally, Mr. Adrian, did the elders in that function, who are presiding over that function, had the blessing of the Njorincheke Council of Elders to conduct that function?
Actually, no. The answer is no. Because Njorincheke members got annoyed. That was on a Saturday, and on Monday, we went to Oro. That is the quarter of the 3 sub-counties, that is the whole Tigania. And we denounced what happened at Ncheru. And we said we will even go to cleanse that shrine, because what happened there is not what should happen in a shrine. Because a shrine is a holy place. It is a holy place. Even you cannot even kill an animal there. You cannot initiate a person into Njorincheke in that shrine. You are not allowed.
Lastly, is the Njorincheke Council of Elders opposed to Governor Kawira's leadership in any way?
No.
Has it in any way advised her removal from office?
No.
That is all for this witness, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Counsel for the County Assembly, your witness for cross-examination.
Right Honorable Speaker, my name is Maranya, Counsel for the County Assembly. I will take the witness through the cross-examination. Bwana Royaru.
Yes.
For how long have you been the chairman of, as you have said in your paragraph number 1, the chairman of the caucus of Njorincheke Council of Elders of the Meru community? For how long have you been?
I think it's that position.
When were you elected, in other ones?
I think 2 weeks ago.
Or 2 weeks ago?
Mm.
That is after that meeting or before the meeting?
After that meeting, but I had other positions in Njorincheke.
Were you conveniently appointed for purposes of your evidence today?
No.
Will I be right to say so?
No.
You have also said that you've been holding other positions of Njorincheke.
Yes.
So, just to confirm, were you elected after the impeachment motion was tabled in the County Assembly?
No, because...
When were you elected? When it is when the actual date?
I think, it's just...
You were elected after the impeachment motion was tabled in the County Assembly.
I think so.
I'll be mindful of time because I'm on time restriction.
It's okay.
Will it be true for me to say that you are elected, therefore, for purposes of your statement today, so that you come under capacity of Njorincheke's chairman?
No, because I could have come even as a mere member of Njorincheke.
But does the Njorincheke have its hierarchy of in respect to communication?
Yeah.
Does any person, can any member of Njorincheke communicate on behalf of the entire group?
Yes.
Anybody?
Anybody, because in the olden days, there were no leaders of Njorincheke. There were juries or the wise men who are the leaders of Njorincheke. It is just recently when we started now having chairmen of the houses, chairmen of locations,
summons on the
And it's your evidence that nowadays you have to speak through your officials. That's
No.
your evidence?
No.
You said in the past there wasn't.
There wasn't, and even now, there is nobody who is senior than the other one, even though we use their titles, even that title that I am using. It cannot make me the spokesman of Jorincheke.
Very well noted. You are the oath. As you
Yes.
speak, you are the oath.
Yes.
And you said you are a member of Jorincheke.
Yes.
You have vowed to speak the truth.
Yes.
Are you conflicted in this whole scenario? Does your son-in-law work for Meru County government as a chief officer?
Yes. I have children.
I have asked, does your son-in-law?
Yes.
Would you state his name? To this
You know
or
it.
not? What is his name? What is the son-in-law? What is the name of your son-in-law who works as a chief officer in the county government of Meru?
It's Akwalu Mugambi.
Victor Akwalu Mugambi. Could I be right to say that you are here just to protect the impeachment of the governor and by extension protect the loss of job of your son-in-law?
No. Reason being, I have to say the reason. Reason being that my son-in-law was vetted by a competent assembly, and he passed the vetting and he was
That notwithstanding, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I put it to you that you have a conflict of interest as far as the Meru County government leadership is concerned. Will I be right to say so?
No, you are not right.
You have produced a clip allegedly played at a Jorincheke forum. Was that a formal Jorincheke forum?
Actually, it wasn't.
I am asking, was it a formal Jorincheke forum or not?
I am saying it wasn't.
It wasn't. I am
Yes.
contented with that. I'll take that. You have said you are a veteran member of the Jorincheke.
Yes.
That's so?
Yes.
Can an oath, as you have alleged it, be conducted in a forum other than a formal Jorincheke forum?
It can. If you are misled, you can do the same. And that's why we are saying as members of Jorincheke, we are going to cleanse the shrine because it was not done at the right time.
It was not done
at the right place.
At the right place.
Yes.
Therefore, a Jorincheke oath has to be done with their formalities to be followed before you administer an oath. Is that your evidence?
Yes, it is.
You said also that there need to be, one of the formalities is slaughter of an animal. That's so?
I said there is.
Is that so? Is that so?
No, I am not going to accept that because.
My question is simple, Mr. Chairman.
I was specific.
Please listen to my question.
Yes.
Is it a prerequisite that for you to administer an oath, you have to play some things, including, which you said you cannot even say here because they are non-members, members who are not initiated to Jorincheke.
Yes.
You said includes slaughtering an animal.
Yes.
Was it that? Or you want to recant your evidence?
No, what I am saying is, I said the Kidiri oath thing. That is not Kidiri oath thing. It is an oath thing, but
So
not
therefore,
Kidiri.
how many oaths does Jorincheke have?
Jorincheke has 3.
Sorry?
It has 3.
It has 3.
Yes.
And the three are members required to slaughter an animal?
Not all of them.
Not all of them. Is there any that is conducted in presence of non-members?
No.
No.
Yes, unless even it's done.
Now, in that meeting, I want to ask you whether the meeting was composed of only the members of Jorincheke.
No.
No. And it's your statement that an oath can never be conducted in the presence of non-members.
It is.
It is your evidence that an oath has to be conducted in strict presence of members only.
Yes, by strict Jorincheke elders.
Yes, and anything
But
conducted.
those ones went against.
Anything conducted with presence of non-members is not an oath.
It is a oath. Because the ones which were used there.
No, Speaker, he's speaking from both sides of his mouth, saying this at the same time and saying it again. It is your evidence, Mr. Chairman, that anything conducted in presence of non-members is not an oath. That's what you've said right now. It's on record.
I did not say that. Why I'm saying I did not say that?
On record. It's on record anyway.
Maybe you got me wrong.
Therefore, you mean that an Jorincheke oath can be conducted in presence of non-members?
By wrongdoers, yes.
You are qualifying your answer. I want an unqualified answer. My question is simple, and don't be evasive. You are here to tell the truth.
Yeah.
My question is, can an oath, a perfect oath properly so called, of a Jorincheke, can it be conducted in presence of members not initiated into the group, what I'm calling non-members?
I have said no, but it happened that day.
That means if it happened, the same is not an oath.
It is.
And the conduct of the witness need to be noted, Honorable Speaker, for avoidance of that. As a member, as a seasoned member of Jorincheke, have you participated in the conducting of oaths before?
Yes.
You have conducted?
Yes.
Can an oath be taken in the absence of an accuser and the accused?
Yes, because that oath.
Or in other words, does an oath involve two parties?
Every oathing involves two parties.
Involve two parties.
Yes.
Now, in that particular oath, who are the two parties involved? Would I be right to say that the two parties involved was, according to you, was the County Assembly of Meru and the County Governor of Meru? Those are the two parties involved.
No, I am not saying that.
I am asking you, the parties involved in all this scenario of impeachment are two.
Yes.
One, who does the impeachment? Confirm it's the County Assembly of Meru.
Yeah, it's the County Assembly of
To
Meru.
impeach who? Confirm it's the County Governor of Meru.
Yeah, the County Governor of Meru.
Was the County Governor of Meru present in that oathing ceremony?
No, she was not.
She was not. She was not present. From the video that you played, I saw the presence of Deputy Governor. Is Deputy Governor a member of Jorincheke?
No.
He is not.
Yes.
I also saw a couple of children and ladies in that forum. That's so?
Yes.
Are they members of Jorincheke?
They are not.
Are they allowed to participate in an oathing ceremony?
No.
They are not. There's a video, there's a translation to that video that is appearing on the side, on the signs of the same, of the screen, sorry. Was that translation part of the video?
Which one now, in particular?
The English translation.
The
English translation you read, you indicated at the video. Was it part of the video, or it was translated thereafter?
It was part.
It was part?
Yes.
The translation is in which language?
In English.
It's in English. Were the elders speaking English?
That day?
Yes, that day.
Yeah, there are those who are speaking in English.
From their voices, were they speaking
no,
in
they
English?
were speaking in Khmeru.
They were speaking in Khmeru.
Yes.
Therefore, that translation has been, you had to get somebody to input it. Is that so?
I'm sure you are Marian, and you got.
I'm asking a question. That was not part of the original video.
It was. It was translation. And correct translation.
Please be mindful of time.
Yes.
Was that translation part of the video?
It was, because those were the ones which were used. It's only that it is in a different language.
Did they speak in two languages?
Who?
The statement on the video are in Khmeru. The translation is in English.
Yes.
Would I be right to say that that translation was done after the video was covered or was taken?
Maybe.
Maybe. I have heard the Honorable Speaker of the County Assembly speak of one Jacob Lintori, and Honorable Speaker, if we could get to that clip where the first one, where the County Assembly Speaker is making a statement. Speaking of one Lintori, however, your translation spoke of Mithika Lintori. Sorry, the Speaker spoke of Jacob Lintori as a kingpin, while your translation spoke of Mithika Lintori as a kingpin.
Yeah, I used those.
Did you translate verbatim? Did you have a verbatim translation of
Council,
the same?
which video are you referring to, so that we
the
pick it up and play it for you?
The first video that was played, that was video. KM7, I'm told it's KM7 by the Council for the Governor.
KM7.
Yeah. Please read the name in capital. That is, please confirm that the name you can see is Mithika Lintori. On your translation.
Mithika Lintori, yes.
Twembunge Meru watu tukayenda sauti yemwe.
That is
Na tutongere twi munene wetu witwa Mithika Lintori.
What did he say? What did he say?
Ni untu.
What did you can push up?
Inyangombe iteta
What did the governor say? Sorry, what did the speaker say?
That they will be led
by who?
By Mithika Lintori.
And what is written on the what is the name of the kingpin, the leader?
Mithika Lintori.
And confirm that the same is not Mithika Lintori.
So you are telling?
Confirm those are two different names.
I cannot confirm because I know him.
This is an interpreter who was interpreting verbatim what has been said.
I cannot confirm that. I know him the way I know you.
Confirm that what is written there is Mithika Lintori and not Mithika Lintori.
It is.
It is.
Yes.
Therefore, that translation is not capturing the actual one stated by the speaker. It's different.
According to you, but
even according to yourself.
According to me,
yes.
Mithika Lintori is the same as Mithika Lintori.
Translation, verbatim translation. It is not a verbatim translation of what is being stated. Is it so?
Yes.
Very well. You said you were not allowed anywhere close to the gathering of Jorincheke. Is that so?
Not.
You said you would not go there. That was your...
Not in gathering, not in Jorincheke gathering.
Yes.
You see, there was a podium where the leaders were working at Mithika Lintori, if that's what you want to hear. Mithika Lintori.
You would not go closer to the... Despite you being the chairman or an official for quite a long time.
I think, if I can be right, you saw those people under uniform. And anybody who had no uniform could not reach where they were performing what they were doing.
Now, of all that conversation that we've had from the members from Honorable Kiraitu Murongi and from other members, yes, have you had any word that you can point out to me making reference to removal of governor or impeachment of governor? Anyway, you can refer the technical persons to it, where they have mentioned removal of governor or they have mentioned impeachment of governor.
They have not mentioned.
They have not mentioned. I will take that. I will take that.
Don't be quick to take, because I should also add what I want to
You have answered my question, and so successfully. Now, what was the purpose of that function?
The purpose?
Yes. What was it meant?
Actually, it was announced through the local
What was the purpose of that function? Leave alone the announcement.
I am coming to the point.
No, mindful of time. We are here on a time constraint.
Honorable witness.
Yes, please.
Please answer the question.
Sorry, Speaker. Yeah.
Proceed, Council.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. And thank you. What was the purpose of that meeting?
The purpose was to plant trees.
The purpose was to plant trees.
Yes.
And it was not a formal meeting of Jorincheke. Can you transact a Jorincheke meeting in a tree planting forum?
It happened that day.
It happened that day.
Yes.
But ideally, should it happen?
It should not.
It should happen.
Yes.
You said you were there briefly. How brief were you? Yeah?
Maybe, I think, an hour and 1.5 hours or 2 hours.
1.5 or 2
I cannot
hours.
be specific.
You can't be specific.
Yes.
How long did the meeting take?
It took long because.
How long did it take?
Very many hours because
Like how many hours? They took a whole day, they took 2 days, how long did it take? That's what I want to take.
It took around 7 hours.
Around 7 hours. Therefore, you only attended just a third.
Yes, I attended a third.
A third of that meeting.
Yes, but I followed everything because it was live.
Oh, you followed because it was live?
Yes.
That means much of what you are saying or what you're insinuating, you were not presently there when it occurred.
What is now much?
You were not there. You left after 1.5 hours or 2.5
Yes.
hours, and it took over 7 hours.
Yes.
You were not there. You have spoken of, you have produced a clip where the former governor of Meru, Kawira Mwangaza, says that you will be our governor. Is that so? You will be our,
yeah.
He actually says in Swahili, wewe ni tegemeo.
When Tegemeo, we are seeing you becoming the governor of Meru.
Did he say when you become the governor of Meru? Did he say whether it's now or in the future?
He did not.
He did not.
Yeah.
There is a statement that wewe ni tegemeo, which you have translated loosely to mean you are our leader. According to you, is that translation correct or incorrect?
It is correct.
What is a leader in Kiswahili?
Kiongozi.
Kiongozi.
Yeah.
And it's not tegemeo. What is tegemeo in Swahili?
Tegemeo in Swahili.
Yes.
It is tegemeo.
No, sorry, what is tegemeo in English, sorry? In English.
Huh?
What is tegemeo in English?
Tegemeo in English?
Yes.
Tegemeo in English is that...
is it being reliable?
We depend, or we can
being
depend
depended on?
Yeah, depend
or
on.
being reliable?
Yes.
Confirm, therefore, according to your interpretation of that translation, that tegemeo does not mean a leader. Tegemeo does not mean leader in English.
But according to what was
I am asking a question. Please confirm, according to your just added translation, that the word tegemeo in Kiswahili does not mean leader in English.
Actually, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
Yes.
Please now confirm that that was a wrong interpretation of the translation. Is that so? Being mindful of time again.
Yeah.
Somewhere in that video, you have spoken of sour milk. The very last, the second video that was played, Council.
Come again.
17? KM 17, video number 17.
Yes.
There's a reference to milk.
To?
To milk, sour milk, what you call to as sour milk.
Yes.
If the clip can be played for the interest of the honorable senators. Yes. There's an interpretation. The clip, kindly, if the same can be, so that I yield some minutes to my colleague to wipe.
Inyang'ombe iteta kunyorujite naye.
The last
Meru
clip.
etambere.
That's 17.
Ana vetu baratu kuthomithia bakarabwega ilasima Meru giteatea.
Once the head, honorable speaker.
Githira yale MCA ibe yabo ndekaire. Bure kirwa njara ya kuruba njuri ncheke.
But there's a reference to milk.
Githira chapter yetu. Araka MCA je ni puinde. Kambo ya kalono
kidogo watokea antobamata. Oh, brother, ame. Inyeta wana ba. Bueno. Bate que ye bueno no. Jeriete que ne gorie. Nkawa.
For avoidance of wasting.
Yes. Biandwa. Tore akoroba Meru. Okay, akwedro area. Owe. Okay, there were garotere. Bato ke akoda imano to kawate gerumi.
In other words, for avoidance of wasting time, Honorable Speaker, there was reference to milk, which was interpreted to be sour milk. Is there a difference between milk and sour milk?
Yes, there is.
In the clip, did they refer to as sour milk or they referred to milk?
I have not seen that one unless it is played again.
Anyway, now I want to, among the my parting shot, when did the conversation of impeachment of governor begin? When did that conversation begin?
It was after...
When did it begin?
It began
yes.
After the function that was...
When was that function was on 14th of October.
Which function?
That function was on 14th of October.
Then what is your question?
I am asking, confirm that that function was on 14th of October.
Yes, it was.
Confirm that the conversation of impeachment began way in August or September.
No.
When was the motion? Did you know when the motion was tabled in the County Assembly?
No.
You can't tell?
I can't tell. I can't tell.
You can't tell when the motion was tabled?
Mm.
Wrong. Have you read the motion itself?
Me?
Have you read the motion of impeachment against the governor?
No.
You have not read?
Yeah.
And I want to put to you that one of the grounds of impeachment includes misappropriation of public funds, usurpation of county powers of the statutory bodies. What does your evidence today answer to any of those charges that the governor has been charged to have committed?
No.
It doesn't address to those questions.
Yeah, because my affidavit is different from that one.
And it does not address the question of...
I think, Council, I think that is to the senators to decide. Really.
Very well, very well. I'm well guided, Honorable Speaker. You have stated that during Cheke elders, they are responsible for shaping the leadership of Meru.
Yes.
That's so?
Yes.
And they have indeed shaped all the leadership of Meru. The election of leaders, they have informed, they have advised. They have shaped it. Is that so?
Actually, that one has not happened to this case that we have now.
Not the case. I am asking, in the past, they have shaped the leadership of Meru.
Yes, but
they have influenced the leadership of Meru.
Not influencing.
They have shaped it.
Yes.
Including that of the impugned governor. Including that the leadership, the election of the governor who is being impeached.
No.
So.
No. The reason why I'm saying no.
Yes.
Is because there's no time that, or there is no time that we have sat down as in Cheke, either to advise the governor and our deputy.
Honorable Speaker, for the sake of time, I will yield a few minutes to my colleague, Mr. Morioki, to conclude.
Now, Council, cross-examine on different areas. Because
Yes.
I noticed with the other witness,
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
You actually cross-examine on areas that your colleague had covered. So if an area has been covered, just don't go back there.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honour Adrian.
Yes.
You indicated while standing there.
Yes.
That when an oath is administered, things are said which you cannot even speak in this Senate chamber. Is that correct?
I did not say that. What I said there are things which are used which I cannot say in this chamber.
Exactly. And in that video that you have seen, Can you point us to any of those things in the video?
Which ones?
The videos that have been played.
Yes.
Can you point us to any of those things that you have referred to?
No.
Thank you.
Only the ones.
Thank you. Bwana Adrian, you will agree with me that the word used there, musietio, means to swear, right?
Yes.
And the word, the proper Kimeru word for oath is muma, right?
Kushitia and Muma, they are the same. They are synonyms.
When Adrian, you said...
Council, you know, other than the senator from Meru, and I think more fire, those are the only ones who understand Kimeru. If you start exchanging with the witness on Meru words, you know, you're basically leaving the Senate behind.
Mr. Speaker, I'm well guided.
Please.
Bwana Adrian, are you a registered voter?
Yes, I am.
Did you vote in the last election?
Yes, I voted.
To the best of your knowledge, is a governor installed by the Council of Elders or is a governor voted in by the voters?
The governor is voted in by the voters.
So your testimony that the Council of Elders installed a governor is just hearsay and information that cannot be relied on.
That's why I'm here to say that was wrong.
Thank you. When you look at your video, that you have played, what is the title of the video that is provided by the that you have provided by your council? Does it say tree planting?
Tree planting.
Thank you. Where did you say that event took place?
Cheru.
And you will agree with me that that place where the event took place is the main shrine of the Njorincheke Council of Elders.
Yes, it is.
It is in fact the headquarters.
Yes.
And you will agree with me that ordinarily or rather that you said yourself that an animal cannot be killed at the shrine.
Yes.
And it was also your testimony that oaths are administered when animals are killed, or animals have to be killed for an oath to be administered.
I cited one oath, that is Kediri in Kemeru.
You have testified that no elder, even the chairman, speaks on behalf of the council, right? No elder speaks on behalf of Njorincheke. That is what you said.
I said, you can speak as a leader. And then I said, in those days, there were no leaders. There were juries or the wise men who were the leaders of Njorincheke.
You said while standing there that even someone with a position like chairman does not speak on behalf of Njorincheke. That is what you said.
I think you got me wrong.
No, Council, I'm getting a bit uncomfortable. I wish you could cross-examine on areas that your colleague has not cross-examined on, because otherwise now you are basically you're starting as if your colleague hasn't done any work, because all those questions that you're asking are exactly what your colleague has asked, and answers have been provided.
Thank you, Mr.
Speak
Speaker.
on areas that have not been covered by your colleague so that we make progress.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm well guided. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request that the first video be played so that we point out some inconsistencies between the translations and the words that are spoken.
Na ntukwena arua ankwenda kuga twe mbunge Meru batu tukaenda sauti emwe na tutongeretu imunene wetu witwa mthi konturi nturi. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Ni untu inya ng'ombe iteta kunywa rujite naye.
Pause.
Kwa kenda Meru eta.
Did you hear that speaker ask a question? You had a question?
Yes.
Can you see any question on those translations?
The question mark is not there, but the statement is there.
Can you see any question there? That is the question I have asked.
That's why I'm saying it is only the question mark which is not there, but the statement is there.
The speaker speaks or talks about Meru progressing or Meru going ahead. Is that correct?
Yeah, and the cows being turned to.
Is that appearing anywhere on those captions?
Well, you see, I think it appeared on the first one, if I am not wrong.
Can we proceed with the video, please?
Oh, kenda Meru eta mbere. Ana vetu bara tukuthomithia bakara bwega irazima Meru egite atia igwatanire. Ngithira yari MCA ibe yabonde kaire. Bure kirwa njara ya korwa njuri ncheke tuendelia chapter yetu. Haraka MCA jeni puinde.
Pause.
Kambo ya kalono kambo kindogo atokea antobamata. Kana ya muno.
Pause the video.
Baba tana ro.
Mr. Witness, does the speaker say, or does the speaker ask for some people to come so that a hand of blessing may be laid on them?
Yes.
Does that appear anywhere in the translations?
Which one now? The one now.
The translation that you have provided.
That is not the translation.
Thank you. That is not the translation. Thank you.
I'm saying that is not the translation which you're asking. Unless if the video is replayed.
Mr. Adrian Aruyaro.
Yes.
The story that is being told by the speaker who is currently holding the mic right now, is it part of the Kimeru folklore? Or the general collection of the Kimeru culture and stories and what have you?
It is.
Thank you.
It is referring,
Thank you.
It is referring to somebody.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, or rather, witness, you will agree with me that Article 11 of our Constitution recognizes culture as the foundation of our nation.
Yeah.
You will agree with me that there is no single illegal activity that has been shown in those videos.
No, because the whole thing took place.
Thank you. You will therefore agree with me that trying to paint the words of those speakers as anything other than what they were, a blessing and a culture of folklore being told, is an attempt to disparage the culture of the Meru people.
No, because I have not done that.
Mr. Speaker, that is all from me. I discharge the witness.
Thank you. Now, honorable senators, we have 5 minutes to seek any clarifications or questions.
Apologies, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, re-examination.
Yes.
Re-examination. Sorry,
Thank you.
Council.
Thank you. I'll take less than 4 minutes in re-exam. You have been told that several of those translations are inaccurate.
Yes.
Were you relying on the translations, or you are relying on your own understanding and of the Kimeru language being?
I was relying on my own understanding of the Meru language.
Did you correctly translate what was being said?
Yes.
You have also been told that that was a tree planting ceremony.
Yes.
Is that your testimony?
Actually, it was not, because in that clip, we have not seen anywhere where we planted trees.
Thank you very much. You have also been told that that could not have been an oathing ceremony because, number one, all elders were not present, that we had also non-members of Njori in that ceremony. Did you witness an oath being administered?
Yes.
Lastly, did you witness the deputy governor being installed as the governor of Meru?
Yes.
Did the elders in that clip have the blessing of the wider Njurincheke to administer the oath?
They don't, because Njurincheke does not crown a governor. A governor is voted. If Njurincheke has that powers, we could not have an electoral commission.
Honorable witness,
Yes,
just
please.
answer the question as asked by your counsel.
Yes.
Did
Cover
they
him.
have blessings of
No.
the Njurichek?
They did not have blessings
Yes.
of Njurincheke. That is all for this witness, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable senators. We have 5 minutes to ask questions or clarifications. The Honorable Chiranke.
Mine is, Mr. Speaker, to the witness. Mr. Witness, you have told us that the Meru County Assembly was competent when they vetted your son-in-law who happens to be the chief officer.
Yes.
Is it competent now that it carried out the impeachment proceedings? Number two, in that meeting, was the word impeachment of a governor used? And number three, when were you appointed as the official of the Njurinjeke? And finally, Mr. Speaker, do you have an authority to speak on behalf of the Njurinjeke? And in that meeting, whether the cabinet secretary in charge of forestry and environment was present in that meeting? I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Proceed to respond to that question.
Yeah, may I start with the first word, where I talked about the competence of the county assembly. If the county assembly, I said it vetted my son-in-law, and he passed the vetting. About impeachment, I think these are two different things. Impeachment, there are rules and regulations about the impeachment, and also vetting. They are not the same, they are rules. So you cannot compare the vetting of my son-in-law to the impeachment of the governor. You have asked me about when I was elected, not unpicked, elected. I said this about 2 weeks ago, but I had other positions. I am the organizing secretary of my house, which is known by the name Ruadene Njurincheke House. So I have been a leader even before being given the position of a chairman of 3 sub-counties. The other question, please, Honorable Senator, can you come again? Because I did not
Was
write.
the CS in charge of forest and environment present in that meeting, in that tree planting meeting?
Yes, she was there. And what surprised us is a function being attended by a senior person like the CS for environment turned to be political, and it was a tree planting function.
Honorable Kavindu.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the witness. What does it exactly mean when the Njurinjeke group seats somebody on a seat and announces him does that mean that they have removed the current governor of Meru and sat another governor on the seat of Meru? What does it mean, and what impact does it have?
What it means, Njuricheke is powerful in our community, and anything that Njuricheke says is taken seriously. But Njuricheke has no mandate whatsoever to do that. Even though it happened on that day, it is not the stand of Njuricheke. Actually, because even if you do that, you cannot remove the incubating governor from our seat. It's only that you make people think that that thing will happen.
Now, honorable senators, we need to move to the next witness. You can stand down there. The counsel for the governor, kindly call your third witness.
Mr. Speaker, sir, our next witness is Dickson Munene. The witness shall be led by Ms. Brida Kimathi. Thank you.
So would you wish to take an oath for some? I'll take an oath. You take an oath. In that case, you read this text. What's your faith? I'm a Christian. Christian. You hold the Bible on your right hand. Take the oath, speak according to the law. Okay.
Proceed to take the oath.
I, Nkanata Dickson Munene, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Mr. Speaker, sir, my colleague, Ms. Kimathi, will take on to the witness for about 10 minutes to address a certain aspect of the claim, and then I will continue in the exam in chief. We expect to take around an hour.
You had 4 hours. You had 4 hours. Now you've done 2. You remain with 2 hours. So if this witness takes 2, the other witness will take the other hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. For record purpose, my name is Brida Kimathi. Mr. Nkanata, kindly introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Dickson Munene Nkanata. I'm the CCM Legal Affairs, Public Service Management and Administration at the County Government of Meru.
Do you confirm that you swore an affidavit in support of the response to the governor?
Yes, I confirm.
And is this the affidavit on page 46 of the response of the governor?
Yes, it is.
Do you confirm that the signature at page 72 is your signature?
I confirm.
Mr. Nkanata, have you had the opportunity to read the motion?
Yes, I have.
Could you kindly read for us count number 1A? Count number 1, claim A.
Okay, the count number 1 is misappropriation and misuse of county resources. Under that, the governor, it's alleged that the governor has grossly violated those provisions of the law by, in the following way: A, the embezzlement of county funds through the governor's sisters, in brackets, Rose Kinya Gwantai and Miriam Gwantai, brother, in bracket, Kenneth Gwantai Murangiri, brother-in-law, in bracket, Nefat Kinyua, and the nephew to the governor's husband, Edwin Mutuma Murangiri, all of whom are from now on collectively referred to as the governor's relatives.
It was claimed yesterday that 78 million shillings have been, or rather has been misappropriated by the named people in that claim. Is that true?
That was the allegation, but that is not true.
It was also alleged that it was claimed that this 78 million has been met by an account of 2 million shillings. Is that true?
Again, that was the allegation, but the position is that the charge and the particulars of this charge, this count, was directed towards particular individuals. That is Rose Kinya Gwantai, Miriam Gwantai, Kenneth Gwantai Murangiri, Nefat Kenyua, and Edwin Mutuma Murangiri. And in the process, we sought to get information on as it appears in the record of the IFMIS for these particular individuals, the payments that were made that would have been attributed to these particular individuals.
Is this the claim? Is the claim that you're referring to based on the IFMIS that they have presented?
Yes, it is based on the IFMIS record that appears on page 17 to 29 of their documents.
Is there any allegation that has been made for failure to account for the 78 million that was alluded to yesterday?
There is no such an allegation in this particular count. There is no actually an allegation of the amount that the governor is saying to have failed to account.
In your understanding, Mr. Kanata, the payment that you've just explained, that I alluded to in the IFMIS extract, are these payments made subject to a specific budget or budgeted allocation? Yes,
the payments were made pursuant to the budget of County Government of Meru, budget of 2022-2023, and the vote end of the Office of the Governor.
And what is the nature of that budget item?
It's basically a recurrent expenditure. The Office of the Governor does not have a budget for development. It is recurrent expenditure.
And you confirm that there is no allegation against the governor for failure to account for this amount?
There is no such an allegation.
Now, an issue was raised around the entries in the said IFMIS extract supplied by the County Assembly. And the issue raised described prepayments. Is there any complaint in the motion that you read about the prepayments?
There is no such a complaint on prepayment in the motion.
And in any event, What do you understand generally on the term prepayment as presented in the IFMIS extract?
Well, my understanding on the term prepayment as used is that these were funds or money that was paid before a certain activity would happen. For instance, you're supposed to travel, you get paid in arrangement to that travel. There's supposed to be an event that's supposed to be organized. There is payment in preparation of that event. Those are prepayments.
And what happens to this prepayment after they've been paid? Is it like, is there an accountability for the same?
They are supposed to be accounted by the person to whom the money is being deposited into in the account.
So you confirm that prepayment is actually an accepted practice, so to say?
Yes, it is. And in fact, if you look at that IFMIS extract from page 17 to 29, I would like to take you through it, give an example on the same. Some of the prepayments that appears in the first, on page 17, you realize that there are a number of entries of 1st July 2022.
Mr. Speaker, sir, that is page 17 of the volume 2 of the County Assembly's documents. Proceed.
Yes, on 1st July 2022, there are payments whose item description is prepayment, 9 of them. I would like to confirm that those were payments that were actually made in the previous regime. That is the regime before the regime of Governor Kiraito, the former governor, Meru County.
In any case, is there any charge that the governor is facing for failure to account for these prepayments?
There is no such a charge.
Kindly proceed to count 1B. If you could read for us count 1B.
Count 1B is the withdrawal of county funds under the guise of payment for various supplies by the governor's relatives, yet they, that is the governor's relatives, yet they are ineligible to tender for or supply any goods or services to the county government.
What would you say is the basis for this charge? Or what is the charge based on?
Okay, the charge still is based on the complaint that was alluded to, that appears in the volume.
Is this the complaint on page 1 of volume 2?
Yes, page 1 of volume 2 to page 29. It's the complaint of one Duranera Salesio Mutuma.
In this charge, it has been alleged that the governor's relatives supplied the county government, or rather funds were misappropriated through the governor's relatives, where they supplied the county government with supplies. What is the nature of those supplies? Or rather, are you aware of any supplies that were made?
Okay, I'm not aware of any supplies that were made by the alleged governor's relatives. But from the complaint, from the phase of the complaint, you can see the item description called hospital supplies.
Yes, can I take you to page 6 of volume 2?
Yes, I'm there.
Specifically, item number, the voucher number is 65735.
Yes. Yes, it reads hospital supplies and others. And
you confirm that the mover of the motion alluded to the fact that the supply of this specific voucher was for hospital supplies?
Yes, that was what was alluded by the mover of the motion. And the reason why we did not be able to explain this further is because the charge is as against the governor's relatives. Is as against the governor's relatives who had been previously listed. And under this particular complaint, on the phase of page 4 to page 5 and 6 that you've taken me through, is that these are transaction history between Kadhure Rukaria Catherine, who has not been listed among the alleged governor's relatives.
Yes, regardless, but in relation to that charge, I would like for you to read us, to take us to page 19 of the Ifemis extract of volume 2 of the bundle of documents of the County Assembly.
Yes,
page 19.
I am there.
On that page, can you see the voucher number 65735 that is alleged to on page 6 as hospital supplies?
Yes, I can see it.
Could you read to us what this, can you confirm that this is the same voucher number?
Yes, it is.
And what was the payment for this specific voucher number made for?
Hospitality supplies.
So would you say that this is a deliberate attempt to misrepresent facts by the mover of the motion?
Yes, I would say that it was a deliberate attempt by the complainant, and the mover of the motion fell into that by concluding that that was a hospital supplies as opposed to hospitality supplies.
Okay. So let us go back to the IFMIS report that is from page 17 to 29 of volume 2.
Yes.
Was this report formally requested for and supplied?
No, the same was not, it wasn't, to my best of my knowledge, it wasn't.
Is the report presented before this House certified?
It is not certified.
Well enough. It's been alleged that some vouchers lack 1 or 2 signatures. I refer you to the vouchers that we produced on pages 19 to 342 of our exhibit, index of exhibits. It's here. It's okay, you don't need to. Yes. You're aware that that the governor produced vouchers on pages 19 to 342?
Yes, I am aware.
It's been alleged that these vouchers lack 1 or 2 signatures. In your knowledge and understanding, can you explain this?
Yes, I can explain. When we were required to respond to this motion, we were given 3 days to respond to the same. As a matter of fact, at the moment, the external auditors in Meru County, and some of the documents that we would have wanted to rely on are documents that they are with the external auditors. So what we did, we got copies of documents. We got copies of documents from the Chief of Staff. And it appears that some of these copies of the documents that the Chief of Staff made, they are not copies that were made as a final, for instance, a final voucher that has been signed at the time of making the payment. These are copies of the vouchers that have been signed and forwarded. Thereafter, they have been forwarded to the Department of Finance so that they can effect payment. So you will find that in some of the copies of the vouchers that we have attached, the Director of Accounts is indicated as to have not signed, because this is a copy that was made from the copies that were with the Chief of Staff.
So are you confirming that the original copies are with the external auditors?
Yes, the original copies are with the external auditors, and if we had been given more time to get them, or
Final copies, rather.
the final copies, which are the original copies, they are with the external auditors, and I'm sure that all of them have been signed.
So is it your testimony today that this impeachment motion is immature in that?
Yes, it was, in my opinion, it was premature because we should have waited for, if at all, they wanted to insist on bringing a charge as against misappropriation and misuse of county resources, then it would have worked well or better for them to have a report of the external auditor who is carrying out their audit at the moment. And that is even further emphasized by a letter from the CEC Finance, which letter appears in their bundle of documents on page 30, I believe, page 30 of their bundle of documents. That is volume 2. It's actually page 31. Where it gives an explanation that the Public Finance Management Act under Section 164 makes provision for the county treasury of the county government to prepare and submit to the Auditor General the annual finance statements in respect of county government in formats to be prescribed by the Accounting Standards Board. She further indicates the document that usually accompany this as the statement would include the services for which the appropriated money was spent, the amount actually spent on each service, the status of each vote compared with the appropriation for the vote, a statement explaining any variations between the actual expenditure and the sums voted, and any other information specified by the county treasury. So this is information that would have, all this would have helped to explain those entries in the IFMIS. And if at all there is any issue, it would have been flagged.
Thank you. Now, from your understanding then, is there any impeachable offense on these two on the account of the governor?
I don't see any impeachable offense in my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Kanata. Mr. Speaker, sir, I yield the witness to Mr. Kubasu.
Mr. Speaker, sir, my name is Okubasu. I'll take on to the witness for the remainder of the questions. And I want to start by a claim that was made about employment of traffic marshals. For this, I will refer you to page 394 of volume 2. 394 of volume 2. And I want to ask you a question for this House, which is it true that the governor established and recruited traffic marshals?
It is not true.
What is your response?
My response is this. The governor flagged a pilot test for traffic marshals. And this is an explanation that is gotten from page 394 of the letter of the county secretary to the county public service board, where the county secretary indicates that the town, that is Meru town, has been overwhelmed with traffic jams, making its special services such as ambulance and firefighting get inconvenienced and with repercussions. So the existing enforcement officers who are in charge of cleaning the town or making sure, ensuring that there is no traffic jams, could do this work. Who could do this work? There are few.
Council, kindly direct the House on which document you're making reference to.
We are referring to volume 2 of the County Assembly's document, at page 394 to be precise.
Very well. Proceed.
So in that letter, the county secretary confirms that they have pilot tested the initiative using the cleaners by training them and having them do this work. And they found that the initiative was highly successful. So it is a letter requesting the county public service board to create the positions of the traffic marshals.
So that it is your position that those positions for traffic marshals are yet to be established.
They are yet to be established. They're in the process of being established, subject to meeting the requirements that the county public service board indicated.
Okay. We'll leave that issue, and then we go to an issue that is raised under on cleaners that have been designated as senior support staff. And I want to lead you to page 373 of volume 2. Page 373 of volume 2. Do you have any explanation as to the designation of a cleaner as a senior support staff?
Okay, I indicated that as the CCM of public service, I do not have any information as to a designation of a cleaner into a senior support staff. And the copies of the payslips that have been attached here, I cannot tell as to their authenticity. All I have noticed is that the purported senior support staff are being paid the same amount a cleaner is paid, which is 15,000 per month. That is the gross, the basic salary, which is the basic salary for a cleaner. So I would highly suspect that this is something that has been edited from cleaner to a senior support staff.
Okay, I think very well go with that. Now, there is this allegation about Nefat Kinyua being assigned the position of the Director of External Linkages without a competitive recruitment process. It's an issue that arose here.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
What is your position about it?
My position about this is that Nefat Kinyua, who is an administrator in the office of the Deputy Governor, was deployed to perform the functions of a Director External Linkages. This was done after the person who had been appointed, the substantive person who had been appointed for that position, who is Vincent Mutweri, after his academic qualifications and degrees were verified by the County Public Service Board, they found that those documents were forged. And for that particular reason, his appointment was revoked. So this deployment was made awaiting substantive appointment of another direct external linkages.
Okay, has that happened already or not yet?
It has happened.
It has happened?
Yes.
Okay, how about the other claim that was made of Kenneth Mwiti Riungu and being appointed without the approval of the County Assembly?
I also confirm that Kenneth Mwiti Riungu was not appointed as a chief officer, but deploying to perform the functions of that particular office. And a deployment, it is something that is allowed in law by the County Government Act, where a public officer, in this case the county secretary, can make deployment awaiting substantive appointments.
Okay.
And on the same note, that if such a deployment have been made irregularly, the County Public Service Board has the authority in law under Section 64, subsection 5 of the County Government Act to take corrective measures, which include to nullify that particular deployment or delegation.
Okay. Okay, I'll ask you one final question on this issue, and this question, I want you to look at page 295 of volume 2. Page 295 of volume 2, and request you to confirm that the appointment or deployment of Edwin Mutuma, Kenneth Riungu, and Gitobu Nkanata was done, number one, by the county secretary. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct.
And second is that it did not affect only those 3 employees.
Yes, it did not affect the 3 employees only.
Okay. So how many employees were affected, if you may tell this house?
17.
17 employees. Is there any complaint in respect of the 17 employees?
There is no complaint, but there was a petition that was filed in court by the same Salesio Duranera on illegal appointment, alleged illegal appointment and deployment by the county secretary, where he sues the county secretary. That matter is still pending in court.
Okay. Fair enough. I will ask you, I'm about to finish. There are questions about the appointment of Monica Kawira, Dr. Kome Mudhuri, Francis Muigai, and Silas Mbabu, that these people were appointed in an acting capacity for more than 6 months. Is that a correct allegation, or it's not?
It is not correct.
What is your explanation to that?
Is that Monica Kagwema was appointed in acting capacity on 17th of May 2023. 6 months are yet to lapse. The other 2, Dr. Kome Mudhuri, was appointed on 23rd August 2023 in acting capacity still. And it's still not 6 months after his appointment in acting capacity.
So that your position is that the positions these people are acting for 6 months has not substantially ended for most of them?
It has not, and there is no evidence that has been put in place to confirm that or substantiate that allegation.
Okay, there's a question about 100 staff that have been employed by the governor in her office. Is that a correct position?
It is not a correct position. And
what is the correct position?
To my knowledge, I have not seen any letters of appointment signed by the governor appointing these particular employees under the office of the governor, and that these particular employees are usually appointed by the County Public Service Board. That is one. 2, it is not true that the number that is alleged there, it is the number of employees that have been appointed under the office of the governor. Some of them are cleaners, casual cleaners who have been designated into to clean the offices of the governor, the residences of both the governor and the deputy governor. And these are employees that essentially are under public service.
Okay. I'll ask you 2 questions about the grievances of the deputy governor in relation to employees. And one of them is, it has been claimed that the deputy governor has been frustrated by taking away some of his employees. So question number 1 is this: to the best of your knowledge, and I saw this in the affidavit of the driver. How many drivers does the deputy governor have?
He had 4 drivers.
So your testimony is that the deputy governor had 4 drivers?
Yes.
Okay, one of the drivers has complained that the county wrote a letter acknowledging non-existent resignation letters. I want to take you to page 366 and page 367 of the volume of the governor's response, the indexture to the governor's response, the blue document. And I want you to confirm to this House whether it is true or not true that the county government wrote a letter acknowledging non-existent resignation letters.
You sent page 367?
366 and 367. Of the document by the governor. My question is, I want you to confirm to this House whether or not there was existent or non-existent resignation letters.
There was resignation letters.
Is that found anywhere on the record?
Yes. There is a letter of resignation, page 366. There's another one on page 367.
So they are actually resignation letters. Is that correct?
From the face of it, they are resignation letters.
Resignation letters. Has any of those employees taken the county government to court in respect of those resignation letters?
None of the employees have taken the county government to court.
To the best of your knowledge, has anyone been charged in the county government for forgery of the resignation letters?
I'm not aware of any person.
Okay. So I'll finish just by asking you one question on the if miss. I will repeat. I will go back there, and I just want you to confirm one thing to this House on the charge of misappropriation of funds. Please confirm the date when the governor assumed office.
On 25th August 2022.
On 25th of August 2022.
Yes.
Now, the IFMIS document that we have been given predates the date when the governor got into office. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are there entries that are similar in nature during the time when this governor was not in office, and they are similar to what has happened after she got into office?
Yes, there are entries as I have pointed out.
Can you just flag out 2 or 3 of them again? And that will be the last question from me. At page 17. Of volume 2, that is?
Yes.
By the county assembly.
The first 2 entries are on prepayment.
Okay.
And the third entry also is on hospitality supplies.
So that all those correspond to what happens after the governor comes into office?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, sir, that will be all in exam chief for the witness. I will hand him over for cross-examination.
Counsel for the County Assembly, you may proceed to cross-examine the witness.
My learned friend, Mr. Dixon Munene, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Please confirm to the Senate your professional background.
I'm a lawyer by profession and an advocate of the High Court.
Practicing with which firm?
I stopped practicing when I joined the county government.
In which firm were you practicing before you stopped?
OMK Advocates.
Who was your partner in that law firm?
There was Isaac Kazungu. There was Dr. Okubasu.
That was our colleague who just examined you a while ago, right?
Yes.
As a learned man, we can take it you're fairly familiar with the laws of Kenya, right?
Yes.
I want us, before we go to those laws, who is the accounting officer in the office of the governor?
Either the chief officer,
Either the chief officer,
under the office of the governor, or the chief of staff.
but as a matter of fact, who is the designated accounting officer for the office of the governor of Meru County?
It's the chief officer, apparently.
His name?
Her name is Naomi.
Okay. You will agree that would ordinarily be the person testifying to accusations of embezzlement of funds, not you who heads a different department. Wouldn't you agree to that, sir?
It depends.
Who ordinarily, sir, you're a lawyer, let's make it easy. Who, as a matter of law and fact, and ideally should be responding to the allegations about embezzlement of funds, is it you or the accounting officer?
The accounting officer.
Good. Does the Meru County government have a CEC for finance?
It does.
What is her name?
CPA Monica Kadhono.
Monica Kadhono.
Yes.
You will agree with me, even if we were to take it that there is no accounting officer, that will be the next person in line that will be better placed to tell the Senate about misappropriation of funds, correct or incorrect?
In assumption, yes, correct.
I put it to you, sir, that the reason none of these officers has been called as a witness is because they know from their professional background they cannot defend the allegations before the Senate.
That is not true. The reason is because many of the allegations that have been made here are on employment, and we could not bring every employee of the county to answer to these questions.
We are with the allegation of embezzlement of funds. I put it to you, sir, that the reason the governor has not called either of these two officers to defend the irregularities on these IFMIs is because those officers cannot, as professionals in that line, defend the content of these IFMIs, the irregularities on it.
That is not true.
That is not true. You just told the Senate that...
Dr. Mudomi.
Yes.
Just a little bit housekeeping. How much time do you need for purposes of cross-examination?
Mr. Speaker, I see myself taking at least an hour with this witness, which I'll be sharing with my learned friend, Mr. Boniface Mawira, and time permitting with Mr. Mari Maranya.
1 hour might be too much.
It's my challenge, Mr. Speaker, is you note of all the affidavits filed by the governor, the bulk of the governor's defense is in this witness's affidavit. He speaks to very many things. The length of his affidavit clearly confirms it. That is the only reason we beseech you to grant us at least an hour.
Very well. We are going to give you 30 minutes. We take a break for lunch, then you resume and work within that timeline.
Much obliged, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
Mr. Dixon Monene, it is your testimony before the Senate that the transactions on the IFMIS report at page 17 to 29 relate to the period when Governor Kiraitu was the governor, right?
That is not true. I have said that it transcends between the two regimes. When the former governor was in place and when the new governor, the current governor is.
It transcends the two regimes.
Yes.
Would you agree with me this document, sir, has hundreds upon hundreds of transactions?
Yes.
Would you also agree with me that out of these hundreds upon hundreds of transactions, only 12 cover the period when the Honorable Kiraitu Murungi was the governor?
I'll have to confirm that.
Okay, we will confirm with you. Go to page 17. What is the date? At page 17 of the first transaction?
Sorry, 1st of July 2022.
When did the governor assume office?
25th August.
25th August.
Yes.
So when you will agree with me, after the first 12 transactions, all the other transactions on page 17 cover the period when the Governor Kawira was the one in charge, right?
Right.
That applies to all the transactions on the next page, right?
Right.
And the next page.
Yes.
And the next page.
Yes.
All the way to the end.
Yes, until the end of the financial year.
Good. Therefore, you will agree with me, sir, that more than 99% of these IFMIs relates to a period when the Honorable Kawira was the governor for Meru County. True or untrue, it's there on the document.
I have not necessarily seen more than 99%, but majority.
Would you agree more than 90%?
Yes, I would.
Good. It is therefore not correct or even fair to suggest that it is someone else other than the Governor Kawira Mwangaza who should be questioned about the irregularities in this IFMIS.
That was never the suggestion.
Okay, that was not the suggestion. We'll deal with it later. Is there anywhere in the impeachment motion where we mention hospitality?
Yes.
In which paragraph? And what page? Is there anywhere we have mentioned hospital supplies?
No, various supplies.
Yeah, but everywhere that was made of the phrase hospital supplies vis-a-vis hospitality supplies.
That is in your annexure.
I'm talking about the motion, sir.
It is not in the motion.
Good. I would assume, sir, as the head of legal in Meru County, you're familiar with the County Governments Act. Is that a fair assumption for me to make?
Yes, it is.
Let's go to volume 3 of our BADO. Mr. Speaker, volume 3 of the Assembly's BADO. Go to page 19, sir, of that volume. You see there is Section 30 of the County Governments Act. Right?
I'm not there yet. I'm trying to. You sent page
19 of our volume 3.
Yes.
What is the title of that Section 30? Mr. Dixon Monene, what is the heading of that section as per the statute?
Functions and responsibilities of a county governor.
It talks of two things. One is functions, right?
Yes.
The other one is responsibilities, right?
Yes.
You will agree the word responsibility connotes accepting the consequences of one's actions and omissions, even as a matter of ordinary grammar, isn't it?
Sorry?
When we say the responsibility of so and so, aren't we saying, using another derivative of the word, they are responsible for the things listed there?
Yes.
Therefore, you would agree the governor is responsible, as per this section, paragraph A, for diligently executing the functions of the office. Diligence is the word used, right?
Where are you?
The requirement here is one of diligence, paragraph 2A.
Yes.
You will also agree with me, sir, as a matter of ordinary grammar, diligence connotes active engagement, not the idea of saying it wasn't me or it was the work of someone else. Doesn't it connote exercising close supervision, paying attention to detail? Does it connote detachment from the matter at hand so that I am detached? It wasn't me. It was the county secretary. It was the chief of staff. It was other officials. It wasn't me. Does this section permit a detached governor, a governor who is detached from what is happening in our own office? Either it does or it doesn't, Mr. Munene, and you are a lawyer, please.
It connotes that the governor should diligently execute the functions and exercise the authority provided for in the Constitution and legislation, the governor's authority.
So it means governor's authority is to be exercised diligently.
Yes.
Not in a nonchalant or careless or I don't care type of approach, isn't it?
Diligently is the word.
Diligently. Let's go to paragraph 3. Before we go to 3, above there is a Roman I. Does it require the governor to ensure the discharge of any function within the county and within the provision of any services? Doesn't it mean the governor is responsible, going back to the title, for ensuring the proper discharge of all the functions of the county executive?
Which Roman?
Roman I, section 30, subsection 2, Roman I.
So what I have, it says that by a decision notified in the county gazette,
yes,
the governor shall assign to every member of the county executive committee responsibility to ensure the discharge of any function within the county and the provision of related services to the people.
So the governor does not just assign responsibilities to CECMs or indeed any other officer. they have to ensure the discharge of the relevant function, and going to the previous section, diligently, isn't it?
My understanding is that the governor shall assign to every member a responsibility. And this responsibility, it is to ensure the discharge of any function within the county and the provision of the written services to the people.
Fair enough. Let's go to 3. Can you read the opening line to subsection 3?
In performing the functions under subsection 2, the governor shall.
It says the governor shall. So this section is speaking to an obligation of the governor, correct?
Yes, it is.
As a matter of fact, as the eminent lawyer you are, this is a mandatory obligation under the canons of interpreting the law, isn't it? The word shall, isn't it connoting an obligation in the nature of a mandatory duty?
It is, but no, I mean, it's I don't think it's mandatory.
Okay, we will live with that. But what does it say the governor shall do as per paragraph A?
Shall provide leadership in the county's governance and development.
The governor shall provide leadership in the county's governance.
Yes, and development.
So the governor is the leader when it comes to issues of governance in the county, isn't it?
Yes, and development.
You will agree with me, sir, the question of embezzlement of public funds is an issue in the realm of governance. Is it or is it not?
It is.
And if it is, and the statute says the governor shall provide leadership, it is not therefore open to the governor to throw junior officers under the bus when the statute says it is our responsibility. Correct or incorrect?
I have not said that the governor has thrown junior officers under the bus.
Our defense, if you have read it, is that it wasn't me, it was someone else. And to be precise, if you want me to quote our defense, she says, if this embezzlement occurred, it occurred under the care of other officials who are independently answerable to the county assembly and who independently bear responsibility. That's the defense I'm interrogating, my learned friend. Is that defense consistent with this paragraph A, which says the governor shall provide leadership on matters of governance?
I would beg to see that paragraph that you just quoted on the governor's defense.
Oh, we'll of course show it to you, sir.
Thank you.
Just a minute, Mr. Speaker, open my...
As you do that, Dr. Mudomi, be mindful of the time. And if it's taking longer, you can move on to the next line of your questioning.
It is, I'm about just to, only that my computer is playing games with me, but I'll find it. It is paragraph 12, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sorry we lost time on this because my learned friends shouldn't really be denying something that is in black and white. Can you read paragraph 12 of the governor's response, sir? It will be on the smaller bundle of the governor's documents, Mr. Speaker.
You mean the paragraph appearing in page 3?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you read it for us?
The impeachment motion is, therefore, a means to a selfish end by the deputy governor, who is the ultimate beneficiary if the governor is removed from office. Indeed, the bulk of the allegations against Her Excellency the Governor largely constitute matters that this Senate found the governor not to be in wrongdoing during the first impeachment by the County Assembly. In any view, many of the said allegations are essentially matters within the docket of other county officials who bear responsibility and who, in law, are subject to oversight by the Assembly.
So, sir, that last sentence is the one I'm interested in because it is one of the many defenses of the governor that say it wasn't me, it was other officials. Is that defense, sir, consistent with the responsibility of the governor under section 30, subsection 3, to provide leadership on matters of governance?
Yes, it is consistent.
Okay. Does it go to 3C? What does it say the governor shall do?
3C.
In our volume 3, we're still on section 30, sir.
Okay.
Section C, subsection C of 3, what does it tell us the governor shall do?
In performing the functions under subsection 2, the governor shall promote democracy, good governance, unity, and cohesion within the county.
Now, sir, you again agree one of the responsibilities of the matters for which the governor is responsible is matters to do with governance. It is the section saying the governor is responsible for it. Correct or incorrect?
Yes, correct. Good governance.
It also talks of the governor bearing responsibility to promote unity and cohesion.
Yes, which in my opinion she has done.
Yes, but you also agree, sir, if by law this is a responsibility of the governor, if there are serious questions about governance, cohesion, and national unity, the governor can say, it wasn't me, crucify someone else. True or untrue, Mr. Munene?
This is a corrective responsibility because
No. Does it say it is a collective responsibility, or does the section say it is the responsibility of the governor?
The section says it's the responsibility of a governor. Good. But in other sections,
let's stick to this one. We'll come to the other section.
There are provisions for other leaders to promote the same.
Munene, you're a lawyer, you know the rules. I didn't ask about the other sections. We are talking about the governor. Let's go to the most beautiful of them, F. Can you read to the Senate one of the things this section of the law says the governor bears responsibility? What does it say at F?
In performing the function under subsection 2, the governor shall be accountable for the management and use of the county resources.
So the law already says the governor shall be accountable. Initially, we begin with the title of the section saying it is the responsibility of the governor. And now we are being told the governor is accountable. Correct or incorrect?
That is correct.
I put it to you, sir, that based on all these legal provisions, it is not legally open to the governor to say, it wasn't me.
And my response to that is that I have not seen any provision or anywhere the governor is saying it wasn't me.
Even after you read for us telling us it is the other officials and they are independently responsible? Mr. Speaker, I'm being told it's time to proceed for lunch. Maybe you can leave it at that point.
You still have got 7 minutes to go.
Oh, good. I had then read the signal wrongly from the... Mr. Dixon.
Yes, sir.
As a lawyer, to the best of your knowledge, is the government allowed to pay for goods not paid, not supplied, or services not yet rendered? Open for me that section. 45 of the anti-corruption.
For goods and services not yet rendered.
Yes, and I'll refer to you again to our volume 3, page 51.
Just take your time.
Volume 3, Mr. Speaker of our Badus. Have you reached there, Mr. Munene?
Yes, I have.
Section 45, subsection 2 of the Anti-Corruption and the Economic Crimes Act. You will agree that law is a Chapter 6 law. Am I right or wrong? It's a law that breathes life to Chapter 6 of our Constitution. Correct or incorrect?
Sorry?
Mr. Munene.
Sorry?
Is this law the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act?
Yes,
a law founded on Chapter 6 of our Constitution?
It's a law that was enacted even before the Chapter 6 of the Constitution.
Yes, but is it one of the laws, sir, that give effect to Chapter 6 of our Constitution? Either it is or it is not.
Yes, it does.
Good, it does. Now, at Section 45, what does it tell us public agencies should not do at subsection 2, Roman 2, and Roman 3? Does it say public agencies cannot pay for goods not supplied or supplied in full?
Sorry?
Does it forbid at page 51, Mr. Munene, the county government of Meru from paying for goods not supplied or supplied in full?
It says an officer or person whose functions concern the administration, custody, management, receipt, or use of any part of the public revenue or public property is guilty of an offense if the person fraudulently makes payment or excessive payment from public revenues for substandard or defective goods, for goods not supplied or not supplied in full, or services not rendered or not adequately rendered.
I am interested in payment for goods not supplied.
Fraudulent payment.
Yes. Of course, the Assembly's case is that these were fraudulent payments. We'll come there, sir. But you agree this section forbids advance payments for goods not paid, or rather supplied, and services not yet rendered.
For goods not supplied or not supplied in full.
So does that prohibit prepayment? On its face, either it does or it does not.
My understanding is that it prohibits payment for goods not supplied or not supplied in full.
So, on the IFMI's extract, when the IFMI says these are prepayments, 107 of them, isn't a prepayment a payment for goods not supplied or services not rendered?
The prepayments are for the interests.
Yes, sir, but you have only adduced a few interests. Out of the 107 transactions, you've only adduced interest for less than 10.
Because that was your particulars of the charge, which we responded to.
Let's
the
go,
particulars.
sir, to the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act. If you can read it for the Senate.
No. It should be this document. Sorry, it's in volume 3?
Mr. Speaker, I don't believe that one was printed. It's section 146 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act.
You want the witness to read it out, the provisions of that particular section?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the witness is a lawyer. There should be no hardship. I'm speaking to this issue. It's a legal issue.
Counsel, if it's an act of parliament, it's law. Whether you read it or not, that is what the law provides. So it's better you just go ahead and read.
Fair enough. Mr. Monene, you again confirm that law forbids advance payments. What is the title of that law? Section 146?
A minute. Okay. So in part. It's on advance payment.
And what does it say?
No works, goods or services contract shall be paid for before they are executed or delivered and accepted by the accounting officer of a procuring entity or an officer authorized by him or her in writing, except where so specified in the tender documents and contract agreements. So there is an exemption. Such an advance
because there is an exemption, many laws have an exemption.
Thank you.
In that note, we need to stop at that note. It's time to adjourn. You will pick it up from there in the afternoon.
Much obliged.
Dr. Tangoli, you will have a balance of 30 minutes when the session resumes in the afternoon to continue with your cross-examination. And Honorable Senators, it is now 1:15 p.m. time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until today at 2:30 p.m.
A very warm welcome to these Senate live proceedings. They are coming to you courtesy of the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in collaboration with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, KBC. On this Wednesday afternoon's order of paper, the Senate will continue the hearing and determination of the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor of Meru County. And just a recap of the proceedings earlier on today, the Senate considered the communication that was made by the Speaker of the Senate to the Senate yesterday before adjourning on the comments by one CS Moses Kuria on the X platform, formerly the Twitter, on the comments that were made on this process. And a lot of senators raised a lot of concern about the conduct of that CS, and some were even of the opinion that it should be dismissed from the cabinet as well as fired. Though under the Constitution of Kenya, Article 152, sub-article 6, it's only the National Assembly that can impeach a cabinet secretary. And under that provision, a member of the National Assembly, supported by at least 1/4 of all the members of the Assembly, may propose a motion to the President requiring the President to dismiss a CS on the grounds of gross violation of the Constitution or any other law, or where there are serious reasons for believing that the Cabinet Secretary has committed a crime under national or international law. You can see senators have begun to stream into the House, and the defense, rather the counsel for both the County Assembly and the governor are already in the House. Earlier on, during the morning session, the county governor called 3 witnesses, among them Nicholas Kinyua, Muna Josephat, who is an MCA, and there was also Adrian Karichia, who is a Jorincheke council elder, and distinguished legal practitioner Dixon Munene, who practices law together with Mr. Duncan Okubasu. And I came to testify on behalf of the governor. And can see senators are streaming to the chamber. And in a minute from now, once we get the quorum and the speaker enters the chamber and takes the chair, we shall add you over to those proceedings. As we had indicated, as you have just indicated earlier on, the governor has already called 3 witnesses that you have mentioned, and the Senate, once it resumes the counsel for the County Assembly, Dr. Mudomi Diankolu, will continue to cross-examine Mr. Dixon Monene, who is a CCM, that is County Executive Committee member for the County Government of Meru, and is the main star witness for these for the governor for Meru County, and the County Assembly of Meru will try to see if they can prove the allegations that the governor has already they have accused the governor of, and whether they can punch the punch holes rather to speak on the evidence by the governor in order to support their case. And during the morning session, there were issues to do with the coercion of members. You can see the procession of the speaker sent at the chamber, and once the speaker takes his chair, we shall add you over to plenary. The presiding speaker is the Senate Speaker, Jeff Amason Kingi. and is approaching his chair, and once he takes the chair, we hand it over to plenary for the proceedings. Welcome and enjoy the proceedings.
I beseech you to behold with your abundant favor and blessings us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you've committed to our charge. Amen. Clerk, is there a quorum? Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
To be rung for 10 minutes. And this is in line with the standing orders of the Senate, and that is Standing Order 39 and Standing Order 40. Under the Senate Standing Order 39, the required quorum before the Senate can sit is 15 senators, and the quorum at the commencement of a sitting under that provision of Standing Order 40 is that at the commencement of a sitting, if there is no quorum present when the chair is taken at the time appointed for a sitting of the Senate, the Speaker shall immediately, after the prayer, order the bell to be rung for 10 minutes. And that is the process that is going on now. The quorum bell is being rung for 10 minutes so that members of the Senate can get into the chambers for the start of this afternoon session. Just to keep you abreast with what is going on, can see that we have the legal team of the County Assembly that is on your screen now, led by one Dr. Mudomi Diankolu. And there is also Morioki, an advocate at Mawera too. And just to guide the listeners on what is going on, the governor is now adducing his evidence, and that evidence shall, that the witness who was on the stand before the Senate went for lunch or broke for lunch will take the stand again for cross-examination by the County Assembly, and thereafter if there is any re-examination. And the governor had indicated, can see the legal team of the governor led by Elisha Ongoya and Elias Mutuma, and there is Okubasu Duncan. They are ready to give evidence in trying to defend the impeachment of the governor. And the governor indicated in the morning that she was going to call for witnesses, and the third witness is coming back for cross-examination rather. And the ones that is done, can see there is the county governor for Meru, Kawira Mwangaza, together with her lawyer, Elias Mutuma. Once the Senate resumes, the governor will have to call her final witness rather, and thereafter, the senators will have an opportunity to field questions and requests for clarification by senators. And once that is done, then the Senate will continue rather to hear the closing statements on behalf of the County Assembly. And they will have 1 hour or 60 minutes to do so. And after the County Assembly has made their closing statements and remarks on this matter, the Senate will have the governor, rather will have 60 minutes or 1 hour to make a closing statement on that impeachment. And then the Senate now, after that, will resort to debate on that motion for impeachment, and thereafter vote on whether to impeach the governor for Meru County or not to uphold that impeachment by the County Assembly of Meru. Just see the quorum bell has stopped ringing. The speaker is, we hand over, we see if there's quorum. Yeah.
Clerk, proceed to call the first order, please.
Order number 1, communication from the chair. Order number 2, hearing and determination of the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor of Meru County.
Now, I'm informed when we took the lunch break, witness Dixon Munene was on the stand, and he was being cross-examined by the County Assembly team, and that they had 30 minutes to conclude that cross-examination. So kindly let the witness take the stand, and counsel for the County Assembly, you may now proceed with the cross-examination. You have 30 minutes.
belong to the governor.
Like you led me, there is an AIE order under that office.
There is an AIE hold, of course, but the document is clear. These are transactions in the office of
the governor.
Good. Please confirm, Mr. Munene, that the governor's explanation for all these prepayments is that they were impressed. Is that what the record shows?
That is not what the governor's explanation is.
Sergeant at times, is there a problem with the witness's microphone? And Mr. Mnene, when you're responding, get closer to the microphone so that we can hear your response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's now clearer.
Mr. Munene, you know there is a matter on the record. Are you saying the governor's explanation is not that the prepayments on these IFMIs were impressed, that our sister Rose Kinya and the other officers were holding?
The explanation is that it's a recurrent expenditure.
Can I refer you to page 8 of the governor's response? Are you there, Mr. Munene?
No, I am not.
Page 8 of the governor's response, Mr. Speaker.
Tell my advocate to guide me with documents. Tell them to give me the documents.
At page 8, paragraph 1.1.12, what is the explanation the governor offers?
As late as 15th August 2023, the mover of the motion at the County Assembly publicly through his Facebook page stated that the PA, driver and protocol people were entitled to facilitation. That's a statement of fact.
What does she say at paragraph 1.1.7 of our defense?
So which page?
Page 7.
However, no embezzlement of funds has been established. Rose receives money as an imprest holder from time to time as per DMs.
Good. So you agree with me, sir, the governor's explanation for these prepayments, specifically the ones to our sister, is impressed. It's there in black and white, Mr. Munene.
Yes, I agree, it's impressed.
Good. To the best of your knowledge of the law, sir, can a public officer hold two imprests at the same time?
What do you mean by two imprests?
Exactly that. Two imprests. Can an officer hold two concurrent imprests?
Yes.
Are you familiar, sir, with the Public Finance Management, in bracket, County Government Regulations of 2015?
Yes, I am.
Can you read Regulation 93, paragraph 4, subparagraph B.
Regulation 93, it's on classes of imprests.
Yes.
An imprest shall be issued for a specific purpose, and any payments made from it shall be only for the purposes specified in the imprest warrant. There are two types of imprests, namely temporary or safari imprests and standing imprests.
If you pause there, the imprest alluded to in the governor's response is the temporary or safari imprest. Correct or incorrect?
I don't get the allusion.
You just read for us, sir, there are two types of imprest.
Yes.
One is standing, and the other one is temporary, also known as safari. Now back to the defense you read for the governor. Didn't she say these were imprest for per diems?
Yes.
Therefore, you would agree with me, the governor's explanation refers to temporary or safari imprest. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
And in fact, we are told in subparagraph 3 that these are meant for official journeys. Correct or incorrect from the regulation?
Where?
The same page you're looking at, regulation 93, subparagraph 3.
Says that temporary imprests shall be issued mainly in respect of official journeys and are intended to provide officers with funds with which they can meet traveling, accommodation, and incidental expenses.
Sir, is it possible for an officer to be on several safaris on the same day so that they would have several imprests on the same day?
I don't think there is a place where we have gotten several imprests.
Just answer my question, sir. We'll get there. Is it possible for a human being to be on 5 safaris on the same day?
It depends.
It depends.
Yes.
That takes me to paragraph 4, subparagraph B. Can you read it for the Senate?
Still on Regulation 93?
Of course, sir.
Before issuing temporary imprests under paragraph 2, the accounting officer shall ensure that the main objective of the journey cannot be achieved by other cheaper means. B, the applicant has no outstanding imprests.
Good.
C,
the accounting officer showing that indeed the journey for which the imprest was issued was undertaken?
Not necessarily. There are other documents that can accompany that. For instance, that there is an invitation for a certain safari.
If the imprest we've read, sir, is to meet traveling, accommodation, and incidental expenses, is it your evidence that in accounting for the imprest, no documents are to be submitted by way of receipts, by way of boarding passes, and related documents to show indeed the money was spent for these purposes? Is that your testimony, Mr. Monene?
No, that is not my testimony.
Good. In the surrender forms and vouchers that the governor has presented to the Senate, have you seen any supporting documents other than the work ticket, the same work ticket used for 4 months, 17 times?
Which one is that?
I'll read the number for you because we went through it yesterday. It is work ticket number 824574, and it appears, for the record, Mr. Monene, in pages 104, 118, 129, 138, 150, 189, 204, 244, 245, 262, 269, 276, 284, 292, 300, 312, and 327 of the governor's Bado.
So the documents that you're referring to me are different.
Have you read their serial numbers, sir?
I've read their content. The
content is, of course, different because it's a forgery, but is in the serial number the same for all of them?
It is not a forgery, it's a photocopy.
Any evidence to show it is a photocopy before this Senate?
Yes, there is.
Can you point it to us? And as you look for the evidence, as you assisted, sir, aren't these work tickets pulled from a serialized book? Wouldn't photocopying be antithetical to the very reason for them having serial numbers? So that even if we were to take it, Mr. Monene, that these are photocopies, which they are not, the photocopying would itself be an act of fraud, wouldn't it? Because it would defeat the purpose of having a serial number. Isn't it? Would you agree, sir?
I have not seen any evidence of serial number that you're referring to.
It is your case. Okay, you can be shown because, you know, it's in black and white, Mr. Monene. You can't deny the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. It's in black and white.
Oh, just it.
You will agree the reason work tickets have a serial number is to facilitate accounting, isn't it?
I may not entirely be in a position to respond.
You're not in a position?
Yes. But what I know is that this is a blank form that has been photocopied by the driver.
Has the driver come to testify here, sir, to say that he photocopied this form?
I'm giving that explanation.
Yes, but you're not the person who can tell us it was a photocopy. It is the driver who can say that. You're a lawyer, you know, correct or incorrect?
Yes, I'm a lawyer.
And you're aware as a lawyer, the only person who can tell the Senate that form was photocopied is the one who photocopied it. Correct or incorrect? Is that the law, Mr. Munene?
Sorry?
Is it the law that you're speaking to hearsay when you say it is a photocopy? Did you witness the photocopying?
I know it has been photocopied.
Did you witness with your 2 eyes, Mr. Munene, photocopying?
No.
Good. So you cannot testify that it's a photocopy. Mr. Speaker, I led my remaining minutes to Mr. Maranya to do the remainder of our cross-examination.
It has been photocopied.
Did you witness with your 2 eyes, Mr. Munene, photocopying?
No.
Good. So you cannot testify that it's a photocopy.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Just before I begin, Honorable Speaker, I must admit that the witness is my classmate. Nevertheless, I'll proceed to do the cross-examination. Mr. Munene.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Please confirm to this House that you are not in charge of County Public Service Board.
County Public Service Board is an autonomous body at the county government.
Very good. It's an autonomous body in the county government.
Yes, established under the County Government Act.
Meaning it's an independent government, or arm of a government. Sorry, dependent organ of a government, county government.
Yes.
Please confirm that matters employment falls within the realm of the County Public Service Board. Matters employment in the county government of Meru.
Matters recruitment. Matters employment fall both in terms of employees under the public service and also the County Public Service Board when it comes to recruitment.
Well, please confirm again that there's a specific spokesperson of the County Public Service Board other than yourself.
The County Public Service Board has established it as a secretary who is also
Who
the
is the
CEO of the
spokesperson,
board.
CEO and the spokesperson of the board?
The Act does not say that he's a spokesperson, but I know he's a secretary and the CEO.
In other words, can you speak on behalf of the board?
No.
No. You have made an allegation that the payment of one Dr. Toiti, Kenneth Kimathi, Paul Moaki, was done in accordance with the court order. Is that so? You still
Yes.
making the same argument?
Yes, I do.
I want to refer you to the letters that sent the stated persons on compulsory leave. Are you there?
Which page are you referring to?
This page 336 of the County Assembly, Volume 2. Are you there? Kindly mindful of time.
Yes, I am.
Please read the second sentence, beginning with while on compulsory leave.
While on compulsory leave,
yes,
you will be entitled to your full salary,
yes,
and other benefits that go
with your
contract.
Very well.
Yes.
That means this letter is dated when?
6th of September 2022.
6th of September 2022. Written by who? Is it the county secretary?
It is signed by Rufus Meriti.
What is the designation of that particular person?
Used to be a county secretary and head
Was
of public service.
While on compulsory leave, you'll be entitled to your full salary and other benefit that goes with your contract. That's all? Please confirm that the court order dated 7th of October 2022 did not order the county government to pay salaries. Please confirm that particular court order. You can refer to it in the court order of 7th of October 2022.
It's on which page?
For page 418. Sorry, 416, sorry, my apologies. Does it make reference to salaries?
For which volume?
It can be shown by my colleague. Page 416 of the Governor's Bado. Sorry, on the County Assembly Bado. Does it speak of, does it order the county secretary as well as the county governor to pay the petitioners their salaries? Please, mindful of time.
Okay, the order issues conservatory orders.
Does it order you to pay, does it order the governor to pay salaries as well as salaries? Does it speak of a salary in that? The order number one. It is
yes, the interpretation of that order indicates that salaries should be paid.
Where specifically?
By restraining the respondents, whether by themselves, their offices, or their servants or agents whatsoever, from implementing the impugned decisions contained in the letters.
Where does the letter that we've read is so express on payment of salaries? This particular one, does it speak of salaries payment?
This particular order freezes the letter on compulsory leave.
Does not talk on salaries. It is a factual.
No, a subsequent one talks on salary.
No, not this one. We are going to the.
Not this one that you're talking about.
This one does not order you to pay the salaries.
No, but there is a subsequent one in the same matter, which you appear for the petitioners.
Do you still want to maintain that you are verment that you are ordered by the court to pay salaries?
Yes, I still maintain that.
In accordance to?
In accordance to the court order.
Court order dated?
Let me take you there.
Court order dated? Kindly, mindful of time again?
Yes. The court order dated.
I'm only interested with the date. Dated when?
You're interested with the payment of salaries.
No, what is the date of that court order? What is the date of that court order?
19th October 2023.
19th October 2023, a year later. Confirm it's a year later. The other one is dated 7th of October 2022. That is a court order that came a year later. True
that wants to confirm whether they are being paid their salaries.
Yes, please confirm whether it's a year later. I want to refer you to page number 34 of the County Assembly Bado, volume 2. Pages 34, sorry. It's a copy of the payslip. Are you there?
Page
34 of our Bado.
Yes.
The payslip is dated March 2023.
Yes, it's for the salary of 2023 March.
March.
Yes.
Very well. Now I want you to the final question. The very final honorable speaker. Whose responsibility is it to employ on acting capacities?
Sorry?
Whose responsibility is it to employ on acting capacities? Is it the County Public Service Board?
No, the County Public Service Board does not have that responsibility to employ on acting capacity.
Yes. Who has that responsibility?
The County Public Service Board can only employ in acting capacity where it has the responsibilities of employing those other, filling that position in substantive.
I am asking a simple question. Matters employment, whether in acting or substantive capacity, whose responsibility is that? In other words, I can refer you to section 59(1)(b) of the County Government Act.
I know section 64 also explains further that a public officer can employ in acting capacity, deployment, or designation.
Honorable Speaker, could I have just 2 minutes to wind up? My apologies. Just 2 minutes. I don't want to act outside the timelines. But I could have just...
Okay, you have 2 minutes to conclude.
Very well, thank you. I want to refer you to your letter, signed by yourself on page 347 of your bundle, of your index. (347), quickly, please. Dated 9th of March 2023.
Yes, I am there.
347.
Yes, I am there.
Who is that individual that you are appointing to act in an active capacity as Director of External Partnership?
I am deploying.
You are deploying?
Yes.
To act from where to where?
I'm deploying
from
to the Directorate of External Partnership, still within the.
From where to where?
Not from where to where, because it's still within that department.
It's very clear, from Office Administrator, Office of the Deputy Governor, to Directorate of External
Partnership Affairs.
Is that true?
Yes.
Did you have the powers to do that in accordance to section 59(1)(b) of the County Public Service Board?
In accordance to section 64, I hand the powers to.
When you are doing this particular responsibility,
yes,
were you not acting under the directions of the governor?
No, I was acting as the acting county secretary and end of public service when we did not have that, when that position had not been filled.
You are deploying this person specifically to the office of the governor. True or not true?
That person was still in the office of the governor as an administrator to the deputy governor.
I'll make reference to one Edwin Murangeri, Kenneth Mweti Riongo, Gitobun Kanata, who are acting chief officers. Were these particular persons chief officers of substantive departments before they were deployed to act in those respective capacities?
Which one, sir?
I will refer you to pages 295 of volume 2. Are you there?
The County Assembly's document?
Yes, page 295.
Yes, I am.
Please read item number 6 on Elijah Kimathi Ntonjera. Just after the word food security, read the next.
To move from the Department of Trade, Tourism and Cooperatives to Department of Agriculture and Food Security as the acting chief officer.
As acting chief officer.
Yes.
Please also read number 3, Kobia Faith Kadure.
To move to Department of Economic Planning and ICT to perform the functions.
Now, very last, in acting capacity again. Very last, read number 12, Kenneth Mweti Riongo. Very last.
To move from Department of Legal Affairs, Public Service Management and Administration to Department of Trade and Cooperatives to perform the functions of the chief officer trained.
In number 12, is there a reference to in acting capacity? Number 12, that's Kenneth Mweti Riongo.
No, because it's a deployment.
Is there a reference to acting capacity?
There is no, because it's a deployment.
There is no, I take that.
Yes.
Did this particular person go through the...
Council, your time is up.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Council for Governor, would you wish to re-examine?
Mr. Speaker,
Council,
sir,
how much time?
I will take 5 minutes or less.
Good.
Now, I have a few questions for you, Mr. Dickson Munene. And one of the questions is about your status in the county government. You have told this House in cross-examination that you were the county secretary or acting county secretary, or that you were holding on to more than one docket. Can you explain that in detail and the circumstances under which that happened?
Okay. when on 30th September of 2022, the governor nominated myself together with 9 others for appointment as CECs. And the list was forwarded to the assembly. Only 3 of us were approved. And on 2nd of November 2022, when we assumed office as a CCM, Legal Affairs and Public Service Management and Administration, it effectively meant that the term of the other CCs had lapsed. And then the governor, to reorganize the executive in such a way that I had to own some position in acting capacity. When we came here for the impeachment motion last year on December, there's an issue that arose that the position of the county secretary had not been properly filled. And the governor, there was a recommendation that the position of the county secretary should be properly filled. That is through advertisement and recruitment and approval by the assembly, the county assembly. So the process began, and thereafter I was given the position to act as the acting county secretary and head of public service, while still owning my substantive position of the CCM, Legal Affairs and Public Service Management.
Okay, so it's that context that you have given this testimony?
Yes, it is.
Now, who are said to have embezzled funds from the county? Are they county officials or other citizens?
Sorry?
Who are said to have embezzled the funds? Who are claimed to have embezzled funds? In terms of designation, or is it correct to say that these are public officials who are attached to the county? Is that correct? That's allegation?
Yes.
And these are under your docket, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So that it is in that capacity that you are giving your testimony today?
Yes, because these are officers that are under public service.
My good friend, Mr. Thiankolu, made reference to the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act and the issues of incurring expenditure prior. What is your explanation about that?
Okay, thank you. I'm referring to it.
Or put it more directly,
yes.
Is it unlawful for a prepayment to be made? That is the submission.
It is not unlawful for a prepayment to be made,
yes,
because the regulations that you referred to, if you go to Regulation 91 of the Public Finance Management Regulations of 2015, Regulation 91, Regulation 1 states that for the purposes of this subpart, an interest is a form of cash advance, which is a prepayment, or a float which the accounting officer may authorize to be issued to officers who in the course of duty are required to make payments which cannot conveniently be made through the cash office of a government entity or bank account. So this is where prepayments comes in.
Okay, so that is a legal basis for prepayments.
Yes.
Who is the accounting officer or the AIE holder in the office of the governor?
I indicated there is a chief officer. Initially, there used to be a chief of staff.
Are there mechanisms of accountability in respect to those to those holders, those office holders?
Yes, there are.
Is there a distinction between IFMIS and imprest?
Yes, there is.
Just in brief summary, so that we, to the best of your understanding.
The imprest is those prepayments and advances.
Yes.
IFMIS, it's actually a generated document from the IFMIS, which indicates the payments that have been made.
Indicates a payment that has been made?
Yes.
Okay. There was reference to payments that were made during the tenure of Governor Kiraitu, Honorable Kiraitu Murungi.
Yes.
Can you confirm if it's true or not that those payments were made actually on the same debt? Is that something you're able to confirm?
Yes, I can confirm.
Is that the position?
It is the position.
So that the fact that a payment is made on a single day doesn't mean that that becomes an impeachable offense.
Yeah, and actually, they indicated the reasons why these payments are made on a single day is because at times the county can take 2 months or so, 3 months before the funds are released to the county. During this period, officers are sent to places. During this period, activities are going on. The county is still running. But on the basis that when these funds land to the county the account, then those people who have incurred expenses, they are going to claim those expenses, and the expenses might be paid in a day, even 5 of them, when the money is available.
So that is not irregular?
Yes, it is very regular.
Okay, we will, there was an issue I wanted to clarify about the court order. I saw the stay order, what you meant, what you understood by the stay order and what it meant.
Yes, what I meant is that after these particular officers were given letters, were sent on compulsory leave, the court order froze that letter. Those letters setting them on compulsory leave, meaning that they are entitled to their benefits and salaries as a consequence of that court order.
Okay. We can then answer the last question, which was very difficult, with its simple answer. Mr. Mudomi asked you about a worksheet, and he put you to task whether it was a photocopy or not. Do you remember that question?
Yes, I remember.
Okay. Was that document the original?
It was not the original.
So it must have been a copy?
It must have been a copy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, honorable senators, we will have 10 minutes for questions and clarifications, starting with Senator Mutinda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my question will go to the Council for the Governor. And let me start by saying that Article 195 of the Constitution is very clear in regards to the powers of the County Assembly in regards to being able to summon for any person to appear for purposes of giving evidence or information, and Part B of that compels for the production of documents. On Volume 2, page 31 and page 32, we have letters that the CEC had been requested to be able to issue audited reports for financial year 22-23, knowing very well we are currently in financial year 23-24. And apparently, the response to the letter indicated that still, the Auditor General was in the process of auditing the financial statements, which forms part of the response that they had requested. And yet, we have already closed financial year 22 and 23. So I would like a clarification as to why the CEC Finance was not in a position to be able to submit the audited reports as required as per the PFM Act. And on the same, PFM Act Article 91 states very clearly that the County Assembly should be able to set the capping for the interest amount. Did the Assembly have the opportunity to be able to cap the amount of interest that is supposed to be used as required? Because we've seen 78 million interest, but what we have in the records as per what has been tabled is amounting to a lesser amount. So we'd want to know the levels of the amounts of the interest. And finally, because I don't think I'll get maybe another opportunity, I would be very curious to know, Mr. Speaker, finally, if today, which is a very key day for this decision for the Meru County, Knowing that this is the second impeachment process, Madam Governor, being the second one, you realize all the MCAs in the first round agreed to your impeachment. The second round, the same MCAs agreed to your impeachment. Madam Governor, knowing very well that the county assembly are responsible for passing your budgets, how do you then plan, if you go back to the same county, how will you ensure that these same MCAs who still impeached you for the second time are still going to ensure that they pass your budget so that you can continue with the developments required in Meru, and you're going to offer the Meru people the services, quality services that they deserve? Those are my simple questions, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Council.
I didn't get that question, but there are some questions to the witness. Perhaps he can start with those.
Okay, thank you. Probably the question that was posed to me is on why the CEC Finance, what response the CEC Finance gave to the county assembly when requested to submit the IFMIS, an extract of the IFMIS, as per the letter dated 9th October 2023. And the response that the CCM Finance gave, that these are statements, the Public Finance Management Act under Section 164 makes provisions for the county treasury of the county government to prepare and submit to the Auditor General the annual financial statements in respect of county governments. And the CCM further saying that it is upon the completion of the audit that a report is submitted to the county assembly, where within 3 months after receiving the audit report, the county assembly can take appropriate action. So the audit process is ongoing. When this process finalizes, the audit report will be tabled to the assembly, and the assembly can take appropriate action on the same.
Talking of financial year
Senator Tabitha, you certainly cannot do that. Proceed, Council.
Just answer.
Okay. I'll let the witness also answer the second question, which was on why we accounted for less than what was set out there.
Thank you. And why we accounted for only 2 million as opposed to the 78 million that has been alleged here is that the manner in which that count was framed, the allegation was that the governor has misappropriated funds through specific named persons who are indicated and collectively referred to as the governor's relatives. It is on this breadth that we endeavored to account for payment that has been made to these particular specific persons amounting to 2 million.
Okay, and then the last question that you asked, or first which was overlapping, we have said that there are consequences for disobeying a summon by the county assembly. That is set out in statute, so that if somebody is summoned and that person does not appear, the county assembly, just like this house, has something it can do to command the enforcement of the orders. So that I think that that is there. It doesn't mean that somebody has to be impeached. There are cases where we have seen, for example, this house summoning someone who doesn't appear. Doesn't mean those people then become a subject of an impeachment. That's what we are responding to in the context of this discussion.
Senator Maruma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is some clarification from Mr. Munene. We have some invoices that are not signed by the authorizing officers. you have indicated that they have not been signed because the original documents which have all the signatures are with the external auditors. But Mr. Speaker, my knowledge of accounting has it that the documents that are taken to the auditors are actually original copies, and you are left with the photocopies. So I don't know how you're able to get these documents that you've put in the annexures. Where did you fish them from? I want that clarity, because then the ones with all the signatures were with the external auditors. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I indicated that these documents, we got them from the file of the Chief of Staff. The Chief of Staff, ordinarily what he does is that before he forwards the document, the original document to the Department of Finance, he makes a copy. And when we were given these directives that we need to respond within 3 days, I requested the Chief of Staff to give me a copy of the file that he owns, where these documents are.
Senator Miraj.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My questions goes to the County Assembly. Are the IFMIS transactions that form the basis of the impeachment of the governor the same ones that are the same ones under investigations at the EACC? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Respond.
Mr. Speaker, we do not know. All we know is that this complaint was also sent to the EACC and to many other agencies. Whether EACC is actually investigating it, we do not know, and there is no evidence, either from the governor or from anyone, that the EACC is investigating these complaints.
Senator Lekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've got two clarifications that I need to get clarified. One is from the lawyer. I was listening to, and the question—
Which lawyer? There are so many lawyers here.
The lawyer for the Assembly. Thionkolu. It's a very good name. Volume 3. We are looking at Section 45, Protection of Public Property and Revenue, etc. So you referred to 45, 2A, Roman numeral number 2 and 3. And specifically, you said goods not supplied or not supplied in full, number 2, services not rendered or not adequately rendered. So the question that I wanted to get clarity from you is whether you are relying 100% on the IFMIS extracts, or you've received audited financial statements as per Section 31 of the Public Audit Act. And I want to remind you, Section 31(5) stipulates that after the audit process, they shall be tabled in Parliament and also at the Assembly. So if you can clarify that, I'd really appreciate it. Number 2, I asked this question yesterday. I didn't get a proper clarification. It has come back again today on the issue of the accounting officer. Section 103 of the PFM Act establishes the county treasury, and it puts the CEC in charge of finance as the head of the county treasury. Section 199 of the PFM Act, which is a penalty clause, stipulates penalties which are going to befall any public officer who is in charge of the resources and does not account for them. Could you kindly clarify whether the documents that you've supplied in the case have been audited by the Auditor General and an opinion rendered by the Auditor General on the actual position of those funds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Council, proceed to respond.
Mr. Speaker, we answered yesterday that the oversight function of the County Assembly and indeed of the Senate is not conditional upon or dependent on whether there is a report by the Auditor General. So it is no requirement that we have a report from the Auditor General as a precondition for raising the issues and picking up the problems that the Assembly has picked in this matter. It is true, Mr. Speaker, that under the PFM Act, the accounting officer would be either the CEC Finance or any other person designated. However, what we have equally found strange, and I think one honorable senator pointed it, the CEC Finance refused, and it's on the record, to submit the documents to the Assembly in our submission on completely outrageous and frivolous grounds. The second matter we found strange is that the documents presented by the governor in answer to the charges are not authenticated by that CEC Finance. They are not authenticated by the chief officer in that department, among other people. We also found it strange, Mr. Speaker, that when this matter arose, the governor chose to call our head of legal as the witness to explain, as opposed to the CEC Finance. There is a question of goods supplied and services not rendered. We cited Section 45 of the Anti-Corruption Act because it is one of the many sections that address this question of prepayments, and the specific reason we cited it, Mr. Speaker, is in our very humble submission, imprests cannot explain the prepayment of 78 million shillings, and even if it were to be accepted for argument's sake, just for argument's sake, that imprest would be an answer, that would be an admission to abuse of imprest by the very definition of the same, because the law specifies what type of expenses can be defrayed by way of imprest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chimera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that opportunity. I just have two questions directed to either the witness or the counsel to the governor. The response that you filed before us, Governor, page 105 to page 112, on the if mispayments relates to just 3 individuals, yet what we've been given by the County Assembly has many other recipients. Perhaps you can clarify on that. The other question I have is on the if mispayments. There are payments made to one Jane Karimi Kaitha, and on a particular date, I think the 20th of September 2022, she received payments totaling to about 3.9 million in one single day. Are these payments also if mispayments, or they are payments related to other services perhaps? If they are not if imprest payments rather, how come the county government was paying this particular individual if mispayments as imprest and not in other form, maybe RTGS or another form of payment? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Counsel for Governor.
Thank you. The question, I think, Mr. Speaker, has been directed to either the counsel or the witness.
I proceed to respond then.
Thank you. And the reason why we have given documents in relation to 3 people. Various supplies by the governor's relatives. So the manner in which this particular count was framed, we were required to respond to the issues of the persons refund and collectively refund in the motion as governor's relatives, and they were listed, they were enumerated there. So if the motion indicated that the governor, or the allegation or the claim was that the governor has embezzled funds through Jane Karemi or any other person that appears in the IFMIS, then we would have substantively responded to that.
Thank you. Lastly, Senator Sifuna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To counsel for the Assembly, there have been repeated references to alleged forgeries. This is specifically with regards to a work ticket whose serial number has appeared severally. I want the Assembly to clarify whether those documents have been subjected to any verification process, which Council is aware, whether there is a document examiner's report to back the allegation or assertion by the Assembly that in fact those documents are forgeries. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Counsel for the County Assembly.
Mr. Speaker, we only received those documents, I believe, on Saturday evening, so we've not had the opportunity to subject them to a forensic examination. However, you don't need to be an expert in forensics to point out that the dates in that work ticket don't follow natural chronology of events. You don't have to be an expert in document analysis if you're familiar with the frequency of the use of motor vehicles to know that the same work ticket cannot apply to different motor vehicles or even the same motor vehicle for a period of 4 months. And it is on those prima facie, on the face of it, discrepancies and irregularities that we concluded they were forgeries. The next reason why we concluded they were forgeries, these are documents that should be easily available in the governor's office. They were not availed to the Assembly when they were requested, and they were not availed to the Assembly in the impeachment motion. We are being slapped with them at the tail end. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, counsel for the governor, you indicated you had 4 witnesses. You may now proceed to call your 4th witness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Our next and last witness is Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor of Meru County.
By way of time indication, counsel, how much time do you think you will need with this witness?
I think that with 1.5 hours, I will be through with the witness.
Swearing the witness.
I, Bishop Kawira Mwangaza, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect to the matter before the Senate shall be the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Kindly introduce yourself, your full names and the capacity you hold for record purposes.
Thank you, Speaker and Honorable Senators. I'm Bishop Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor, Meru County.
Thank you. You have received the notice of impeachment, and subsequently the County Assembly of Meru resolved to remove you from office through impeachment. Is that the reason why you're before the Senate today?
Yes.
You have had an occasion to look at all the materials presented by the County Assembly in support of the impeachment. You've also had an opportunity to file a response to that motion.
Yes.
That is the response before the Senate, the one dated 3rd of November 2023?
Yes.
Together with your affidavit in support of your response?
Yes.
Would you wish, first of all, to affirm that the contents therein form part of your response?
Yes.
Thank you. You were also present at the Senate yesterday when counsel for the County Assembly described you in a certain manner through comparison with a certain criminal in Europe.
Yes, I was.
Is that a true description of your personality?
No, not at all.
Not at all. Specifically, the counsel for the County Assembly accused you of demeaning this House by making a mockery of the impeachment process that found you not guilty in December last year. Did you at any time make a mockery of the proceedings?
Counsel for Governor.
No.
Yes.
The counsel for the County Assembly did apologize and indeed sought to have that record expunged. So as far as we are concerned, that particular record does not form part of the record.
Most obliged. Then I withdraw that line of examination in chief and proceed. Madam Governor, you have been accused of not being capable of working with leaders in Meru, particularly members of County Assembly. And this particular allegation was that you were only able to work for a few weeks after you reconciled with the MCS. Is that true?
That is not true.
That is not true.
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, for how long have you been having an harmonious working relationship with members of County Assembly?
We've been working together with the members of County Assembly until the last almost 2 months only.
The last 2 months?
Yes.
Are you talking about the month of August and September?
August and September.
Yes. So it is your evidence that throughout the year, save for the 2 months, you have been in a perfect working relationship with members of County Assembly.
Extra perfect relationship working with members of County Assembly.
What made it possible for you to have this harmonious working relationship with the members of County Assembly? Did you have any intentional efforts to mend the fallout that you had with MCS? Did you make any efforts after the impeachment?
The first solution was made by this Senate the last time we were here, and I followed the advice of senators. We want to start down with the MCAs. We again sat and had a long, lengthy discussion with some other leaders, and from there we've been working together.
Particularly, there was the issue of, for lack of better word, ward development fund. Were you able to facilitate development projects in all the wards of Meru County?
Immediately after we left here, I facilitated ward development fund to every MCA to the tune of 10 million, and this year 15 million for every ward.
Thank you. You have produced a video, KMV1, which I now ask the technical team to play so that we see the kind of efforts and the fruits that were borne by those efforts. KMV1.
We'll get back to it once the technical team has worked on the system. Council, you may proceed. Once we are ready with the video, we can as well come back to it. We'll always come back to it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So then, Honorable Governor, we have just started watching a video that is not very clear, but can you try and explain to the Senate where you were in that meeting that has been recorded, who were the members present, and what was the purpose?
We were in the premises of County Assembly of Meru with all the members, the 69 of them, and also the county woman representative was present, and we agreed that the past is over. We start working together for the sake of Meru.
Thank you. And that, can you remember the date of?
Council, I'm informed the video is now ready.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker,
let's
sir.
Play it.
Tumeona ni vyema kuwa tuna embrace one another. Mambo yaliyopita tunasema si ndwele ama tunasema nini? Yaliyopita si ndwele, tugange yajayo. Sisi yaliyopita ni past. Kwa hivyo tumeamua kwamba hakuna mtu atakumbuka yaliyopita. Yule alikuwa impeached, wale walikuwa na impishana, yote tumeweka nyuma. Tumesema ni kaende ya maendeleo na kabati ya maendeleo. Kwa hivyo tunafuraha siku ya leo kuleta ujumbe kwa Wameru ya kwamba we are one. Na tunaomba walio nje ambao walikuwa na celebrate maybe disunity wakae kando kidogo, maana tunasonga tukiwa pamoja. Hatutakubali kuweka tena nafasi ya watu kuingilia katikati yetu. We've kept our personal interest kando for the people of Meru.
Mimi naitwa Ayubu Kundi, nikiwa spika wa bunge ya Meru, na siku ya leo ni furaha kubwa kwa sababu ile shinda kidogo tulikuwa naye kati ya ofisi ya Governor Excellency Bishop Kawira Mwangaza na bunge ile naongoza hapa, tumefika, hiyo maneno imefika mwisho. Sema kulingana na uongozi wa His Excellency William Ruto na deputy wa Gachagua, tulianza kuongea wiki moja imepita, na siku ya leo Mama Safi awimelepa akatumwa na His Excellency Gachagua akaambiwa akuje tumalize ile maneno ilikuwa imebaki na kila kitu umemaliza.
Amen.
Kwa hivyo sisi tunataka kuambia Meru na Kenya mzima ya kwamba sisi tuko kitu moja na tumekubaliana kwa miaka 4.5 ile imebaki tutafanyia watu kazi na tutakuwa timu moja.
Amen.
Na tunasema asante kwa President Rigathi Gachagua kwa kuona ni vizuri Meru iongee kwa sauti moja. Na gavana ni malisini nikisema wewe kwa siasa, wewe ndio kiongozi na ndiye mkubwa yetu sisi zote. Na sisi tutakuwa nyuma yako, tutakusupport, wewe ukiwa mama yetu na ukiwa baba yetu. Ndio Meru ikae vizuri kana kama Meru akarebweka. Thank you and God bless you.
Jina langu ni Evans Mahira Karia, ndiye wa Mitunguo na kiongozi walio wengi katika bunge letu la Meru. Familia Meru. Na nataka kusema leo ni siku kubwa sana kwa Wameru. Sababu tangu tufanye uchaguzi hapa Meru, tukachagua governor, tukachagua MCAs, hakujakuwa na amani na hakujakuwa na kuelewana katika upande wa bunge letu la Meru na upande wa governor Excellency Kawira Mwangaza. Lakini siku ya leo sisi tumekubaliana ya kwamba for the interest of Meru tuweke hayo maneno yote ambayo yalikuwa nasumbua, tuwachane nayo kutoka leo, na tukamua kushikana na kuelewana kabisa ndio tuweze kufanyia wa Meru kazi. Na sisi kama bunge letu la Meru Tumeambia gavana wetu kwamba sisi tuko tayari, yale ambayo yote yanahitajika kufanywa na bunge, wale mawaziri ambao hatukupitisha, wale chief officers ambao hawakuweza kupita kuletwa katika bunge letu, supplementary budget na mambo yote ambayo yanahitajika sisi kufanya kama bunge, tuko tayari hata kama ni kuanzia kesho ndio tuweze kufanya to make sure that Marians do receive their services that they do need so much.
We can
Alafu
stop there.
la pili,
We can stop there. Thank you.
tunashukuru
Thank you. Are you able to identify the people in that clip? Are they members of the County Assembly of Meru?
They are all members of County Assembly of Meru, led by the Speaker, Ayubu Bondi.
We have also seen the move of this motion in that clip.
The majority.
The majority.
Yes.
Thank you. In that clip, is there any indication that you bragged about the fact that you went scot-free?
No.
You have also used a certain slogan that you are now being accused of using, Kabati, Kabati, Kaende, Kaende. Did you actually use those two slogans in your speech with members of County Assembly present?
I used it because it is a slogan for development, the speed of development in Meru.
The speed of development in Meru.
That is Kaende, Kaende, Kabati, Kabati.
Just for us to be able to understand, what does this slogan actually mean? What is Kabati? What is Kaende?
Kabati means like accelerating to the fullness of everything, that is highest speed possible. And then Kaende, Kaende is non-stop. That means that the development will be non-stop and at a very high speed.
Thank you. So when then the move of the motion comes here and tells the Senate that Kaende, Kaende, Kabati, Kabati is a don't care slogan that says you don't care about anything, is that a misinformation and distortion of facts?
It is.
Thank you. Let us proceed. So then you are seen in many instances using that slogan, Kabati, Kabati, Kaende, Kaende.
Even the MCAs have embraced the same slogan and they also use it.
Thank you. Let us proceed and watch the next video. And you have alluded to the fact that you agreed to give at least 15 million for every ward for development projects. Was that done?
It was done.
Can we watch video KMV2?
Antojaja gwetwa ja oversight najo ndenda kuburio jubwi muntu uri okuthithiria oversight na ara Nairobi obicine no oversight yeje tureaja tukinyete ndagaceji ne oversight ire kwingi tukwenda ne TV ne Nairobi kana ne kweja gukinya murandi jora tukuona burenda oversight ya groundine kana burenda era obicine na ara Nairobi imenya mantu jajo tinda gwetwa ja oversight kairi turogire batu turi mbunge ya Meru no tubatwe itwe tunengeri mandate MCA no nengeri mandate ya kuthithia oversight ya mirandi yonde ya county government ikatiba ya Kenya no boba nengeri iseria kinya report ile rathoma kwa ya control of budget etibati kwamba gwita ara senate kamba kuja county assembly ya Meru report ile thithagia oversight ya senate ni report yake ya auditor general na etira uma kwa mantu jaja ngi baturugira oversight ikaniritwe na siasa atufanye nini atutaki itwagirigie ntugita kwa DTF na ara mitungu mantu ja utheru bwa bioro na kinya babu na ibonete mantu bioro bira biaki na ndi twakire plant ya na ara bioro bira biojura bikeja bikandrinwa igaigwara mitungu project ya million 17 tingaringe nipe bwajairi roje rwa mitungu rwa rwita kwa water supply rwa runywa wa mitungu yonde iruthithiru rehabilitation na project yo ni enderete governor 15% done project ya million 18 o mitungu yetu boithatu bugeta kuma karingene ibuje karingene te karingene kara kanyagene kara kamuguru kuma ara karingene ugeta muguru ugeta muchagara barabara yo nethithirwe na yathithirwe na mbecha cia ngavana tugwita cia flagship na nethithitwe na 95% na aru antu boinya gukaura kana gukarotero batita na ndina yetumirite shilingi milioni 5 ringaringira ngavana mbe aibo gutara chiaki nyingana mwaka thai 17 plus 18 plus 5 omwenda yake gutara
ndagaceje yanu tukinyete aja na aru eji ire gwito ko matumo kirimba bridge nayo bote kuona nirikitie ibora unairo.
We can stop there. The video is quite long. Thank you. Madam Governor, who is the person making that speech in that video?
The majority leader and the person who was the mover of the impeachment motion.
That is Honorable Evans Mawira.
Yes.
You are also seen in that video. Yes. Kindly, are you able to recall the date and where that event took place?
I can't recall the date, but the event took place in his own ward.
Which month was that?
I don't remember the month.
You don't remember?
Yes.
Is it recent or?
It is very recent.
Very recent?
Yes.
Thank you. Mawira seems to be making certain remarks about your performance. What is he saying?
He's very right because he's trying to praise the work that we do in Meru County. One, for the 10 million that we usually give for ward development and the flagship projects. What I do as a governor is I go around all the ones and then give the list of all the development projects to the area MCA to read to the people, to understand, and to also for us to be accountable for the funds. Every ward we do a visit with the area MCA. And I usually carry a booklet of the projects, that is ward project and flagship project for the area MCA to read to the people to understand what they are doing. And that is what exactly the majority leader is doing in his own ward.
Can you recall the number of projects that he is mentioning by name that have been done in his particular ward?
In that particular day, we were opening a bridge, just talking about the roads done, and also the bows, and so many other things that we did with more than 50 million.
Thank you. I've actually retrieved the date of that event. It was the 2nd of August 2023, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Na nediri isipokuwa tu changes tu kidogo na tumonia na kwa na engineer ikabuidwa kinya andro atare ndiri omira rweru kamomora rwete anjira ira tokwirwa ara kukaikirwa karabati isa sawa ena rweru to kuyakorwo tuina obichi wa murire public works.
Thank you. Again, you're seen launching a project, yes. A dam specifically. Which ward is that?
That is Mudhara ward, and the one with the document is the area MCA, Aurelio Murangiri, reading the developments, including the dam that costed us 39 million in his own ward.
Are you able to recall the date when you launched this particular dam at Mudhara?
I think it's not even 3 months ago.
Less than 3 months ago?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, I will move on to the second issue, which still touches on your relationship with members of County Assembly in respect to projects and Okolea. Let us play the video KMV 20.
Ngerie MC wetu Mawira atugure na maromba. Ngerie MC wetu Mawira mbeke bila kuno. Na trombeni. Ego mwathani mutura moyo wora wombere ndine eguru wombera bira biona wana bira bitiona kwa. Twaja muthenya mbere ya mezo yaku muthenya jojo na arwa.
Tuyamwe. Na ndina arwa ndangu na ndeja na njekwa. Na kanisa kwa mchokeka. Ngeibwega. Na mbona na arwa tina kirao nikea. Ndina kirao nikea mami wenu. Ndina kirao ni ya kanisa. Bwana asifiwe. Intobiria ukuona kieni negeki. Kinyama ikiela nkwani nayo. Kinyanjukwele tukinyete. Kinyangalele ya ndeka. Kinye itobira byonjo tukaeja na butiki ngoteleke zikari kilio.
Kindly pause the video. You are making certain remarks, and before we go to the remarks, we have also seen the leader of majority again in that video. Where were you with him on that particular day?
That is an Okolea program which is run by my family and my church. We usually go to do the Okolea every Sunday afternoon, and I always invite if they wish to come and join me on Sundays. And with me is the Honorable Mawila, the mover of the motion or the impeachment, who was also involved in that operation of Korea Kanaka Meru.
This was on 13th of August this year, 2023.
13th of August this year.
You are making certain remarks about the capacity in which you are in that event.
Yes, I always tell them that in operational Korea events, they don't see the governor, but they should see their mother, and also a bishop who is coming to assist, not in form of a government, but as a church and as their mother.
Did you explain the source of the resources that you were giving, including the microphone you were holding? I heard you talk about that.
I always do that in every meeting, that everything that I use in Okolea, there is nothing that comes from the county government of Meru, because I've been doing that for the last 12 years.
Thank you. May we proceed with that video?
Balabonange Okolea bambikyunguge. Naru akarukire mtore ombokirie getandene ni mheshimiwa wa Ntura yeje Evans Mawira. Mheshimiwa Evans Mawira alingalingile mwali kama pema mbelembeta kanisene aleta shilingi mwemwe ngiri egana lemwe. Ambera kinyawaga ongere ekirangalisia kumahuta. Kinyawaga ongere ongera merengeti ya bajojo. Nalingalingile kanwe.
Wambere na ntobara bakameme bamurike bwega na bativi badikiri. Murandi jojo jwa Korea. Bapi tukuruka ya budget ira itangu kendele ya county ya Meru. County Assembly ya Meru na ini mikagia mbunge de majority linda. Na hivyo na kuconfirm na kukujira na kuwekera kirore ute shilingi kinyemwe twakurukia ya mbeca cia thirikari kenda ya murandi ne jwa Korea. Wawura kuria murandi jwa Korea kiuria aliuria mantu ja muntu kiumbe murandi jwa Governor Kawira Mwangaza na family yawe na kanisa yawe. Na hikyo naro bukuba tote kwa ya mando mengeja thirikari. Nundu naro murandi jwa ringithia ngia, jwa ringithia muntu jangi no tweri, jwa ringithia ndo bara bayo mabati. Totingire tora twa merengeti, oro kuma na makobokobo aja, na oro kuma na mattress na mando ja ujakare sawasa.
Thank you. I think we've had enough of that video. Thank you. Madam Governor, again you are heard and using the same slogan, Kabati Kabati Kaende Kaende.
Yes.
The members of County Assembly were again present.
Yes.
Did they join you in that slogan?
They joined me in that slogan.
Did they understand the meaning of your slogan?
They will understand the meaning of the slogan.
Honorable Mawira is also making certain remarks about the funders of Okolea. What is he saying about who funds the Okolea program?
He says, as the County Assembly of Meru, they are the ones that pass the budget, and they have never passed any coin to be utilized in the Okolea program. It is purely my project to assist the disadvantaged people in our community. And he, as part of the well-wisher, that very early morning, gave me 100,000 shillings to fuel my vehicles.
So he contributed towards your charity project.
Yes.
Let us now move to the next video, 1C, and see another member of County Assembly. I think it's in the same event, you will confirm. 1C.
Gavana wetu na ntubanda bene bonde Bwana Yesu asifiwe misalimia mwagilipo. Sana. Onibeta wandie MKMC wa Bogeta West na Baruguru. Na nande bara batu bingatete kanyuma ibaije itoiketie gavana tiru. Lakini nande nindo nokire. Ndauma Sauro nande beta wa Paulo. Paulo. Na nani ndongele tienjeshi ya mama. Na toa tisho monoto kera watoka le opposition angana ndeto
We
linkegogea
can
opposition.
pause there for a moment. Thank you. Who is the person making those remarks?
He is MCA and he was the mover of the first impeachment.
He was the mover of the previous motion.
Yes.
This again is on 13th of August this year.
Yes.
Do you in any way seem to have any disagreement with the mover of the previous motion?
No, he's even telling the public that he is now a changed man. They used to disturb Mama, but he has changed from Saul to Paul.
That is in reference to the biblical Paul,
Yes.
who was one Saul.
Yeah.
He's also talking about them being forced, if I can hear him correctly, to join the opposition. What was he talking about?
He was talking about the pressure amounted to them by external forces or by external people that do not belong to the county assembly to fight the government, but he has vowed not to repeat again and support the government.
Thank you. Let's proceed watching that video.
The opposition ibogeire Nairobi na batonya kiruto. Ende na aja Meru president wetu aratu uitakage na kuikiria ndo wetu the opposition watu kwenda tuito. Kile chindwe. Na nino yali ndio ugwani na ndauga mimi sitishwa. Mimi sitawekwa uoga. Gavana Kawira anga musupport. Ulao kudoganya no wete antunya yeteke aboge internet antunye. Andoba aboge taiba ina imani nani na ina imani na decision ya kwa support Kawira na ina imani na Kawira. Na nande kwa bate kwa nakuwa tukiwa kumibira mbele. Abo andekera. Kumibira mbele sieti omba kwa boindwa.
We can stop there for that video. Thank you. Honorable DMK Kiogora says, mimi sitatishwa, sitawekwa uoga. What was he making reference to?
He was making reference to the leaders, the national leaders, and also the party leaders that were telling them to keep off from supporting the government. And also he is also talking about the Kumi Bila breaks, because the people of Meru have started another slogan again, Kumi Bila breaks, and they were warned as MCAs not to continue saying Kumi Bila breaks. So he's telling the people that come from Nairobi to keep off. They want development.
Thank you. We will be moving on to the source of that pressure, sourcely. But finally, in support of your Okolea program, let us watch video 1E. It's a very short video.
Bwana Murega igirete ngobia ya MCA kwa bodo chiete gatigati jowe mutea daktari mutea nakwire bishop untongeretie mbunge ndina timu kona twinio batwitwe sawa atubetu support ni Kiambi support ni Njoke tu support ni gavana wetu nutu tema maendeleo ya jara kwinai winandwa maendeleo ya jara kwinai winokiri gavana uwe munene okwa na munene weje na ng'ombe tumba kweja na ng'ombe Kende ni gavana de Morevi, neda ya ng'ombe, neda ya mburi.
Speaker, you are beginning of an body area.
We can stop at that. Madam Speaker, who is the person making the remarks in that video?
This is the Speaker of County Assembly of Meru.
And you confirm this was during an Okolea program meeting?
Yes, in Mwangaza ward, Mojo.
Who is the MCA Mwangaza ward?
It's Mr. Njoki.
Mr. Njoki.
He was present.
You also are in the company of other people in that?
Those are all MCS.
Our MCS?
Yes.
What has the Speaker just done?
The Speaker has donated a goat because I usually give the single mothers and widows cows. And he says, because you've given and donated a cow and you are senior than me, let me donate a goat. And he has done it.
Thank you. Again, what date was this?
This barely around 3 months ago.
3 months ago. Now, we have alluded to some forces that were behind, or rather that were not happy with this unity between you and MCAs. I want you to identify and tell us what is happening in the next video, 1D. Kindly, may we play video 1D?
MCA go karibisha ntora ya Bogeta East na mbuge wotwe on behalf ya ntoma Bogeta East na Abogeta West na wenzangu bare aja tucokerie nkatho no ntubwe kinya rire okinya oni mbigirwe ntumba kwithira nte aja no nturire okinya gatia kana kara kamumero kuringithia gagatia ipati yakwa na impuigwa kweli imbati kweja kuona no ntone pati ya maendeleo ndene ntura yetu. So ngabana we are so humble tugwiritwe sana batu tuli MCA tuli MPIDU na ikio tumio kuona na arua tutena manto amaingi na arua intukwe gokorea kana kamumero na mami umenye batu tuli MPIDU
na ndenda ugire ngabana tukamukaria na inya na ora kumbikika kendo mbako boli trangugi no ndo twamwagia thayo tukona inya la twamwagitie thayo ateja gaguku na nande mbigirwe toirwe tukaria siasa nenu yete mbokani alimo muntu ondu kuoya maratasi nande kulandu barakamate tairwe ta ubirana na mawa na ito abatumira Nairobi gutegera indie tumicukari ra itirie bategera indie tumiogoti bukuongerwa gutokwaririo ogoti ingabana bakweja ubira mbesa ikwekwa senate counties ciongerwa mbesa ibaregere kuongera ndi baliuga ibejete kwa base ule base timbese ireko
ututu nyinaku Madam Governor na kageta muntu otutu ogira tore no ngato nyongera we ni ntobya mero ala tomba kogera to abwitira nguge iyo tomba kuchenja as long as Kawira Mwangaza we ni ntobya mero oni ndekere mbuye mato waambirani isa sawa na
we can post there. We have seen the first speaker, no, actually the second, the one in the black jacket. Are you able to identify him?
Is the mover of the first motion of impeachment, DMK Kyogora.
He is heard making certain remarks about Keberi and forces from Nairobi. What is he talking about?
He is referring to the Meru MPs and also the senator that they should keep off Meru because they have their own leader, maybe referring to the end of state, and then the MCs have their own leader. And he says last weekend they were in a certain town named Maua, where they earned the Keberi, the starring stake or spoon, meaning the governor, and they are saying that they will not be part and parcel of what the members of parliament are doing.
Thank you. So the honorable member for County Assembly, Abogeta West, talks about a force that is being advanced using the Kiberi tool. That is what he's saying.
Yes.
And he's telling them to keep off.
Yes.
Thank you. Let us move to video KMV 14. KMV 14, kindly.
Na bakaya batuana na badiri manto yo difference sisi omba kwa video bature MCA bembe tute tayari utonye ratio so ende atukuromba tu burungu arembere gavana na deputy governor bomba kwa bajo hata naira nigenda tukomba kutukinda weta ture anto amwe ture anto bembe na ture MCA na tongeri bonde brantu badurite na ndi na imani manto yo onde akombekana lakini tute kuenda zaitu akulupia budget siasa ikanjiria nigenda mwembe akomba kwa ita ya maendeleo so baba kwa ya na manto akeberi mwana keberi naso ka agreement mwana keberi naso ke tiania manto yembe na de kanaro e ambe tu kongangare ko karia mama non to MPs beto odonku wa ke gongwa ko mama ende mundu aru mogani ajo to janganya agili otobo ki agili ate to ore mama we are not ready endo ro ko lo bubutu bwana keberi keu aya te gadi ana keberi nyege ato ate anajo o gran koromba neo iba imenyere lakini kwa kweli maendeleo wale tatizo wale maendeleo ende manto akeberi na ina keberi to ogenda ne mbere yetu embe tu atandirite embe ronde kumanto nyire mwanka dos to egento kemwe noro kaingilia atasiarwa
antu bonde baraba kwenda kurwa bare jegembe baberanga mwegembe akugitwa mwegembe akudijwa lakini utinya mwegembe mo kumara tata nontore mwegembe wango none tote makota Kawira Mwangaza nayo antu baraba kuja kutata bakere egembe re kuinyirwa iba kuma inventi bange bakumatigania iba badiorokete sese keberi badioroka sese sekegeri badioroka sese oversight you chonde nunto egembe wena regete nunto naije.
Thank you. We can post that video there. Governor confirmed that was on 27th of August this year.
Yes, 27th of August.
This year?
Yes.
Are you able to tell who the people speaking in that video are?
Those are all MCS from Egembe, apart from one who comes from Central Imenti. The rest are Egembe MCS.
They are making a specific grievance about siasa za Kiberi. What are they talking about?
They are talking about the members of parliament who had just begun a movement by the name Kiberi, coming all the way from Nairobi to Meru, and they are warning them that they have been given work to do in Nairobi. They should continue with their work there and leave them alone because they have only one mama who can assist them to do development.
Thank you. So this was 27th of August 2023. Honorable Governor, if then someone comes here and says that you only were able to work with MCAs for a few weeks, are they lying or they're telling the truth?
That is pure lie.
Thank you. We want to understand this Kiberi movement, siasa za Kiberi movement. And I want you to listen carefully to video 3A and see where or the source, the genesis of the Kiberi movement. 3A. Are you able to even explain what he's saying?
He's talking about that. They will use that thing to. I'm not able to explain. Because it has been done by so many men, and now they are ready as members of parliament, him being the leader, to do that to me. And he has recruited so many young men for the purpose of that Kiberi movement, together with the Deputy Speaker of this House.
Can we watch KMV 12?
Tumetoseka kutawaliwa vibaya na mkora asiosiwa, anafaa kuongezwa akafuata kwa tumbo na simiti na mawe ndio atisikie njaa tena. Wangapi wanasema Kawira aende? Kawira lakini tunataka kiti ya Mutuma apewe, kiti yake ya deputy yake, magari rudishwe, security apewe, kila kitu apewe, na kiti ya finance, kiti ya pesa apewe. Mwanzo ndaya la Kiberi. Ndio kuna mkomeno wa remera arome ando Kawira. Kwa hivyo sisi tunaunga mkono hilo mjadala umeletwa na Mheshimiwa Mporo, na asante kwa kunialika. Tuendelee namna hiyo. Kazi yetu ni kushikanisha kila mtu. Asanteni sana ndugu zangu. Thank you very much.
Madam Governor, I hope you are able to explain again, or perhaps the message has sunk, what these honorable members are telling members of the public.
The honorable members of parliament and the deputy speaker of this honorable house is telling the public that I defeated men, and in this case, they are going to use that steering stake and they recruited so many young men for that purpose, and they have been holding rallies almost in all towns in Meru, doing the same over the weekends. Honorable Speaker, I want to say this is purely politics. Purely politics.
Thank you. There is another video, I think that will be my last, 3C on the gender profiling and harassment. 3C.
Mukuru ku ingwendo kuona oliki na South America enda ogekana kamurega lakini ogeka murega tena kana Timokona boloi. Timokona boloi. Anko ndo mwe Kawira Mwangaza. Utendwa leo ukavatia mwana mwenye ukidhata. Timokona boloi. Tuenda kuwa kena tutike murea baichu imugoro ku ya mwana nwe. Ya pronto abori agera mwana mbele na kayuyu agwa baile agwa bata tenjamba loi. Kantenjamba. Kana ko mtoda obora masiara. Ndiye kueleka na nchoke mbele na keberio wewe keda kala hekeda Kawira udire hekeda Kawira ko hekeda na ara mera rume Kawira hangu ni oya keda hangu ndenda kenda menya wewe mwekuru wale mwekuru muchoro kwa etawa mwenda na mulingete ke urenga wayo kiandaka endukishandaka siakwa no mwekuru mukuru.
Thank you. The honorable member is making certain remarks about your husband. What is he saying?
He's saying that he has given me 9 months to be pregnant. And if that is not done, he'll do it via what he's holding.
Eventually, Honorable Governor, your deputy joined the movement and made similar attacks on you and on your Kolea program. Can we watch KMV4?
Kweta Tharaka County tubatethie. Kweta Embu County tubatethie. Kweta Isiolo County tubatethie. Ukorea kirundu kia thina kia pubate kia kuewa. Itokwenda kinya tukweana.
Hapo sana jiji.
Wewe ndio governor. Pubate program. Kirundu keke pubate program wewe tu okolea. Matwe murungu wake tu etera tutetera muntu. No ntukirundu ke anto bembe kwa tutekenda. Bekwerwa kirundu ke wikire ti makire bagwa tokorea. Kabisa. Yo mathina yaba ya
We can stop there. Thank you. Honorable Governor, that is your deputy governor.
Yes.
He's making certain remarks about the Okolea program.
Yes.
What is he saying?
I've been doing the Okolea, and this gave me favor before God. And my deputy governor, who was just a prison askari, God gave us favor because of this program. And out of the program that raised him from being askari to His Excellency the Deputy Governor of Meru is the same person that is seen on video, the campaigning or demeaning the same program that God used to give us favor before men and women.
And he continued, and we watch KMV 15. 15. That video was played yesterday, but for your sake, can you explain what the youths are chanting, led by your deputy governor?
That is my deputy governor with some youths from his area saying that Kawira doesn't have a home. She only does prostitution in the county, and they are praising him and warming him up to be the governor or take over the position of the governor of Meru. And that is exactly what has been happening to our members of parliament, including the senator or deputy senator of this house. They have started warming him up to be the governor and take charge because I'm just a woman before them.
Thank you. It got worse by slaughtering of a cow that you had donated. Can we watch KMV 16? Confirm whether that's the same cow you had donated and to whom had you donated the cow. We can stop there. Thank you. Thank you. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but I see like the cow is still alive as it's being slaughtered.
Yes.
Was that the cow you had donated?
Yeah, we were in the area of the Igembe South, and then we identified the old woman who was to be given the cow as it was entering into the field. Then they took the cow, slaughtered it just before us.
And they are singing the same song, but they're also making other remarks. What are the other remarks?
Before I say about the other remarks, is that hiyo ng'ombe ilikuwa imebeba ndama ya miezi 6. And then they are saying that the same way they have slaughtered or killed the cow is the same way they will do to Kawira Mwangaza.
Thank you. We can have the video removed from the screen. That has not also been the only thing. You have also been accused of not being a proper Meru. Are you aware of that fact? What? That you have been accused of not being a proper original Meru, therefore unfit to lead?
Yes, they have been accusing me of not being a Merian, but a Kikuyu.
Thank you. Let's first watch KMV 5. You will make those explanations.
ina ide Kawira Mwangaza aita wajona kuna vya zaidi ina aita Mogore aita Kawira umme wa mwego bato tuapa mwego tuapa ibwa tuome ugo miete hebo tuapa Meru ni tokere ya uwe mwana wao au tupita kabilao.
What is the Honorable Member of Parliament saying in respect to your ethnicity?
He says that the father of Kawira Mwangaza is a Kikuyu from Kitithaine by the name Jogona, and the mother is Mogore from Kikuyu, and they don't want to be ruled by a Kikuyu in Meru. That's why they want to change to get a real Marian, who is Peter Katirau Munya, the first governor.
Thank you, Madam Kawira. Is it then your evidence before this Senate that pressure has been asserted on members of County Assembly to ensure your removal from office on charges that do not hold any water?
Pressure has been mounted to members of County Assembly of Meru by the same leaders, as we have seen, and they had no option apart from adopting an impeachment motion where they were forced to sign and impeach.
Can we watch KMV 11 on the nature of that threat and whether the MCAs indeed succumbed to the pressure?
Na bundukira ina chochi ando icha kuromba. Baate menyato ibya mene ola ugatwira mbasi ni kiraitu. Na ndiro ruri ndo akiraitu na bunduki cia bako rombete ri. Ukarwa na ukarwa soka ndo ya bunduki. Dole ntore ka mogira bunduki cia cia yundie. Bange ba ibya mene no menya ta aduri yake ama. Okiro jando no menya bunduki rawe na chichi ya kuromba bati kwa very careful. Wakara.
Is that the same Saul turned Paul, going back to being Saul?
What DMK Kiogora is telling the public is that because I was elected as an independent governor, I've been operating with hired guns. And now Medeka Rintori has taken his own, Kiraito has taken his own, so I'm left without any weapon to fight, and I should be very careful because they have withdrawn their support as the leaders of political parties or as the senior-most people in their parties.
That is barely 3 weeks after DMK Kiogora had been seen dancing, praising you, and saying that he will defend you and will reject any influence from above.
It was like 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Let us watch then 3E.
Ilo tokuwa watu ilo tuikiama kia UDA no tuthugani. Ku withdraw support you tukwete mwagata kwa majority rinda to withdraw. As nini mando jondo tukulidiritie kire ku support kira assembly tuikiama. No to withdraw membership betu na bati ku support kaire.
Thank you. Who is the person speaking in that video and what is he saying?
Is the Honorable Senator, Deputy Speaker of this Honorable House, and he's saying that he might withdraw or is ending to withdrawing support of UDA members from being part and parcel of my agenda of development in Meru County.
Was that withdrawal, threat to withdraw, made a reality?
Indeed, after I spoke that, after 3-4 days, it was made a reality.
Let us watch KMV9 on whether that support was actually withdrawn. KMV9.
Must prevail. Number 9, we officially withdraw our support from the governor due to recent events and our proven inability to lead effectively. Our deaf honorable members are instructed not to in any way associate with the governor in person, Honorable Bishop Kawira Mwangaza. Number 10, we express support for the impeachment of Governor Kawira Mwangaza for the best interest of the people of Meru County and commit ourselves without reservation to this cause, which we commence forthwith. Number 11, we support CS Honorable Medical Intour's political leadership and endorse the proposal to make him the county's spokesperson for a unified voice of Meru County. Number 12, we applaud the newfound unity among political leaders except Governor Kawira Mwangaza for the sake of peace and development.
Thank you. KMV8, I think that is self-explanatory. KMV8. KMV8.
I've been given instruction by our SG, who is Honorable Kanini Kega, that as Jubilee, forthwith, going forward, with Jubilee withdraws its support to one Honorable Kawira Mwangaza.
Kabla December tutakuwa na gavana mwingine mpya, kwa sababu hii ni kitu tulianza kitambo na tulianzia hapa. Kwa hivyo tuna vita na wewe gavana kwa ajili ya kuonana. Tulikuwa
Those are members of County Assembly, and with them is one member of National Assembly. I think he has spoken in Swahili and English. There is no need to emphasize. Was there a press conference formally by other parties to withdraw their support? And I'm looking at KMV10, and I think that is my last video on this issue of withdrawal. KMV10.
In this county, we have decided forthwith to withdraw the support within and outside the assembly that we have given our governor. Number 3, we have resolved to start a fresh impeachment motion to the governor of Meru, one Honorable Bishop Kawira Mwangaza, and we have already signed, appended our signatures, the 27 of us who form or comprise the Kenya Kwanza caucus in the county assembly in preparation for a fresh impeachment motion.
Thank you. I think we can stop there. Thank you. Madam Governor, you have seen a series of press conferences by various leaders of county assembly, all seeking to withdraw their support. Were the timings of these press conferences within the same period of time?
It was within the same period of time.
Can you remember the month?
I think it's not more than 2 months ago.
That is the month of September?
Yes.
What do you attribute towards the sudden change of heart from you being their darling, being a performer, being their mother, to now castigating you in the manner they are doing, to the extent of them withdrawing support? Is there anything gross you did to provoke them, to the best of your knowledge?
I did totally nothing. And from the last clip, you can hear the mover of the motion saying that around 27 of them have already signed an impeachment that they are proposing to have. So they signed way back even before. That is what he has said. Number 2, the pressure from members of national government, some few elites, leaders, some few leaders of political parties, the Deputy Speaker of this Honorable House, before God, I want to say they are misleading our MCS.
Thank you. Governor, it got to the extent that even in the performance of your official duties, you were threatened and barred from performing that which you are allowed to do under the Constitution. Is that true?
Yes.
Can we watch KMV6 and tell us where you are, what you're doing, and what happened? You can pause there for a minute. We see you clearly there, Honorable Governor, and there is a young gentleman speaking. Tell us what he's saying and what you are doing in that event and exactly where you are.
That is an event done by the county government of Meru. The county assembly passed a budget for us to take care of the disadvantaged mamas in our community, and that program is dubbed as 1 cow per 1 poor family. We go around the villages, we have a committee to vet and see the most vulnerable person in that certain area. We take a cow to the area and give or donate as government to that particular person that has been vetted by a committee that includes the area chief.
Thank you. So this is not part of your Kolea program for clarity purposes?
This is not part of my Kolea program. My Kolea program we usually do on Sunday afternoon, and this is an official duty, a program that has county government employees and done purely by the county government of Meru. 1 cow per 1 poor family.
Was there any commotion or violence in that event?
There was no commotions. We started with the prayers, as you can see, and we went silently, we did not even advertise. Those are just the neighbors that saw what is happening and came just to see.
You confirm this was in the homestead of one of the poor Meru women?
It is in the homestead of the beneficiary.
Thank you. Can we watch that clip again from the beginning all through to the end?
Gavana, Zargani, nazoka na wewe? Kuja tuongee. Ngoja tu tuongee.
Iangalia hapa hizi.
Tuende pole pole. Wewe watu watoke. Unapata dakika 10 tu peke yake hapa. Watu watoka waende. Mtoke muende.
Unaenda.
Mtoke muende. Hapa tunataka kwanza vita. Mtoke muende.
Huyu ananibebea nini?
So, madam, what there is?
Amenibebea nini?
That is the question. Nimeongea na yeye.
So, Madam Governor, this is an official function of the head of the county. Why are the police disrupting your function?
The same leaders. It doesn't specifically mention the leader that had sent him, but now the influence from the national leaders led to this.
So were you able to complete your donation on that day?
I was not able to complete because it was stopped. And then when they said that we leave, we tried to explain. After 3 good hours in that vehicle, when people came, surrounded the vehicles, that is the time the officer said that it was a mistaken identity.
Mistaken identity. But isn't the officer calling you by your title when he comes?
Yes, he's calling me Governor Kuja. Governor Kuja.
You actually pleaded with him to allow you to finish.
Kamwambia ngoja nimalize, akasema hapana, we have 10 minutes here, Kuja.
And everyone was dispersed.
Everyone was dispersed.
That was, if I'm not wrong, a day or two before the impeachment. Can you remember the actual date?
I think a day before impeachment.
A day before impeachment.
And that clip is not complete, Council.
Yes.
I think we've not heard the officer saying as to why he had come to arrest me.
You can tell us because you are present. We may not have the benefit of the full video, but kindly, because it is a first-hand experience, tell us the explanation you got from the officer as to why he was seeking to interrupt your official function.
The officer was the area OCS, and then when people came in big numbers, the other bosses came along, and then he was asked to allow me go, and then he also apologized before everyone that it was a mistaken identity, and I forgive him.
Thank you. You have been accused of vilifying leaders. We have seen WhatsApp messages, you making certain utterances on WhatsApp groups, and even in 1 or 2 political rallies through the videos that were produced. Number one, have you vilified the leaders in Meru? Have you in any way vilified, demeaned the leaders in Meru?
I have not vilified any leader in Meru.
There was a particular comment you made on Facebook, on WhatsApp group, regarding the deputy governor. And you said, ujinga sita kubali. What were you talking about?
I was talking about him having or gathering young men, going around demeaning the governor and calling me a prostitute.
Was that a fair reaction, considering what we have seen? Was it expected of any human being to react and defend herself in the wake of such attacks?
Honorable Speaker, I'm not an angel. You must have feelings.
Thank you. Let us go briefly to the responses, and I believe you have answered to all the allegations in your notice, in your response that you first alluded to. You have answered, confirm that you have answered.
Yes, I have answered.
Satisfactorily to all the charges.
I have answered.
I want us to look at the first count, misappropriation and misuse of county resources. You came here and you also invited at the county assembly to answer to specific allegations, correct?
Yes.
Those specific allegations in respect to embezzlement and misuse of funds are found at 10A and B. Confirm?
Yes.
embezzlement is A, withdrawal of county funds is B.
Yes.
Those were the only particulars of the allegations that you are invited to respond to.
These are the only particulars.
So then you could not have responded to anything outside what was framed.
I responded to the particulars or the charges.
Let me read to you. Embezzlement of county funds through the governor's sisters, Rose Kinya, Miriam Gwantai, Kenneth Gwantai, Nefat Kenywa, Edwin Morangedi. We will not go into whether they are your relatives or not because we did that in another forum. Was there any table of particulars to indicate how much money Rose Kinya received, when they received them, how they have not accounted in A and B, because that is the only place where we see the particulars. Do you see any particular place where you are told Rose received this much, Miriam received this much, Nefat received this much, Kenneth received this much, Edwin received this much? Do you see that in the particulars?
There is no specific way or amount of money that is allocated to every person that the name appears in this accusation.
What instead they did is to throw a bush of infamous extracts and told you to look at those infamous, identify where Rose is, where Miriam is, Kenneth is, Nefat, Edwin. Is that what they did? Just giving you an infamous extract?
Just an infamous extract, to do it by myself, extract maybe the amount of money for Miriam, for Rose, for Kenneth, for Nefat.
Is there any mention in A and B where the amount of 78 million is mentioned to have been, that you are able to respond specifically to what you are facing?
There is nowhere a figure of 78 million is being indicated in this, as for the Miriam, Rose, Gwantai, and the rest.
Apart again from the infamous extract?
It is only the infamous extract. Nothing else.
You have also seen the basis of their complaint. It is another complaint by Salesio Mutuma, who tables his own computation and files it with EACC. Is that correct?
Salesio Mutuma is an activist. He files a report to EACC, and the county assembly uses the same report that has been taken to the EACC by Salesio to accuse me of embezzlement of county funds. Nothing else apart from the report by Salesio Mutuma.
So then, even as you're making this response, Madam Governor, it is only out of abundance of caution that you supply the Senate with what you thought was necessary.
Yes.
Did you even have the guide to lead you to where you are supposed to get materials in support of any claim?
No.
None whatsoever?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, was there any audit query or report that was generated by a competent body touching on embezzlement of county funds?
No audit report, no other report apart from an infamous report by Salesio Mutuma, an activist, to EACC.
But you have also taken time to explain what you thought the complainants might have been looking for, isn't it?
Yes.
And you have created a schedule that appears in your response. Kindly look at that. Appearing from what page?
105.
105 of our response, the small booklet.
Yes.
So then, the computation you did there, is it conclusive or is it based on what you understood to be the case from the county assembly? Because there were no particulars.
It is not conclusive.
It is not conclusive.
Yes.
The document again that you attached, was there any particular order to which you are preparing those documents, or you are basically looking at the IFMIS extract and giving what you thought was a suitable answer because there was no particular charge or request for you to look at any specific issue?
I tried my best to look at it so that I can give a feedback.
Thank you. So had you been properly guided by the motion, you would have done a better job in giving them very specific answers to specific queries?
Yes.
Thank you. Let us proceed to the other charge of nepotism. First of all, let me ask you about this gentleman called Nefat Kenywa, who has been said to be a brother-in-law to you. Do you know Nefat Kenywa?
No. He's an employee of county government of Meru.
He's an employee of county government of Meru. Is he married to your sister?
None of my sisters are married.
Your sisters are single. So then Nefat cannot be your brother-in-law?
No.
Edwin Mutuma, is he your nephew? Nephew rather to your husband?
No.
You know very well the relatives, or rather siblings to your husband?
I met him around 4-5 months ago.
That is Edwin?
That is Edwin.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he's not, again...
he's not a relative.
He's not a relative. Your husband, and now that I'm at it, has been accused of vilifying other leaders through a musical performance. There was a video that was played. For the sake of time, I will not ask for it to be played, but you are also present. I want you to look at the lyrics of that song. And even before you look at the lyrics, you were present.
Yes.
That song, to begin with, was sung in the Kiswahili dialect, true?
Yes.
So there was no need for it to be interpreted.
But Council, it's my prayer that we see the song so that I clear myself from that allegation.
Very well. Can we play? I could be guided where that clip is. It was a clip by... As we wait for the song, Madam Governor, we will watch it. But did your husband make reference to any elected leader?
He did not.
Did he make any reference to any other leader by name?
He did not.
What was the first gentleman saying in his song, to the best of your recollection?
That's why...
In fact, we have got the Kiswahili. Just read a few. At page 251 of volume 2 of the County Assembly's document. Very quickly, Madam Governor, I urge you to read. We are pressed for time.
They want, is that from me?
Yes, just read in Swahili.
They want Kawira to come and help them steal. Kawira is against it, and when Kawira refuses, they dig...
I would love you to read the Kiswahili version. The song was sung in the Kiswahili version. That is the translation. Kindly read the Kiswahili version. This is also a Swahili speaking.
Kila siku wanamtafutia makosa, wanataka Kawira awasaidie kuiba. Kawira akakataa, akasema yeye hataki wizi. Wakati alipokataa, wakasema, wakaanza kumshimbia mashimo. Wanataka Kawira akule pesa, nao wanataka Kawira wakule pesa za barabara. Wanataka Kawira akubali wakule pesa ya dawa hospitali. Wanataka Kawira awasaidie kukula mali yetu. Igembe na waeleze ukweli kabisa. Mpaka sasa sikilizeni kwa makini. Wanapanga pia kuchukua maisha ya Kawira. Wanapanga sasa mpaka kumuua Kawira. Lakini najua maombi yenu, huyo shetani ameshindwa katika jina la Yesu. Ati walikuwa wanasema tangu ile wakati ya impeachment ya kwanza, Kawira hajawahi kunywa chai kwa mikahawa ya Nairobi. Mara ya mwisho Kawira kunywa chai mikahawa ya Nairobi ni ile wakati ya impeachment. Na hiyo sasa ndio inafanya maadui wake wakasirike kabisa. Eti wanamtaka Kawira kuliko akuje okolea awe akienda Nairobi kule wakunywe nao chai na meza na pesa zenu. Kawira naye amekataa katakata, akasema kazi yake ni mashinani. Wenye wivu wajinyonge. Wenye wivu wajinyonge.
Is there anything demeaning or targeting any leader in those lyrics?
No, nothing. No leader is being targeted or mentioned by name.
Is it true that you're facing a threat to your life, that the first gentleman in a musical performance passed that information?
It is.
Is there anything wrong in that, in your husband coming to your defense when your life is in danger?
He should come and defend the wife.
Thank you. You have been accused of particularly assigning diplomatic duties to your two sisters, unqualified sisters.
Yes.
You have made an explanation to that allegation. Can you point out where that response is?
It's in page 10.
As we peruse through, Mr. Speaker, sir,
Page 15.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I note that my time is up. I'm seeking your indulgence for just 30 more minutes for me to wind up.
You need an extra 30 minutes?
Yes, indeed. Most humbly, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I can proceed.
Thank you. Tell us the response you have offered to the allegation that you assigned your two sisters diplomatic duties.
I was invited, courtesy call to embassy in Nairobi, that is Slovakian. While on my way, I was diverted to attend a function at the State House. I can explain without lending.
Yes, kindly proceed.
On my way, I was accompanied by the County Secretary of Meru, my personal assistant, my bodyguard, and my driver. And then on the way, there was an urgent meeting. I decided to attend the meeting first so that I can join the other team later. The county secretary joined went to the embassy. As I was finishing from the State House, they had already done with the meeting. Okay. So I did not assign my sister any duty. It is just because I had traveled with my personal assistant and also the bodyguard to attend the meeting.
Did you later offer an explanation as to who attended that meeting and what was discussed in your Facebook at page 94?
Yes.
You confirm that the person that attended that meeting and presided and had discussions was the county secretary?
Yes.
Thank you. Let us go to the China trip that you have been accused of sending your sisters and relatives to a tour. You got an invitation from a company?
Yes, to China.
To China?
Yes.
Did that company represent itself as having affiliations with the Chinese government, to the best of your understanding?
Yes, at first, the first case, it associated itself with the national or the country of China.
The state of China.
Yes.
You had planned initially to attend that trip. Is that the position?
Yes, I had planned to attend.
But before that, tell us, how often do you travel outside the country as the governor of Meru? How many trips have you had outside the country from the date you were sworn in as the governor?
I've only traveled once.
To which country?
South Korea.
When was that?
Around 6 months ago.
What was the practice when you traveled? How do you travel? Do you travel with your team together? Do they travel in advance? What happened during your last trip to South Korea?
For this specific one, I sent my personal assistant, my bodyguard, and the team in advance. And then I met them there later.
Okay.
Yes.
Why did you send them in advance?
For preparations and also to know exactly what I'm supposed to do and arrange everything before I get there.
Okay. Was that the case with the China trip?
Yes, it was the case.
So who traveled to China and for what purpose did they travel?
Those who traveled to China are 4 people. One is the Waziri for Health.
Yes.
And one is the external leakages acting director, my personal assistant, and my bodyguard.
Did you eventually travel to China?
No, I didn't.
You did not?
Yes.
Why didn't you travel to China?
When my advance team arrived to China, it was contrary to what the Chinese people and the brokers. The message that was given to our office was different because the private company or the people that came to visit Meru associated themselves with the Chinese government, and upon arrival of my team there, it was contrary to what they said. It was just a private business company interested in investing in Meru.
So the assertion that this was an opportunity for a cancer center to be established in Meru by well-wishers through a private public partnership, is that the position?
Isn't the position. If at all it was a donor donating even a single item, I could be the first one to get there. But it was purely a business company interested in doing business in Meru.
You have read the affidavit of your CCM, George Gekunda.
Yes.
He explains clearly that they even discovered that the people who had invited you did not even have a physical office in China.
Yes, I've read it.
That they took them through various companies that manufacture items.
Yes.
But could not prove that they have any affiliation with any of those companies.
They did not have any.
Was it then safe for you to proceed to China with that information having been availed to you?
To me, it was a waste of time, even though the company was offering full sponsorship. But now, going to China just because of assisting some people to come and do business in Meru, it wasn't a priority to me.
Thank you. You have been questioned why the CEC or yourself did not seek any visa clearance to China. Do you have a Chinese visa?
Yes.
Yes, you do. So there was no need for you then, for the CS to ask for a visa to be provided. You already had one.
No.
Thank you. The deputy governor, has also accused you of arbitrarily relocating his office from next to your office to another block, changing the locks. Let me just read specifically. Number one, he's accusing you of arbitrary reduction, suspension, and withdrawal of budgetary facilitation. Were you in any way involved in reduction and withdrawal of his budgetary facilitation?
No, and I cannot do that. In our office, we have AIU Older, who used to be the chief of staff, and he does, via other officers, facilitation to our travels, facilitation to our offices, and it has been done according to the way I know things.
In fact, yesterday during cross-examination, it was discovered that one Nefat Kenya received a lot of facilitation on behalf of the deputy governor. Is Nefat Kenya an administrator in the office of the deputy governor?
Yes, it is the deputy governor himself that suggested that Nefat Kenya to be the administrator in his office.
Thank you. You have been accused of threatening the deputy governor to inflict bodily harm against the governor. And this is in reference to one of the WhatsApp group that you said, nitafinya kieleweke. You remember that WhatsApp group, WhatsApp post?
Yes.
What were you talking about when you said nitafinya kieleweke? You are also accused, to combine with that, of mobilizing jeshi ya kumaliza deputy governor. What were you referring to when you said choma jeshi?
Specifically, council. I would like to see where exactly I have referred the kufinya kieleweke or the jeshi to my deputy governor.
So you deny making that particular
The allegation is that it's to the deputy governor.
Yes.
Where exactly have I referred to my deputy governor?
Thank you. Who then were you referring to, or what was the context?
I was referring to the kind of things going around in Meru County, the type of bullying that is going around. Of course, as a leader, you have to respond to some of the issues that goes around. Kufinya kieleweke, what's wrong with that?
Thank you. So you were not making any reference to
I was not making any reference to any particular person.
You have also been accused of forcefully breaking, entering, and ransacking
Is a criminal. Or the relevant authorities for doing such an act. I've never done that.
Thank you. Arbitrary relocation of the deputy governor's office. Is it true that there were reorganizational issues in the office of the governor that saw certain offices moved from one location to the other?
Yes, there was reorganization after we earned a big team of acting chief officers. In Meru, we have 2 blocks, the old block and the new one. And then the old block that has been used by the first governor, Kiraito Moronge, and partly by Honorable His Excellency Peter Munya. And that is where the deputy governor was reallocated to stay.
Thank you. Let us move on to the issue of accusing other leaders of being the 10 cartels in Meru in an event where the head of state was in attendance. Were you referring to the members of parliament? Because that is what was said yesterday.
Council, why would one suggest that I was referring to anyone when I've not mentioned one?
Who were you talking about when you said kuna makatel zaidi ya 10?
There's a certain story in Meru, maybe to take 1 minute to explain. One person thieves broke to his home, stole his own goat, and then there was a chief's meeting with everyone in that village. And that old man akaenda amebeba mkuki. Akasema ya kwamba katikati yenu ninaona kuna mtu ambaye ameiba ile mbuzi yangu. Just in 1 minute I will kill that person. Hakujua ni nani. Mtu mmoja akachomoka tu mara moja akaenda. That's when now the man realized who the person was. In my case, when I talked about Makatel, I did not mention anyone. I said this county will not be micromanaged by few cartels or 10 cartels and few rich people to assume that Meru is the way they want to paint it bad.
Thank you.
I did not mention anyone.
You did not mention anyone. That's
Yes.
quite important. There are these WhatsApp groups in Meru, County Admin Services, Third Government, 012. Are you the admin of these groups?
I'm not. I was added in that group.
You were added in that
Yes.
group. Is it an official WhatsApp group in Meru?
No, we don't have an official WhatsApp group in Meru County.
Did you at any moment incite or encourage any admin to remove the deputy governor from?
I don't know even the administrator. I was just handed.
Thank you. Did you encourage anyone to demean or insult?
No.
You did not. Thank you. I'll not talk about, let me ask you this question, it's quite important. It's the issue of sending certain employees of the county on compulsory leave. You remember that issue?
Yes, I remember.
You remember that issue? Number one, are you the one who sent these people on compulsory leave?
I'm not the one.
Who did that?
The county secretary.
County secretary.
Yes.
Are you aware that they were sent on compulsory leave?
I was notified after the county secretary sent them on compulsory leave due to some allegations that were reported to EACC.
So you are not part of the decision to send these people on compulsory leave?
No.
But you made a comment on Facebook about that issue.
Yes.
You confirm that you have appointed certain people to take charge of the revenue board.
Again, the appointment was done same as the sending of the same or the people on compulsory leave. Mine was to show or for people to know that these people are no longer doing or acting on behalf of Meru County government, and these are the new team that is on board.
Later on, you were subject of court proceedings in a case where these people cited you as a respondent. And subsequently, there were contempt of court orders issued. Why were you cited as a respondent in that matter?
By virtue of my office, not even that single matter, but almost in all matters, I'm among the third or the fourth or the seventh respondent by virtue of my office.
So does it point out to any personal responsibility, or it is normal and ordinary for parties to file cases against the office of the governor?
It is normal, especially when it touches the county government of Meru.
Indeed, Madam Governor, when you came to office, you continued defending cases that were filed against the office of the governor for actions that took place even before you got to office?
When I got to office, I met 800 and something cases in court.
Those cases were citing the governor as a respondent?
Yes.
Did they in any way communicate that you personally had a responsibility to the action that offended the person who went to court, or it is by virtue of the office?
In all those cases, there is nowhere where I was directly responsible.
Thank you. Lastly, we have an issue of appointment of the following person. But before I go there, let us talk about the traffic marshals in Meru. You have been accused of creating this office called the traffic marshals without following due process. Did you commit that offense?
I did not appoint anyone for the traffic marshals. That was a pilot project from the Department of Public Service. Just like any other governor or leader, you are mandated or you're supposed to launch a project. But I did not participate in employing any of the traffic marshals.
Did you later seek the approval of the County Public Service Board to create this office?
The county secretary did it.
And those discussions are ongoing?
The discussions are ongoing.
Thank you.
And one council may ask, who then were the drivers of the border? We have the enforcement team and some few others that were piloting or were used to pilot the project. So we've never employed any single person to do that duty.
Thank you. You have been told that you bear the ultimate responsibility even for actions of your CECs, county chief officers, directors, drivers, your chief of staff. What is your understanding of your role as a governor of Meru County?
Of course, to provide leadership counsel, and also, even though in some ways I might be involved where I'm directly giving a direction, maybe via memo, because a government has a way of communication. But in this case, or in all these allegations before me today, none of them that I have alluded my signature, neither given a memo for the accusations that are before me.
Thank you. The very last, we have seen a lot of, and I do not wish to go deep in it, but we have seen the county assembly trying to make a big deal of some payments that were done on one day to Rose, to other members of county government. Is it that these people are being paid for forged interest? Or why is it that there is an indication of many payments done on one day? To the best of your understanding, though you may not have the technical.
In county government, Mr. Speaker and the honorable senators, we receive funds not in one bunch. At times, funds are delayed, and some functions have to continue, like traveling, like meetings, and in most cases, we do or they do using their own money, like traveling, and then when money gets in or lands to our accounts, then they are paid. The issue of paying 10 payments in a day might have been a delay of payments which has not been done for a month or two.
Thank you. When you travel, is money put in your account or it is deposited in the account of your PA, or it's your PA who receives it?
Since I became a governor, no single coin has ever been deposited to my account.
How do you travel? Who then receives that money for your facilitation?
The PA.
Thank you.
The administrators.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, sir, that is all for this witness. I wish to hand her over for cross-examination. Thank you.
County Assembly, you may proceed to do your cross-examination. By way of indication, Counsel for the County Assembly, how much time do you need?
Mr. Speaker, if it finds favor with you, we request 2.5 hours.
You request?
2.5 hours. We only make this request, Mr. Speaker, based on the scope of the issues covered by the witness. They are not issues we can address in a short time. Our main witness, I think, was cross-examined for a similar amount of time. It's only fair for purposes of equality of arms.
Let's try 1.5, and then we'll gauge it from there.
The Honorable Governor Mwangaza, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council.
Would you agree that the cultural structure and values and attitudes of the Mount Kenya community are substantially similar, even though there may be small details of variation?
No.
So it is your case, the culture of the Meru, Embu, and the Gikuyu are vastly different.
Yes.
Are their languages also vastly different, or are they substantially mutually intelligible?
Different.
Are they mutually intelligible?
No.
I put it to you, Kawira, that anyone who lives in this country actually knows there isn't much difference in the cultures, values, and attitudes of those three communities. What do you say to that?
There is difference because, for example, in Meru we have Jorincheke. Do the Kikuyus have Jorincheke?
They have Kiama, and I'm sure you know even the Jorincheke is also called Kiama. It's just a difference of names. Anyway, Governor Kawira Mwangaza is the governor of Embu a man or a woman?
A woman.
To the best of your knowledge, is this woman governor being hounded out by some misogynistic male leadership?
Unless she's here to testify, I cannot testify.
To the best of your knowledge, has the woman governor of Embu been impeached 3 times? Has she faced 3 impeachment motions in the last 1 year?
I know of one Anne Waiguru who was impeached twice.
Let's stick to Embu for now. Has the governor of Embu faced 3 impeachment motions in the last 1 year?
No.
Nakuru equally has a woman governor, right?
Yes.
It has a huge population of Mount Kenya diaspora. True or untrue?
True.
Has that woman governor in Nakuru faced 3 impeachment motions in the last 1 year?
No.
Kwale as a woman governor, true or false?
True.
The people of Kwale are Bantus, just like the people of Mount Kenya, correct or incorrect?
Correct.
Has that woman governor faced 3 impeachment motions in the last 1 year?
No.
Homa Bay, which is a different cultural area, as a woman governor, correct or incorrect?
Correct.
Has she faced any impeachment motion in the last 1 year?
No.
As a matter of fact, Meru itself, as an elected woman MCA, correct or incorrect?
Correct.
To the best of your knowledge, has that woman MCA in Meru encountered any backlash from a toxic masculinity to hound her out of office?
Several times.
Have you adduced that evidence anywhere in your response?
No, because it was not part and parcel of my response.
Meru as a woman representative, correct or incorrect?
Correct.
In fact, you yourself were a woman representative of Meru for a whole 5 years.
Yes.
Did anyone try to recall you because you are a woman?
No.
Good. Let's go to, you just told Mr. Speaker, it's more common story in Meru. Tell me whether you know of this story, which is also very common in Meru, of a woman who would beat her husband, then scream, and because the society is socialized to think it is the man beating the woman, and she has locked the house, people would think it is the man who was beating the woman, while the truth was the other way around. Have you ever heard of that story?
No.
Of course, you've never heard of it, because it's not convenient. Let's agree, Governor Kawira, for argument's sake, without conceding, let's agree the MCAs are indeed acting under the influence of external people. Would that mean your sisters never received the monies we allege?
Pardon?
If we temporarily agree for argument's sake that the reason the MCAs have impeached you all these times is because of toxic masculinity and evil motives and malice and whatnot, we want, for argument's sake, in my next series of questions, to work on the assumption that that is true. If the MCAs are malicious, would that be an answer to why your sisters were receiving monies irregularly from the county?
No.
If the MCAs are intimidated or influenced, would that be an answer to the count on usurpation of statutory functions of the County Public Service Board?
No.
Indeed, Governor Kawira, the motivations of the MCAs, you will agree, are therefore irrelevant as long as there is evidence in support of the charge.
There is no support in the charge.
That's for the Senate to decide, but assuming there is evidence in support of the charge, is it your position the charge would fail because even though there is evidence, the MCAs are driven by an ulterior motive? Is that what you're inviting the Senate to do, assuming the Senate believes you're an innocent victim of evil machinations? Does that undo the evidence against you on the charges?
The charges should have evidence. If
they have the evidence, my question is, Would evil intentions on the part of the MCAs undo that evidence? Would the evidence cease to exist because the MCAs are acting maliciously?
No.
The answer is?
No.
No. So you will agree with me, therefore, the case against you should be decided on the evidence, not on the motivations of the MCAs.
Yes, on the evidence.
Thank you very much. That's a very useful answer. Let's go to the complaint by Celesio. Mr. Speaker, that would be from page 1 of volume 2. You just told the Senate that the reason you did not account for the entire 78 million is because the motion only related to your sisters. Is that still your position?
Yes.
Did you read volume 2 as you read the impeachment motion?
Where is the volume?
Did you read the bundle that contains the Assembly's evidence?
The evidence is the IFMIS extract by Celesio.
Correct.
Yes.
In fact, the impeachment motion says the evidence is in the complaint by Celesio. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
It would mean, therefore, the impeachment motion must be read together with the complaint by Celesio. Correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
Can you refer to paragraph 11 of the motion? (11A), can you read it to the Senate?
Yes, I can read.
Read it for us.
87 of 68. Evidence of the governor engagement, convenience, and complicity in the proceeding. 2, gross violation of the Constitution. 3, 2, gross misconduct. 3, gross abuse of office to be found in, accompanied by Duranira Celesio Mutuma to Ethics and Corruption Commission on 11th August 2023.
So you agree you are given sufficient notice that the Assembly will be relying on the complaint by Celesio in the motion itself. Correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
Fair enough.
Incorrect.
We said it's okay, we can live with your answer. But let's go to the complaint by Celesio. Can you go to page 4, volume 2? What does it say? At 2.5?
For volume.
It refers to Kadhure Rukaria Catherine, isn't it?
Yes.
It is therefore correct that you had prior notice. There is a complaint by Celesio regarding payments to this particular person.
Kadhure Rukaria.
Did you or did you not receive this page 4, volume 2, Governor Kawira? Either you did or you did not receive it.
I want to see the charge first because the charge talks about embezzlement of funds by relatives.
Yes, we moved from the charge to the evidence where you already referred to the complaint
by Celestio, the complaint has to be read in its entirety.
The author of the IFMIS report, Celestio, in the IFMIS report, we have more than 100 persons who have received funds.
And all these 100 persons are persons working in your office, correct or incorrect?
And these 100 persons are not mentioned in the impeachment.
Fair enough, Governor. Do these 100 persons work in your office? Either they do or they don't.
I'm not aware of everyone who works in my office.
Good. But does page 17 indicate these are transactions by persons who work in your office? At the top of page 17, does it show that these are transactions by persons who work in your office?
Currently, county government of Meru, we have 6,000 employees, and I cannot know every person by name.
Governor, unfortunately, you don't have the luxury of ducking my questions. My question is, does this IFMIS indicate in black and white that these are transactions by persons working in your office?
I don't.
Either it does or it doesn't.
I don't think so.
Can you read the top, the very first item on that page 17?
Yes.
Read it to the Senate.
Vote. These are small ones, I can't see.
I don't mind if your assistant can read for you.
Okay.
She can read for you.
Vote 3562, Meru, Office of the Governor.
You will agree, Madam Governor, the document itself indicates it's about transactions in your office, not another office.
In my office, from July 2022, when I was not the governor of Meru.
Yes, and while you were seated here, we pointed out only 12 transactions lie in the previous regime. All the others have happened when you were the governor, correct or incorrect?
And that's why, Council, you want me to know everyone who, including those who worked in the previous regime, from this document?
You won't get away from this, Madam Governor, by being clever. Can you see page 17? You confirm the transactions begin on 1st July,
yes,
when Kiraitu was the governor,
yes,
right?
Yes.
And it follows like that, 1st July, and when July ends, the next entries are for 20th September 2022, correct or incorrect?
Correct.
Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
Correct. You are the governor as at September 2022.
Yes.
It must therefore follow that for all these hundreds of transactions, all of them except the first 12 happened during your tenure as governor of Meru.
Yes.
Good. Let's go back to the complaint by Celestio. At page 4, Celestio talks of withdrawals by Kadhure Rukaria Catherine, correct or incorrect?
Correct.
And he has analyzed them, and most of them are indicated the payment description is not applicable. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
In your understanding of government accounting and PFM, should public money be expended and the accounting description is not applicable?
Council, I'm not an accountant.
You are the governor, unfortunately, so answer my question.
As the governor of Meru, the way I understand is that after this IFMIS report, if it's a genuine one, of which I doubt, follows an audited report. Before me, if it was an audited report, which clears or rectifies any mess that is in IFMI's report, then it could be a question that I could be easily able to answer.
Does the county government have access to IFMIs?
Yes.
In fact, your junior officials have credentials to IFMIs.
Yes.
Therefore, they could easily have just logged in and printed the correct IFMIs if your case is you doubt the authenticity of this one. Correct or incorrect?
I repeat again that IFMI's extract is not the final document.
That's not my question, Madam Governor. The question is, would your CEC finance, would your Chief Officer finance, would your own Chief of Staff, who is the accounting officer in your office, do all these people have login credentials to IFMIs?
They have.
Good. And therefore, when the Assembly asked you to present the IFMIs extract, all your officials needed was to log in, print, submit. Correct or incorrect?
There was a reply by the...
There is a reply. Answer my question. All they needed to do, if there was any reason to doubt the authenticity of these IFMIs, was to log in and print.
Council, do the Assembly rely on IFMIs?
Madam Speaker, I ask that the witness answers my question. I don't want to have an altercation with her. I need your protection, Madam Speaker.
Madam Governor, just answer the question, please.
They have the right to print the...
Yes, and therefore you will acknowledge all they needed to put this matter to rest if there was no embezzlement was to log in and print. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
But instead of doing that very simple task, your CEC and your officials, what they did is to manually type their own figures instead of those on the system. Page 105 of your response. Correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
Are you saying the document at page 105 of your response is a system-generated report?
This is generated from my office or from the Salesio?
It is from your office. It is in your response, Madam Governor.
In my response, we are dealing with the IFMIS report by Salesio, the activist, or a report from my office.
If I unpack your own defense for you to answer the question, I don't know, Madam Speaker, who is answering questions. In your defense, you actually rely on the report by Salesio. And in addition, you have brought something you have manually typed, which is a parallel document, not the one from IFMIS.
Council, you're insisting that she has typed and she's saying they did not. Can you re-ask the question so that she can answer that?
On its face, the document in your defense, is it generated from IFMIS or is it manually typed? Because that should be clear from the face of the document.
This is the summary of IFMIS payment.
It is not an extract from IFMIS, is it or is it not?
It is an extract of the IFMIS.
Does it have a timestamp?
Time what?
And if timestamp?
Yes.
Where is the timestamp? Show it to us.
It has the voucher number, the payee.
I'm not talking about voucher numbers. I'm talking about a timestamp. System-generated report from IFMIS indicate when they were printed, when they were downloaded. They leave a footprint. Who keyed them and when? You will agree, Madam Governor, so that we save time, your document is not system-generated. And that's why I said you typed it. If you refuse to answer the question, I'll proceed and invite the Senate to make whatever conclusions it wants to conclude from that refusal.
Council, you can put it to her and proceed.
There?
You can put it to her and proceed.
Madam Governor, I'm putting it to you that you're refusing to answer this question.
I'm not refusing to answer any question.
I put it to you, you're dodging my questions.
Which one particularly?
Whether the report at page 105 of your defense is a system-generated document or a document typed on a desk by someone.
It's a system of a summary of IFMI's payment.
We'll leave it to the Senate to see who to believe on that so that we don't spend all the time on one issue. At page 10 of our volume 2, how much money does Celestio say Catherine Rukaria irregularly withdrew from the vote for the office of the governor? 29, there is a total there. It is how much? Can you read it for the Senate?
Grant total payment made by Catherine Rukaria, 29,018,714.
How much does he give as the total that was withdrawn from your office during this period covered by the IFMIS?
Grant total paid to the county government of Meru.
Yes.
That is 188 million. That is the grant total paid to the county government.
Read the exact figure. What is the exact figure?
88,609,373.
And it says the amount withdrawn by just one Catherine Rukaria is what percentage of the total? It is indicated there in black and white?
15%.
15%.
Yes.
Let's go to lead and gather, same page 10. Again, Celestio has outlined many payments where the description is not applicable. Correct or incorrect on the face of it?
Correct.
Let's go to page 12 that involves your sister. Celestio has again listed all the specific payments to your sister. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
And again, most of them, the item description is not applicable. And on the IFMIS, the description is prepayment. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
And what is the total amount, this sister of yours?
2,769,000.
Is this amount smaller or bigger than the total amount for the interest you have submitted to the Senate? This amount here of 2,769,000, is it smaller or bigger than the amount you have accounted for?
Let me see the booklet that I have accounted for.
You have only accounted for 2.6 million, Madam Governor, for all the relatives, and yet for just one of them, the amount irregularly disbursed is 2.7 million. I'm putting it to you that the sum of the amount of money you have accounted for all your relatives is actually smaller than the amount paid to just one of them, as per this document.
And as per this document, which is an IFMIS report, the audited report clears any error that is in this report. We have cases in this same report that you are referring to, some of the payments named as hospitality payment, which are hospital supplies rather than hospitality payments. Who will rectify the mess which is still in your evidence booklet named as hospital supplies rather than hospitality supplies?
Governor Kawira, who is responsible for inputting transactions on IFMIS at Meru County?
PFM Act Section 103 gives the responsible person to correct the measures. It establishes the CEC finance is the end and it makes all decisions. And the Public Audit Act 31 spells out the audit process for documents to be tabled before Parliament and Assembly.
So you will agree with me?
So this IFMIS report must go through the audit for us to get a final copy that can be read by this honorable House.
Except that's not the question I asked you, and I agree with you. But you agree the answer to my question is that it is your officials who enter the data in this IFMIS.
Who is right now? Is it our officials or the activists?
Answer my question. Madam Speaker, please.
Councillor, what is your question?
My question is whether it is county officials in Meru who keyed in the data on IFMIS.
Governor?
Yes, it is the county officials for our case.
And therefore you will agree with me, if there is any misrepresentation of hospital as hospitality in IFMIS, the person that should take responsibility for that is your own officials, correct or incorrect?
Correct, and that's why we have another process.
I have received my answer,
audit.
Madam Governor. You have said it's correct. You have given an explanation that the reason your officials and relatives receive all these payments is by way of interest. That's why on IFMIS it is captured as prepayment, isn't it?
Yes.
Are you aware an interest is to be surrendered within 7 days?
Prepayment cancel is money requested for activities not done, and after the activities have been done, the accounting person accounts for every coin before receiving any other money.
Again, you're dodging my question.
Repeat
the question is, isn't an imprest supposed to be surrendered and accounted for within 7 days?
Surrender of interest are surrendered within specific days?
My question is very easy. By law, should an imprest be surrendered within 7 days? It's either yes or no. Should an imprest be surrendered and accounted for within 7 days? What's your answer, Madam Governor?
I'm not sure if it's within 7 days.
Fair enough. You will also agree with me, this report covers an entire year, financial year, July to the date, the last date there. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
And therefore, if payments made in September last year by way of interest still appear as prepayment, the only conclusion that arises is that those interests were never surrendered and accounted for. It is the only accounting conclusion that ensues, Madam Governor. Correct or incorrect?
Incorrect. And the reason is that you cannot receive funds from the Treasury before surrendering everything that you received earlier on.
As a matter of fact, Madam Governor, so that I show you you're a liar, Can an officer be given an imprest without accompanying hard cash?
Repeat again.
Is an imprest given with, is an imprest when an officer takes an imprest? Aren't they given cash? Isn't that why it is indicated as a prepayment? Because they have been given cash to expend and later account.
It depends whether the
it is yes
government...
or no, Madam Governor. Can one be given an imprest without a cash disbursement to them? Would you call that an imprest?
It is a prepayment.
Madam Governor, I put it to you, you can't have it both ways. It is your case that the reason these items appear as imprest on IFMIS is because they were by way of imprest. Isn't that your defense, Madam Governor?
Can you ask clearer? What is it? What question do you want her to answer?
The question, Madam Governor, which I'm putting to you, is that your answer that officers take imprest and then later on, when money is disbursed from Treasury, they are paid. That is why they are paid several, they appears.
What is the question? Are you putting it to her or are you asking?
I'm putting it to her, Madam Speaker, that your answer cannot hold, which you gave in chief, that the reason your relatives have several payments on the same day is because money is paid after the event and after there has been an accumulation. That cannot be correct because an imprest is always supported by hard cash. So it is given on cash basis. So the question of waiting for money does not hold, Madam Governor.
These are prepayments, and these are money requested for activities not paid before. And when money arrives to the county government, they are paid. For example, if I'm traveling today from here to a certain destination, we will use our own resources and later surrender the documents for the person concerned to receive the payment.
Let's use your own example, Madam Governor, pause it there. If you travel today on your own money, which will be refunded later, would you be given an imprest for spending your own money?
You will be paid for spending
That's not my question, Madam Governor. You're going on a trip, and we all agree it happens every day, on your own money to be refunded later. Are you given an imprest on that occasion when you're traveling on your own pocket to claim later?
You will be given imprest if there are some goods you are required to buy on cash. And the amount of money that the council we are discussing is the office of the governor, where there are no projects apart from the usage of money by way of travelers and other things like purchase of items in the office of the governor. No projects is done in the office of the governor. How else do we expect the office of the governor to work or to receive money if not by this form?
I did ask you any question, Madam Governor, about projects. We are talking.
Councillor, can you wrap up on that question? And can you? I think the Senate might be able to appreciate the issue of imprests. I request that you move to the next question.
Madam Speaker, my name is Meru, and I have a few questions for the Governor. Madam Governor,
We were told by your witness, the CEC for Legal and Public Service Management, that the originals of the surrender documents are with the auditors. Is that your position?
Yes.
And he told us that the originals that are with the auditors are signed. Is that your position?
Yes.
So if the originals are with the auditors and they are signed, where did you get these surrender documents that are not signed?
Council, what happens after you surrender the interest? When you surrender the surrender of the interest, you have a voucher that is in your documents attached to your files, signed, verified, and examined by an examiner. I think those are the documents you have. Are they examined and verified?
No, the documents we have are not examined or signed by the Director of Accounts or by the Chief Officer of Finance. And if your testimony or your evidence is that the originals are signed and they are with the auditors, where did you get these copies that are not signed? Can you have two documents, one which is signed, the original, and another document that is not signed with respect to the same transaction?
Of course, every person have to keep a record of what maybe you might be asked to give and give it out.
So you would agree with me then that the documents you provided here are not a proper record or representation of the documents that are with the auditors?
And that's why we have...
No, it's a yes, no question. Would you agree with me then that the documents that you've provided here, because they are not signed, and the ones that are with the auditors, the originals, are signed, then these documents, obviously, are not a proper representation or copies of the documents you submitted to the auditors?
They are the same documents submitted to the auditors.
Madam Speaker, I think at this point I'll invite the Senate to make the necessary conclusion. Governor, you can turn with me to page 295 of our volume 2. And my first question, Governor, is whose responsibility is it by law to appoint chief officers? Is it your responsibility to appoint chief officers?
No.
By law, whose responsibility is it to appoint chief officers?
Public Service Board.
Governor, maybe I can clarify there that the position of the law, if you check section 45 of the County Governments Act, is that the governor appoints chief officers on recommendation of the County Public Service Board.
Yes.
The County Public Service Board advertises.
Yes.
They shortlist.
Yes.
They interview.
Yes.
Then they submit names. And in fact, in your case, they submitted 3 names for every department.
Yes.
To the governor for formal appointment.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
So who does the actual appointment? The governor.
Yes.
So the document at page 295, now that you agree that it is the governor who formally appoints chief officers as by law, you will agree with me, Governor, that the document at page 295 emanates from your office. It is signed by the County Secretary for Her Excellency the Governor, and it communicates your decision as Governor to appoint certain individuals as chief officers, some in acting capacity, some in substantive positions, correct?
Council, I would like you to...
It's a yes-no question, Governor, so that we move.
There's no.
So you have not appointed these persons?
I've not appointed.
Okay. I'll refer you then to number 1, Naomi Kamunde, that is appearing. Can you read aloud what the document is at number 1?
I want to read from slightly above number 1.
Okay, you can start there then.
Redeployment.
Okay. Redeployment, go ahead. Or maybe assistant can
In
do it for you.
order to improve on efficiency and effectiveness in the service delivery, the following changes have been agreed upon.
Okay.
Naomi Kamunde to move from Office of the Governor, Directorate of Protocol, to perform functions of Chief Officer, Office of the Governor, awaiting substantive Chief Officer.
Okay.
Yes.
So, by this letter, Naomi Kamunde is to move from the Office of the Governor, correct?
Yes.
And perform the functions of Chief Officer, awaiting a substantive Chief Officer, correct?
Yes.
And we've agreed that the power to appoint Chief Officers resides in you as a governor.
Is that appointment?
No, we have agreed that the power to appoint resides in you as a governor, correct?
Yes.
Is it your position that in appointing chief officers in acting capacity, the governor need not consult the County Public Service Board?
In this case...
No, it's a yes-no question, Governor. Is it your position that in appointing chief officers in acting capacity, the governor need not consult the County Public Service Board? Is that your evidence?
Who has signed this document?
It is signed. Answer my question. Madam Speaker, I think at this point I'll seek your protection. May the witness answer the question.
Madam Governor, just answer the question, sir.
It's a yes?
Repeat again.
Is it your evidence that in appointing chief officers, in whatever capacity, whether substantive or acting, the governor need not consult the County Public Service Board? Is that your evidence?
When appointing a new chief officer.
When appointing a new chief officer. So I take it that it is your evidence that when appointing a chief officer in acting capacity, the governor need not consult the County Public Service Board. That is your evidence.
The county secretary also has the powers.
By what? By which law? By which law? Show me the law. I am willing to be persuaded, Madam Governor, show me the law. What allows the county secretary to appoint chief officers?
Not
in
to
whatever
appoint,
capacity.
but to redeploy.
Governor, the question is not on the deployment. The question is on appointment. The question is on appointment. And turn with me to page 335. What document is on page 335?
Advisory on transfers and appointments.
Okay.
This is an advisory.
An advisory by the County Public Service Board. Yes. At paragraph 2, just read aloud what the County Public Service Board has advised all chief officers, because this is an internal memorandum, through the County Secretary who is the head of public service.
The County Public Service Board have advised the County Secretary and Head of Public Service, but not the Governor of Meru.
Okay. Yeah. But we agreed that it is a function of the Governor to appoint chief officers. We agreed on that, section 45.
Yes.
Okay.
But
go ahead
there
and
is
read it.
No
just go ahead
advisory
and
by the county government or the County Public Service Board to the Governor.
I agree with you on that. But I'm saying just read paragraph 2. Or do I read it aloud for you to agree?
No, I should read.
Okay.
This is advisory to the County Secretary and Head of Public Service with respect to establishment of offices, appointments, including acting appointments to all levels of staff. Please note that it is the sole statutory responsibility of the County Public Service Board as guided by the sections 59, subsection 1, A and B, 63 and 64 of the county government Act 2012 to read together with the Section 34, Act 2017, and Section 16 and 23, PSC Regulations 2020. Any other appointments done outside this is deemed null and void.
The County Public Service Board says that all appointments, including acting appointments at all levels of staff, is by law, and the laws are quoted there. It is the sole statutory responsibility of the board, correct?
Yes.
So, could you then, you or your or your county secretary, in the document on page 295 and 296, purport to appoint chief officers in acting capacity or substantive capacity? Could you purport to do so? Are you within the law in purporting to do so? That is my question.
I am not the one that did this. The letter is clearly signed by the county secretary.
But for who, Madam Governor? The letter is signed by the county secretary for who? For the governor, correct? And the appointment is issued in the letterhead of the office of the governor, correct? At page 295.
Where?
At page 295, on the top of the page, the letterhead is office of the governor, correct?
The letterhead for all the offices in my office have office of the governor, not this one specifically.
No problem, but this one specifically is office of the governor.
Yes.
Is the county secretary...
Council, sorry to interrupt.
Thank you.
I would like to alert all parties of the timelines that we are going to follow, and we are going to strictly adhere to this. The cross-examination will end at 7:10 without any extra minute. The re-examination will start from 7:10 to 7:30. The clarification by senators will start from 7:30 to 7:50. And then we'll have the closing statement on behalf of the County Assembly for 60 minutes from 7:50 to 8:50. Then we'll have the closing statement on behalf of the government for 60 minutes from 8:50 to 9:50. And then from 9:50 to 10, we will have an in-camera session, and the Senate will then have debate on the motion and division between 10 and 11:50 p.m. So this is to alert you to just bear that in mind. Thank you.
Very well, Madam Speaker. We are guided accordingly. So, Governor, back to my question. The specific letter on page 295 is issued in the letterhead of the office of the governor. And we have agreed that the governor is the appointing authority for chief officers, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is the county secretary staff in the office of the governor?
The county secretary?
Yes.
And the public?
Is the county
Staff
secretary
in the county government of Meru?
Staff in the county government of Meru.
Yes.
You will agree with me that the county secretary is the head of public service,
yes,
and is therefore not a staffer in the office of the governor.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
So, in as much as you might want to say that the county secretary was signing on your behalf, is not.
The county secretary
is not a staffer in your office, correct?
The county secretary assigned the letter
for the governor, though he is not a staffer in your office, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Governor, turn with me to page 384 of our volume 2. Under paragraph 4, that is a response by the County Public Service Board to the clerk of the County Assembly. You will agree with me that in that response, the County Public Service Board states, and I quote, "The board is the appointing authority according to Section 64 of the County Government Act."
Not disputed.
And the board, however, was not involved in the appointment of the acting chief officers as per the Act. You agree with me? At least that is apparent on the face of the document, correct?
Maybe.
You agree?
I'm not the one that was writing to them.
But you agree that is what the board says, Governor? That is
Yes,
obvious.
according to the letter.
Okay. So the board, the County Public Service Board, actually disowns your appointment and says that the appointments of the 17 chief officers whom you have appointed on the 23rd of August, most of whom are in acting capacity, was done without its involvement. Correct?
And to me, the board, the role of...
So yes, no question, Governor, so that we move.
Council, the role of the board is to give advisory to the end of county public service.
The role of the board is to recommend for appointment to you so that you appoint. The powers reside in you, not the county secretary. We agree on that, Governor. So, and the board disowns those appointments and says that you did not consult the board in making the appointments. You specifically, because you are the appointing authority.
And I specifically did not appoint any person.
I think...
Madam Speaker, we are constrained to seek your direction because we believe the rules of cross-examination is that a witness answers questions, they don't tell stories. And the reason we seek your direction and perhaps invocation of your powers under the relevant standing order is that we believe this witness is engaging us in an altercation, knowing very well our time is very limited, so that we don't have the opportunity to put to her all the relevant questions that we need to put.
Madam Governor, please answer the questions as asked.
Council, I have never appointed
Madam
any
Speaker,
of these.
Madam Speaker, just hold on. Council, can you ask the question and can she answer it?
Madam Governor, my question is, the County Public Service Board has disowned your appointments.
Not my appointments.
Who is the appointing authority?
The person who has signed here.
So, Governor, are you saying you have abdicated your roles as Governor and you delegated your authority to appoint to the County Secretary?
I have not delegated.
So, who appointed these officers? Is it you or the County Secretary?
The County Secretary.
Okay. So, Governor, you're telling this Honorable House that as Governor, you can delegate your statutory authority to appoint the chief officers Just a moment, Madam Speaker. I want to show you, you can turn to our volume 3, or maybe I can just show you. Our volume 3, it's a small bundle with a green cover. The appointment of county chief officers. Governor, you will agree with me on 45, section 45, it reads as follows, that whenever a vacancy arises in the office of the county chief officer, the respective governor shall within 14 days nominate qualified and experienced county chief officers from among persons competitively sourced and recommended by the County Public Service Board, and with the approval of the County Assembly, appoint county chief officers. You agree? That is the law. That is the law, Governor. You agree?
Council, I agree.
Very well, Madam Governor. So, have you presented a valid authority before this House to show that you could validly delegate your authority to the County Secretary to appoint this chief officer on your behalf?
The acting chief...
Is there an authority? Is there an authority, Madam Governor?
Council,
from your documents.
Let me explain, Council.
Is there an authority, yes or no?
These acting
Madam Governor, is there an authority?
Are
Madam Governor,
in the same
they want a yes or no answer. Just answer. Whether you
No one has
delegated
been
that authority.
sourced from outside. These are directors at acting capacity, awaiting
I think, Madam
substantive
Speaker,
recruitment.
I leave the Senate to draw a conclusion on that question. Madam Governor, you can turn with me to page 68 of our volume 2. And for purposes of clarity, in your exam in chief, you stated that you did not travel to China, correct?
Yes,
You never traveled to China.
I have.
Did you seek clearance to travel to China?
Yes,
You sought clearance,
yes,
but you never traveled.
yes.
Okay. The document on page 68 says, and the question is, the persons in the letter that is signed by the county secretary makes reference to, following the invitation of the governor of Meru County, the following technical team. The wording is technical team, correct?
Yes.
And turn with me to page 86. In that letter, we can see your name listed there as part of the persons who were supposed to travel to China, correct?
Yes,
Though you never did.
I never did.
So, because, Madam Governor, your defense is that your relatives traveled as part of an advance team, yet in the letter of 5th June 2023, we see that you tried to obtain clearance on the same day. Were they traveling as part of an advance team of another team that was to come if you are in the same letter with them seeking clearance? Is that defense consistent with what we see on page 86?
Yes, it is.
Fair enough. And at page 87, Madam Governor, we see a Mr. Nefat Kenyu Meme, whose title is designated as Director External Linkages, correct?
Yes.
And in your testimony, you say that he was an office administrator in the office of the governor.
Yes, and later moved to act in the external leakages.
And later moved to?
External leakages acting director.
Okay. Was he competitively recruited by the board in order for him to act? Okay, not competitively recruited. Let me rephrase, Madam Speaker, I'm sorry. Was he formally appointed by the board, County Public Service Board, in order for him to act as a director external linkages? Was he?
He was an
Yes or no?
He was an employee of county government.
Was he appointed formally by the County Public Service Board in that acting capacity? Was he?
By the county public service board?
Yes.
No.
He was not.
But by the county secretary.
By the county secretary?
Yes.
And in that advisory that I just showed you in our bundle, in that advisory by the County Public Service Board, it says that all appointments, whether acting or substantive, in all levels of the County Public Service are the exclusive responsibility, statutory responsibility of the County Public Service Board. Is that not a violation of the law, Madam Governor?
It depends with the county secretary.
Does it depend on the county secretary or what the law says? Is it a matter of discretion? Or it is a matter of about compliance with what the law says?
The county secretary council cannot do this minus any law guiding him to do this.
So what is the law then that supports your position?
That's why I want someone 2 minutes to get exactly why the county secretary has power to have a director to act for some few months awaiting substantive recruitment of a chief officer.
Again, Madam Speaker, I leave the Senate to draw the necessary conclusion. In the interest of time, Madam Speaker. Madam Governor, I'll refer you to the screenshots from pages 149 of our volume 2. In your defense, you state that you're the foremost peacemaker in Meru County, correct?
Yes.
In your defense is that you're the foremost peacemaker in Meru County, correct?
I'm the
foremost peacemaker.
Yes, yes, yes.
The timestamp appearing on the screen grab at page 149 is on 20th of May, 2023, at the top, correct?
Yes.
Long before the impeachment motion was tabled?
It depends.
Between May and October 16th, how many months? Roughly 4 months, actually.
Yes.
Correct? And before May 20th is before the videos you played here of the parties withdrawing your support from you. Correct?
Yes.
And on this page, Madam Governor, we see your Chief of Staff removing, the screenshots are provided by the Deputy Governor for your information. Your Chief of Staff removed him from this WhatsApp group. You will agree? At least you are a member of that group. You saw that, correct?
I'm a member.
Who are the other members of the group?
So many, I don't know the number, but so many members.
Including members of the public?
Yes.
As per your defense. And at pages 155 in the other group, you can turn with me to 155. We also see that the Honorable Mutia, Chief Officer, removed the Deputy Governor from this group, which is on May 27th, correct?
Yes.
And in the interest of time, I'll refer you to page 160. This is a screen grab of your message about Kuchoma Jeshi that you are referred to by your counsel, correct?
Yes.
And your most disturbing message on page 163, a transcript of which, Madam Speaker, is on page is on page 446 of our volume 2, correct? Madam Governor, where you say, and DG mobilized fuel levy.
Yes.
Can you read that aloud, that message?
Yes, I can see the message.
I want you to read it aloud.
I can see it's Kitabun Kanata was copy pasted again.
Oh, turn to page 163 where it's Governor Mwangaza. Page 163.
Where is Governor Mwangaza here?
On the top. That is your message, Governor.
Okay. And the DG mobilized fuel levy.
Okay.
I continue?
Yes, continue.
Pamwe pagashwa uria pakamia mbira ya mbokando ukabaigwa.
Okay. What did you mean, Governor, by those words?
I meant that the DG mobilized fuel levy.
Okay.
As you saw in the clip.
I did not see, but go on.
As we saw in the...
No, just proceed, Governor. I'm not a witness.
Then I said, some will try to see things easy, according to the proverb, and they will get hard way.
They will?
They will get hard way.
Madam Speaker, the correct translation is on page 446. I don't want to spend much time on it, because it seems the governor would not as
It's a proverb. In the real sense, how do you have Birembo?
No harm, Madam Governor, no harm. And this was way before that video by the DG. That was way before.
No.
When was this message written?
It was after.
You see, Madam Governor, we can follow through all the way from May 20th to May 27th, correct? When the DG was removed from the group. And the video that you played here by the DG was on 20th September.
And this WhatsApp group, you get a message and then you repost again using the same message.
So are you saying you reposted this message after 20th September?
Not myself, but the person who is Kinoti Nkanata.
No, but Madam Governor, it is your message. I'm not concerned with the message by Getobu Nkanata. I'm talking about your message. I'm talking about your message. So after 20th September, you still reposted this message, despite having it posted it before.
Yes, it was after the verification by the deputy.
You have posted this message twice. That is what you're saying. You cannot have it both ways, Madam Governor.
After the verification.
And Madam Governor, turn to page 170, where you make reference to the DG. Please read the message aloud. They want him to recover what?
Yeah. They want him to recover what? Mtosho invested every kuweka jina kwa ballot paper is investment worth CEC financially. Ungratefulness is a curse. Results coming up.
Governor, I will tell you, so that I move away from that issue, that the message at page 174, where you malign your deputy, the message at 176.
What about this one that I've just read?
And the message at 179 are all inconsistent with the theme that you are the foremost peacemaker in Meru County. True or correct? True or false?
False.
Okay, let us move. Madam Speaker, at this point I'll request the Secretary to play video in support of Country video number 3A.
Secretariat, you got it? Which one, Council?
3A.
3A. Please play
yes.
3A. What's happening?
Madam Speaker, maybe can my time stop running as we prepare?
Technical staff, what's happening? Did you say 3A?
3A, 3A, Madam Speaker.
Is there a problem with 3A? Council, are you able to go to another question as they prepare? Or
Madam Speaker, at this point I wanted
process?
the videos to be played in quick succession, in the interest of time, so that I ask the questions that all the 4 videos have been played.
Who submitted that video? Is it a flash disk?
Yes, we submitted 3 flash disks.
It is by county assembly or
by the county assembly, Madam Speaker.
The clip by county assembly.
Yes, in our videos. Our video
and
number.
It is in which flash disk?
It is, I don't remember the model, but it is.
The team county assembly, can you kindly assist? 3A.
Yes, it is video number 3A. Video, the folder is videos in support of count 3, and it is 3A inside the folder.
Okay, technical team, are you able to get that?
Kuthithia into kiria ntenda kuga kinya no twimbije baiteni thairwa iri national ithi kirina toba bingi nationally gintu kiria mutuma kuthithia into kiria ntenda kuga kinya no twimbije baiteni thairwa iri national ithi kirina toba bingi nationally mutumaga kumira thani ira kurira bwana Peter.
Madam Speaker, I request that video number 3B be played.
Is that the one?
That is 3A, yes. I want 3B to be played. I want all of them to be played. Then I can pose the questions.
Okay, team, any other?
3B.
3B, do you have 3B? Proceed.
Madam Speaker, I request that video number 3C be played.
Say that again?
I request that video number 3C be played because I'm strained for time.
Number C.
Yes, number C now.
Okay, move on to C.
Na tunasema hivi tukiwa na mahaslas wenzangu ya kwamba Meru County haitatekwa nyara na makatero 10 ambao wanafikiria watu 10 viongozi ambao wanalipa mshahara wa 1 million ama 500 and above hawawezi kumake decision ya kwamba Meru iko katika shimo.
Tukuja tutiku aikerere ndare akobia kakana o batatu makiria roba indi na thirikari kuyo batwira na tulienda 2027 ngugichia muntu chiarie uti umuntu amba gwitondiriria na ari antithiririe.
As I answer your question, Council.
Is it possible? It's a yes no question, Madam Governor.
out of the 600 vehicles we have in Meru, is governor supposed to verify work tickets for every vehicle?
No, and money is paid, which you call interest. It is used in February, and you've used one work ticket 17 times. And my question is, do you intend that that work ticket be used to justify the payments that you made to your sisters? Yes or no?
I'm not aware of the work ticket.
You're not aware?
Photocopied for the purpose of this impeachment.
It has been photocopied. Very well. Madam Speaker, I believe 6 minutes. I will yield them to my colleague, Mr. Muriuki.
Madam Speaker, honorable senators, my name is Muriuki. And I shall continue from where my colleague has left. And to save on time, I will refer to page 409 of our volume 2. Page 409 of volume 2. Are you there?
Yes.
Confirm that that is the official county Facebook page.
Yes.
Confirm that the post made therein is dated 4th of March.
Yes.
Confirm that it is a post regarding the traffic marshals.
Yes.
I will also ask you to look at page 411 of volume 2. Confirm that that is your Facebook page.
Yes.
And you're talking about the traffic marshals.
Yes.
On page 392 of volume 2 still, volume 2, you're there? 392 of volume 2. The board, the County Public Service Board, page 392. Please save my time. I don't have much of it. 392 of volume 2. Are you there?
Yes.
The board has not employed any traffic marshals in the county public service.
Yes.
That is the item numbered 1.
It has not employed.
That is page 392. Can you see the item numbered 1?
Yes.
We see on page 409 and page 411, you appointing the traffic marshals and the board denying that appointment on page 392. That is correct, right?
Yes. But you've not appointed.
Thank you. Now, I will refer you to our volume 4, page 150. Our volume 4, kindly. Volume 4. Page 150.
Council, you'll have to hurry up. You hardly have any minute.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to beg your indulgence, remembering that the Secretariat took quite a number of minutes trying to get the video. So I humbly request that you accord me just 5 more minutes and I'll be done.
Council, I'll accord you 3 minutes to make up. You might also want to expedite when you are guiding.
Page 150, volume 4. On the 3rd paragraph, you will confirm that that is an extract of the Hansard of the Meru County Assembly. Honorable senators can also confirm. And you will confirm, Governor, that your advocate on record for that day admitted that you appointed the traffic marshals since they were in your manifesto. That is the 3rd paragraph. I have underlined the relevant part. Can you please read for us the underlined part?
The voters in Meru accepted the manifesto of Border Border. The marshals were part of the manifesto that was sold to the voters in Meru. They elected the governor based on that manifesto. Did not elect the others who did not mention border borders. A mandate is derived from the manifesto, and that is why a manifesto as an independent candidate.
Thank you. I think that makes my point. The very next page, that is 152, the one after the next page. Confirm that on that page, through your counsel on record on that day, you admit that you have not assigned any duties to your deputy, and therefore your deputy should not be paying any bills or asking for any budgetary allocation.
On the day naming, where? The deputy governor is paying his bills. He has been assigned duties. He has not been assigned duties by the governor. Why is he paying? To do which duties? Which bills is he paying? Because we have 4 types of bills.
Thank you, thank you. Which duties has he been assigned? That is what your counsel on record asked. My final question, I will refer you to page 339 of our volume 2.
Council, please wind up.
Final question, Madam Speaker. 339, volume 2.
Council, your time is up.
My final question, I was waiting for the governor to get the page, Madam Speaker. On that page, who has made that post?
It is I.
Owning the changes in the saga, that is the liquor board, the revenue board, and the liquor board and the revenue board, more specifically, correct?
Press release.
Thank you. From you. Therefore, Madam Governor, you cannot run away from the letters on page 336, 337, and 338 of the same volume, which sends these officers on compulsory leave with full payment that you have already owned in your own press release. Am I right?
You are not right.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm done.
As the team for County Assembly prepares for re-examination, and we will be strict with time, Honourable Senators, I have a communication to make on the address to Parliament by His Excellency the President, pursuant to Article 132(1)(b) and (c) of the Constitution. Honourable Senators, as you may recall, on a sitting of the Senate held on Thursday, 2nd November 2023, I communicated of a request by His Excellency the President to deliver his inaugural address to Parliament in accordance with Article 132(1)(b) and (c) of the Constitution. This is therefore to remind you that His Excellency the President will deliver his inaugural State of the Nation address to Parliament during a joint sitting of the Houses of Parliament tomorrow, Thursday, 9th November 2023 at 2:30 p.m. in the National Assembly Chamber. Honourable members, to ensure a smooth flow of motor traffic and to ensure that preparations towards facilitation of this event are well carried out, parking for members of Parliament has been reserved at Comesa parking lot in KICC and the parking lot next to the County House on Parliament Road. All vehicles parked around main Parliament buildings, that's the rear gate, canteen area, parliamentary courtyard, and at the Senate parking should be removed by close of business today, Wednesday, 8th November 2023. Your cooperation on this matter is highly appreciated. I thank you. Now, to the County Assembly team, you have 20 minutes for re-examination. If you take 15, we will be grateful.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will do it in less than 15 minutes. Let us begin from where you have left on the Facebook post regarding the changes in the liquor board. You have been told that you bear the responsibility of sending those individuals for compulsory leave because of your Facebook post. Are you looking at your Facebook post? You have the page with you?
Yes.
Madam Governor, why did you make that post? Is it because you had been part and parcel of the process of sending the employees on compulsory leave?
No.
Why did you make that post confirming the changes that had occurred?
I was notified that pending investigation by EACC, the county secretary and sent on compulsory leave the people mentioned here. And upon receiving the communication, they also say that they have appointed substantive, or they have appointed some people to hold the office pending investigations. So I posted, and you can see clearly that it's a press release that was given by the county secretary for me to release.
So your simple answer is that you communicated that which that had been done by the county secretary?
Yes, and this is the former county secretary that was there in the second regime.
Confirm to us that this was barely a week after you were sworn in office?
Yes, barely a week.
Did you have any particular reason to have any grudges to send these individuals for compulsory leave?
No, there are issues with investigation according to the county secretary.
Thank you. A lot of Ulabalu has been advanced in respect of what is said to be appointment of officers in an acting capacity. To the best of your knowledge, the letter that you have been shown at page 335, is it a letter of appointment?
No.
What is it?
Advisory on transfers and appointments.
Confirm to us that that advisory is from the County Public Service Board to chief officers, not to the governor.
It is from County Public Service Board to Acting Chief Officer, Meru Public Service Board, and to chief officers.
Chief officers?
Yes.
So the advisory is targeting chief officers.
Yes.
I want you to read I want you to try and read the first paragraph of that letter so that we understand the import of the advisory.
Reference is made to a memo, reference CGM/CS/IM/3/3 286 of 6th December 2022. 2022.
Yeah, continue.
This advisory is to emphasize the message by the county secretary that the arbitrary transfers without due consultation with the CS office is discouraged at all times.
So then it is pursuant to a previous advisory by the county secretary.
Yes.
Targeting chief officers.
Targeting chief officers.
Proceed.
CS office is discouraged at all times. Transfers and deployment should not be done as a form of reprimand. Staff transfer should address issues such as staff service balance, leave, and staff development, among other positive reasons, as guided by Section 43.
Thank you. Thank you. So then, it cannot be said that that advisory was targeting the governor or the county secretary, because the advisory was from the county secretary himself.
Yes, I can see it is from the acting CEC, Meru County Public Service Board County Secretary, acting as county secretary, to all chief officers.
Thank you. So it is chief officers who are discouraged from those kind of deployments without consultation with the county secretary.
Yes.
So that cannot bar the county secretary from exercising his right.
Yes.
Thank you. We have also been told that the letter appearing at page 295, quickly, let us look at that letter. Is a letter of employment. To the best of your understanding, what is the title of that letter?
Redeployment.
Redeployment. What is your understanding of redeployment?
Redeployment is taking one person from one department maybe to another one, or from one duty to another one.
Is employment done for many persons in one letter, or it is done individually, if it were really an employment?
This is done for so many people in one letter.
In one letter.
Yes.
Is any of those people a new person that is not yet working with the county government of Meru?
All these have been working since even 2016, 2015 as directors and other senior officers in the government of Meru.
Is there anywhere where the salaries or remuneration of those persons is mentioned?
There is nowhere that is mentioned.
Normally, a letter of employment would have their salaries.
Yes, it should be.
It would also have the terms of reference.
Yes.
Does that appear anywhere in that?
It doesn't appear.
It doesn't appear.
Yes.
So in your evidence, does that amount to employment?
It doesn't amount to employment.
Is there anything that bars the county secretary from making changes within inter-departments within the county?
Nothing bars the county secretary from doing redeployment.
Thank you. You have been referred to what is now being said to be monies that were not accounted for. And by that, council took you to page 13 of their documents to indicate that monies appearing in the infamy system were not accounted for. Page 13, and the total amount is said to be 2.7 million that were allegedly paid to Rose Kinyua Wantai.
Yes.
That is a line of cross-examination. Confirm to us that this document that appears from page 1 all through to page 16 does not portray the IFMIS extract, but a mere complaint by one Salesio Mutuma.
This is a mere complaint by Duranera Salesio Mutuma.
The table that bears the total of 2.7 is not from the IFMIS extract, isn't it?
It is not from the IFMIS extract.
Thank you. When you look at the charges that you faced, was there anywhere where any specific amount was mentioned that was received by any of the people termed as your relatives that you are supposed to explain why they received such monies? Specifically, figures.
No specific figure.
Thank you. That will be all for this witness, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We now move on. And
perhaps I can ask just one more question with your leave,
Okay.
Madam Speaker. Thank you. So, Governor, then, what would you plead the Senate to do, having heard the case from the County Assembly, having given your evidence? What is it that you ask this Honorable House to do for you?
Madam Speaker, humbly I would request this Honorable House, a constitutional house, to see, as we have heard all the allegations that are labeled before me, I'm appearing as third, fourth, fifth party in all these accusations. It is my humble request that as you sit as judges, I'm forced to answer allegations that are done or some issues that are not directly involving the governor of Meru. In these allegations, there is nowhere, Honorable Madam Speaker, that I have signed any document nor delegated anyone to any person via the allegations tabled today before this Honorable Senate. Madam Speaker, today I don't count it as an unfortunate day for me because at least the whole world have known the truth. I urge this Honorable Senate, honorable members, as you sit today, to consider and give justice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and that will be the close of our case.
Thank you, Council. We now move on to the clarifications by senators, and I request that strictly we adhere to the 2 minutes so that we give as many senators opportunity. Maximum 2 minutes, and we begin with the Senator Sigei. This session will end at 7:50, as I had said earlier. Yeah, it's about 20 minutes. Senator Sigei, when you're done, please approach the bench.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm troubled with three things. I'll ask three clarifications, and this one is to the Council for the Governor, alias Mutuma. Number one, I want to get your response, in particular to the allegation with regards to a gentleman by the name Nefat, whose employment history dates back to 2016, employed at Job Group H. In 2023, acted in Job Group R, and the document that we've been given appearing at page 384 of the County Assembly's bundle from which to get your responses, Council. Two, witness number three, I can't recall the name, is called Mr. Munene Nganata, sorry. At paragraph 13 of his affidavit, he made reference to employees whose position at the time of employment was cleaners, and a document which has been submitted as evidence before the House appearing at page 407 and 374. The responses that will clear my mind will probably be that coming from you, because what Mr. Nganata responded to as he was asked is not clear to me. And lastly, your position with regards to a number of videos which entertained this House on oathing. On the one hand, there was an element of some
Senator Sotsi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to direct this clarification to the Council for the County Assembly. Mr. Speaker, there seems to be some disparities in the document submitted by the County Assembly in relation to the invitation letter to China. The document submitted by the County Assembly on page 60 differs in content from the document submitted by the Governor on page 425 of the bigger document of evidence. But when you look at the two documents keenly, Mr. Speaker, the document for the County Assembly does not refer to the other assignments the county government went to do in China. That is housing and agriculture. But another document attached on page 68 of the County Assembly bundle confirms that actually housing and agriculture was one of the functions. So my concern, which I want clarification from the Council for the County Assembly, is to explain the deviation in the two letters, the letter by the Governor and the letter by the County Assembly, and explain to this House which letter is the correct letter to go with.
Council for the Governor, proceed to respond to the question as asked by Senator Sigei, and then the Council for the County Assembly, you will respond to the question raised by Senator Osotsi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. In answer to the question posed by Senator Sigei, my understanding of job grouping is that the position to which a person is appointed then dictates the job group they will fall to. So one would rise from one job group based on the new position that they have been given. Indeed, my understanding is that we've had chief officers appointed as CECMs, therefore necessitating the change of their job groups. That would be my simple answer to that question. I'll invite my friend, Mr. Mutembei, to answer the other question on the cleaners. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to respond to the question from Senator Sigei. The question was asking why some cleaners appear to be categorized as senior support staff in the pay slips that have been produced in the bundle of documents by the County Assembly. Although the witness, notwithstanding the fact that the witness confirmed that the pay slips cannot be authenticated, it is the position that cleaners are actually support staff. And cleaners would be categorized as senior support staff based on their salary. If you look at the pay slip that has been produced, the one that appears as senior support staff is earning a basic salary of 18,000, and that is in tandem with the role of a senior support staff. That would be the simple answer. Thank you.
Council for County Assembly.
Mr. Speaker, the question was as to discrepancies between the letter at page 425 of the Governor's Bundle and the letter at page 60 of the Assembly's Bundle. It is indeed true, Mr. Speaker, that there are discrepancies, and that's why we have kept telling you the Governor has forged the document she has presented to you, and here's why. If you check the document at page 60 of the Assembly's Bundle, you will note, Mr. Speaker, it bears the stamp of the county government, received by the county government on 25th of April. The one the Governor has produced is not stamped by our own county government. That's one indication of what we call forging of documents. And if there is any other doubt, Mr. Speaker, when you go to page 68 of our Bundle, the county secretary, when they wrote to the ministry, they attached the letter inviting them to China. And the letter the county secretary attached is the version that the county assembly has produced, and it is attached at page 69 of our Bundle with the same stamp. And it is our submission, therefore, the Governor must have forged this document, as we have been saying all along, at page 425 of our Bundle.
Senator Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question goes to the Governor. In relation to Okolea. So, Governor, who funds Okolea? And if you may, because it's in public domain, that the activities of Okolea were once banned by the Minister or CS for Interior, why, in your view, was it banned? Number two, Mr. Speaker, the image that has been portrayed of the relationship between the Governor and the County Assembly members has been very rosy, especially after the past impeachment proceedings. Governor, where and why did the reins start beating you, as in the relationship between you and the members of the County Assembly? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Those are my questions.
Governor, proceed to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Okolea program, as I said before, has been there for the last 12 years. It is purely funded by Baite Family Fellowship, where I'm the bishop. All the offerings that we get from the church, the pastors and the members of the church take all the money, buy blankets, mattresses. I also donate 50% of my salary towards the Okorea program. It is purely a program by the church and my family, funded by the donations made in our church, and my 50% contribution from my salary. The issue of banning the Okorea, it is just the other day when we had one at Igembe, where my deputy governor incited the youth, as you saw in the video, slaughtered the cow that was supposed to be donated to a poor woman. There was some chaos. And then from that event is where now the CS came and said because of the unrest in Meru, he has to ban the Okorea until there is rest in Meru. It was not banned permanently. I think for his own wisdom, he decided and acted so that you get peace and continue as a church. It is purely a church program. From the day I left this Senate during the first impeachment, we've been working well with the county assembly members until the last 2 months, when people, external forces, tried or are trying to interfere with the leadership just because of 2027 politics. That is the whole truth. And as I stand here, I know that the members of county assembly have no issues with the governor, apart from the external forces forcing them to cause a lot of confusion in Meru for those who have decided that they will run for the position of county governor to have space and have a route via the deputy governor or via making it that Meru doesn't work. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Hamida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Governor, I was just wondering, in the event that the Senate finds you, that none of the allegations for the second time made against you have been substantiated. I'm just wondering, what happens to the Meru County? How do you plan to work with the Deputy Governor who has been alleged, and of course you have stated and accused him of having planning to impeach you, and also plotted all the current activities and impeachment. So how do you plan to work with them? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The first action, I believe prayer works. I will continue to pray for those that are a lot of appetite to become the governor, God to lower the appetite so that we have time to work with the people of Meru. Number two, the time we left this place again, it took us just a month for us to come together and start working. It is very possible, it is very doable that we can still mend all the differences and put Meru first, rather than our own interest. As a woman, a woman of God, I will forgive everyone.
Thank you, Senator Karen Nyamu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to seek clarification from Madam Governor regarding allegations raised by the Council for the County Assembly regarding of the appointment of the chief officers. Section 42(2) of the County Government Act states clearly that the office of the chief officer shall be an office in the county public service, and at the same time, Section 44(3)(a) of the same Act indicates that the county secretary shall be head of that county public service. In consideration of these two provisions, Madam Governor, do you feel that your mandate in regard to the operations of the chief officer goes only up to nominating and appointing the chief officers on approval by the County Assembly? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As much as I would not like to interfere within your office, and I believe that's why there is a structure in the government and in all governments. The County Public Service Board has its own mandate. The County Secretary of Meru has his own mandate provided by the law, and I think it's prudent enough for them to act according to the law.
Senator Oburu.
Mr. Speaker, I withdrew my question because it is exactly the same as the one Honorable Amida had asked about the reconciliation between the governor and her deputy. If she was saved, would she be able to reconcile with her deputy?
Senator Mbugua.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Madam Governor, having listened to you for 2 days and the other party, and having watched many videos, I would invite you as a CEO of the county to Section 192 of the Supreme Laws of the Land, and I read it for you. Article 192(1). The President may suspend a county government, A, in an emergency arising out of internal conflict or war. As a CEO of Meru County, do you think it has reached there, or there is a chance of reconciliation? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think we have not reached there. By doing that, we have killed the dreams of young men that are MCAs today. We still have chance to unite and work together.
Now, honorable senators, that wraps up as far as this witness is concerned. Honorable senators, unless I gazette tomorrow as a sitting day, we will certainly overrun the runway. Looking at the time allocated here, if you lose just a minute, I will have to gazette tomorrow to be a date for us to sit to continue hearing this matter. It's about the time factor. We only have up to midnight. So it is about the time factor here. I give you an extra 10 minutes, and we've messed it up. So for those that's why I was giving opportunity to those senators who've not spoken a word since we started, okay? So at this juncture, you can have a seat, His High Excellency, Governor Kawira.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Now, we are moving to a different session where we're going to have the closing remarks, closing statements from both sides. Now, each party will be given 1 hour to make their closing statement. you don't have to utilize the whole of the 1 hour. The maximum is 1 hour. If you can do less than that, the better, so that we can meet the midnight deadline. So, Council for the County Assembly of Meru, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As communicated yesterday in my opening, this is the third time we have an impeachment motion against the governor of Meru. And as I kept telling you, all through and through, from the time of the first impeachment motion to today, the governor's position has been that the problem is everybody else. To use our own words, she is the foremost peacemaker in Meru, even though I recall the Honorable Edwin Sifuna asking her last year, how do we reconcile the aggressive governor we see in the videos with the meek, humble, vulnerable governor that appears before the Senate? And I heard the Honorable Sifuna again ask yesterday something about for how long. The question was, for how long, Mr. Speaker, can we in good conscience allow Meru County to be in this perpetual circus of a crisis in which their governor, on average, every 4 months, has fallen out with the MCAs, has fallen out that time with all the elected leaders, the same problem now, that time with the church, now with our own deputy. And the point I'm trying to make, Mr. Speaker, it cannot be said, at least not honestly, that the Honorable Governor Kawira Mwangaza is being falsely accused, is being harassed, is being intimidated, and whatnot, and whatnot. I have said many allegories, some of which have put me in trouble with the Senate. I'll tell you a few more, and hope this time I won't fall in trouble. Mr. Speaker, there is a famous book by Robert Greene, which I'm sure many of us here have read, called The 48 Laws of Power. And it describes many world events, many leaders, their successes, their failures, their mistakes, and whatnot. One of the stories I love in that book, because it is relevant to the matter before you, but also because of the event it describes and how it changed the world history. The world will be very different today. There will not be a Republic of Kenya today. Perhaps Britain and France would never have emerged as superpowers. In the 18th, 19th century, perhaps the United States would never have emerged. But for the failure of a leader in antiquity called Cyrus the Great to observe a simple rule of life called knowing when to stop. Mr. Speaker, it is our humble submission that if there was an impeachment motion in October last year highlighting misconduct of the category now before you, that motion failed because, of course, the High Court stopped the Assembly from debating it. But the point I'm making is issues were flagged about how the governor was running Meru County in that motion. She persisted, as a result of which a second motion was tabled and it reached this house. She was given very many kind lessons. I recall yesterday citing lessons from the Honorable Senator Tobiko. I recall many lessons from the Honorable Senator Karungo, and indeed many other senators. And when we came again, just like today, the look was of that of a humble, meek, polite, vulnerable governor. And she promised, as she has just promised now, that if I recall her words, Meru will be a shining example in terms of good governance, in terms of calmness, in terms of everything good. Then, as they say in the medical world, people with conditions, sometimes they use a word called relapsing. The governor, after making that promise, and admittedly after the county enjoying brief moment of honeymoon, relapsed yet again to the very things that were in the first impeachment motion, to the very things that were in the second impeachment motion, and hence the reason we are before you for the third impeachment motion. Cyrus the Great, who is our lesson on leaders should know when to stop, when to change tact, when to turn a new leaf. Of course, we all know Cyrus the Great. The reason he is called the Great is that he was a great conqueror. He conquered the known world then, from Babylon to Mede to Achaemenids to Lydia. And basically, he was the ruler of the world as it was known then. But then there was one small country he discovered that didn't seem to be part of the known world, of a people called the Massageti. And instead of being content, he declares war on this country. For the record, Mr. Speaker, this country was actually led by a woman called Tomiris. And Tomiris, when Cyrus assembled his mighty army, Persia then was the superpower, assembled it on the river separating the boundaries of his empire with this small kingdom, was sent a message telling him, be content with your victory so far and the fact that you have conquered the world, and please stand. Attempt to tolerate seeing me rule my small, miserable country with its little resources, with its small army, and don't attack. And he was warned in that letter that if he attacked, nothing good would come from it. Instead of learning when to stop, Cyrus insisted on a war. Tomiris told him, then if you insist on a war, I want peace. I will allow your forces to cross the river without any resistance, and will fight from my side of the border on one condition, that will fight a conventional war. Cyrus agreed, but because he could never stand stand another leader enjoying any form of glory. Just like our governor cannot stand an MP, an MCA, or anyone anywhere else in leadership. She must bring them down. Cyrus was obsessed with bringing down this little kingdom that, for no good reason other than his own vanity and his failure to know when to stop. So he pulls a trick, and we have seen many tricks on this podium of a meek, humble, vulnerable-looking governor who is a victim of very many things, whose defense is, it wasn't me, it was someone else. So Cyrus' trick involved drawing a lavish bash and setting up the soldiers of this small kingdom to a drink, and then while they were inebriated, he massacred them, leaving only a few, and took the prince of that other small country as a prisoner of war. Even after this, the leader of the small country still offered him peace and told him, you broke the rule that it will be a conventional warfare and won by a trick. I still give you another chance to return my son, and will still declare peace. Cyrus refused, and the son, of course, of Queen Tomiris, unable to live with the indignity of being a prisoner of war, committed suicide. When the people of this small country heard that the crown prince had committed suicide, small as they were, weak as they were, vulnerable as they were, they organized a violent battle in which their army, which was about 100th of Cyrus's army, actually won the violent battle, and Cyrus himself was killed. Because of Cyrus' inability to know when to stop, Persia added as a superpower, and that is how Rome became the dominant country. And of course, the world and human civilization as we know it today is based on the Roman civilization. That's why he said, Mr. Speaker, there would have been no Britain, no France, no America, but for the mistake of one leader not knowing when to stop. Our greatest fear is that the history of Meru may take an irreversible, tragic path. We saw very violent slaughters of animals, threats of slaughtering people and whatnot, and we don't know, as I was telling you, as long as our governor keeps relapsing to these confrontations, when things will take a turn for the worse in a manner that is irreversible. Is it fair that the people of Meru live in this state of anxiety? For how long can we subject them to the situation that has now prevailed? Governor Kawira Mwangaza, of course, will tell you she knows when to stop. The record is clear. You have seen the videos from our side. You have seen the videos from our side. It is clear. She will not stop. Of course, right now she will tell you she will stop because our career is on the line. But we know better. She will not. Mr. Speaker, a story is told about a frog and a scorpion and a swollen river. The scorpion couldn't swim and asked the frog, who is an amphibian and therefore capable of crossing the swollen river, to assist the frog to cross the river. And the frog tells the scorpion in the story, But you sting me before we are done with crossing, and we'll both die and drown. And the scorpion promised, no, I can't do that. Because if I were to sting you while you're carrying me on your back to cross this swollen river, we would both die, and because it would be mutual destruction, as the Americans and the Russians called it during the Cold War, I have no incentive. There is no rational reason why I would sting you. And poor Frog bought this story, just like you're being invited to buy the story. I will pray for them. I'll forgive them. We only need a month. So Frog took Scorpion on his back, and Frog started swimming across the river, and right in the middle, Scorpion hoisted his tail and stung the frog. And of course, that poison disables the nervous system, and the frog couldn't swim, and they both started drowning. And Frog asks in the story, why did you sting? You promised that you won't sting, and you are also aware by you stinging we would both be extinguished. And Scorpion gave Frog a simple answer. I stung because it is in my nature to sting. We are submitting to you, Mr. Speaker, with all the humility. Kawira Mwangaza keeps relapsing to these violations of the law and the Constitution and the vilification. We can call whatever the specifics we want. The reason she keeps relapsing back to the same thing is because, like that scorpion in the story, it is in the nature of Kawira to sting. So even if you give her another chance, whether it is on account of pity, whether it is on account of sympathy, whatever the reason, she will sting again. And I swear, Mr. Speaker, there are no prophets in my family, but I can tell you, if you forgive her, she will sting again and will be back in this assembly. And the question is the one, therefore, asked by the Honorable Sifuna. For how long can we endure this embarrassment? Is it fair? I had the senator ask, do wars have consequences? Of course, wars have consequences. Wars have been fought because someone said words that they shouldn't have said. That's why there is an adage that says, speech is silver, silence is golden. Mr. Speaker, you were told kaende means development and other nice things. I invite any of you because it's an open country. Kaende is not an English word, it's not a Swahili word, it's not a native word from any of our native languages. It is Sheng, street slang in Nairobi. And I told you yesterday, all you need is pick your phone, call a young person, ask them what is the meaning of kaende. And I told you the meaning is, I don't care. Na liwe liwalo. Kusera, kusera. And I recall telling you, because it is in the nature of Kawira to do these type of things. When I mean it is in her nature, I mean she can't help it. It's part of our chemistry. Unfortunately, we have human beings like those, and they are our beloved brothers and sisters. We can't get rid of them, But we can't allow them to be governor. We can't allow them. They are our beloved mothers, sisters and brothers. But the very reason chapter 6 of our constitution and all these laws we've cited is an acknowledgement that not all of us can be a state officer. Some of us may be very intelligent. They may be very eloquent. They may have very good mobilization skills. As a matter of fact, they may be loved by the people. Barabbas was so loved that the people chose him over the Son of God. But it doesn't mean they are the right holders of certain offices. And if, by what I called in the last impeachment, that seemed to bring me into trouble with the Senate, an aberration of democracy. Mr. Speaker, Article 181 exists because the drafters of our Constitution, in their wisdom, realized democracy can produce aberrations, counterintuitive products. And governors like the one before you, I very humbly submit, Mr. Speaker, they are an aberration. They are not the type of product our democratic system of government was designed. And because the makers of our Constitution knew this sort of problem can arise from time to time, this august Senate and the County Assembly were given a counter-majoritarian power to remove state officers for violations such as those before you. I told you about Shaggy yesterday and his song, It Wasn't Me. And true to my prediction, even though there are no prophets in my clan, the governor came here and the common denominator was that it wasn't me. I haven't done a single thing. Luckily, Mr. Speaker, today while cross-examining our own legal man, Dixon Monenen Kanata, we were able to show the Senate, not my words, but Section 30 of the County Governments Act, and we were able to demonstrate to you it is immaterial that the acts in question were not personally committed by the governor, because that section says the governor is responsible for those acts. Those are not my words. The section we read says the governor shall be accountable. Those are not my words. The word used in the statute is the governor shall be accountable. And why this defense cannot hold, Mr. Speaker, is you would be setting a very dangerous precedent. In fact, you will have guillotined and killed Chapter 6 and Article 181, because anyone who walks in our villages, in our streets of our cities, you don't need to be very knowledgeable to know senior state officers invariably act by instructing someone else. You rarely ever find a governor, a president, or whoever directly doing something personally. Yet our Constitution says they are accountable to Parliament in the case of the national government. They are accountable to the County Assembly. Those are the words of the law. Mr. Speaker, if you were to uphold this defense, it would mean no one would ever be impeached, because all you need to do is act through others. Luckily, Mr. Speaker, we also cited another law for you that expressly speaks to acting through others. And in short, all we are trying to tell you, Mr. Speaker, is that there is no valid defense to the charges against Governor Kawira Mwangaza. What she has done, which is what she has done all along, is to tell you, it wasn't me. Even if she was caught on camera, it wasn't me. Even if she was caught in various places, in Shaggy's song, the man engaging in Anki-Panki is caught in the bathroom, on the sofa, and in yet another place, and it's all recorded, and his persistent reply is, it wasn't me. We have shown you that defense is not available as a matter of plain law, but it is not also available as a matter of principle. I propose to leave it at that point, Mr. Speaker, to share the remaining minutes with my learned colleague, Mr. Muvenge Jacob Ngwele, who will take you to the specifics of what is the case we brought before you, what is the response to that case, what are the admissions the governor made at the county assembly, and when all that is done, we shall beseech you in the name of God, whether it is the Christian God or the God of the Nyambene and Mount Kenya hills that they are Meru worship before the current civilization, that the time to stop this madness in Meru has come. And if there is no reason, if we haven't proved or satisfied you, the governor is the bishop in the Holy Book. In the event we have not persuaded you on the evidence, Mr. Speaker, I hope we have persuaded, wherever the truth lies, there is an unsustainable crisis in Meru. And even if you must jettison one person to save the ship, called Meru County with the 1 million inhabitants, your act is still justifiable even under the Holy Book. I now cede the floor to Mr. Jacob Ngwele.
Just to remind you, Council, your time terminates at exactly 8:50.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. My name is Jacob Ngwele. I'm an advocate of the High Court. I've been given this onerous responsibility of taking the House through the evidence which has been submitted before the August House. Mr. Speaker, the Senate is sitting here pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, which provides for removal of a governor from office. The question which arises and which begs this House to look at, what is the standard which this House should apply on the evidence which has been submitted by the County Assembly of Meru? My learned colleague, my learned senior, Elisha Goya, when we started, he did inform the Senate that this House is sitting in quasi-judicial proceedings. I beg to differ. The test applicable when you're evaluating the evidence which has been submitted here has already been established by the Supreme Court in 2 cases. That is, the first one is the case of Wabora, and the other one is Mike Movie case, whereby the court was clear that impeachments are a tool of political accountability. Impeachments are not criminal. Neither are they civil proceedings. And therefore, the standard, the applicable standard before this House has already been established that the burden of proof, the standard of proof, is slightly above that for civil cases. That is on a balance of probability and below the beyond reasonable doubt. So this house is not evaluating the governor's criminal capability, but it is subjecting the governor to political accountability. Political accountability for the actions of the office which she occupies and the deeds which she has undertaken throughout that period of time. It is our submission that the County Assembly of Meru has demonstrated and proved its case in accordance with the standards and tests which are laid out by the Supreme Court in the decision. And I'll proceed to take this house through the specific violations which have been submitted. Mr. Speaker, the charge sheet before you has got 7 counts. And out of the 7 counts, those 7 counts consist 39 specific violations. And the first count, which of course is going to be read later on, is misappropriation and misuse of county resources. Article, I can't read the time.
You have 30 minutes.
Good. Thank you. Article 181 of the Constitution provides the grounds which the governor can be impeached on. That is gross violation of the Constitution, gross violation of the laws, that is conviction, criminal conviction on breach of the national law. We do submit that on count number 1, that is misappropriation and misuse of county resources, this charge has been substantiated and proved. And I'll proceed to explain to this house or demonstrate to this house how this charge has been substantiated. When you look at the charges, we have drafted them that the governor has engaged or by connivance or complicity. So the governor is implicated either directly or indirectly. What my learned colleague Mr. Mudomi has said, that it's not about the governor's direct action, so that if the Senate finds there's no direct or individual responsibility on the part of the governor, then the governor is going to be acquitted. No. There are instances when the governor is complicit or connivance or part of that violation, and that is what we're going to prove. This charge, the first one, is about embezzlement of county funds and withdrawal of county funds. A lot of energy has been dispensed here to demonstrating how a total of 78 million was, I can use the word, looted, swindled, plundered, or carted away from the Meru County Treasury. And this swindling involved a scheme which comprised a clique of 2 groups. One was a clique made up of governor's relatives. And all of you have heard names: Miriam, Rose, Kenneth, the Guatai, and also Meme. This was a clique, an inner circle clique of the governor, which was used to pilferage money from the county treasury in the name of interest or prepayments. The other clique was a group of officers working under the office of the chief of staff. Collectively, this group of people swindled an amount of 78 million shillings over a period of 1 financial year. The interest, the IFMIS data which has been produced, if you do a total computation, and this amount of money has not been disputed, none of the witness from the governor's side has disputed the totality of this amount. What they have done is that they have only submitted evidence to justify an amount or to account for an amount of 2 million only. What they have not done, they have not brought evidence to justify the balance of the 70 million. This group, the first clique, was responsible for 6.5 million shillings. The other group, that is the chief of staff and his officers, they were responsible for the balance of the amount. And in that group, you'll find a person, I'll just single out the individual, by the name Kadhure Rukaria. Individually, over a period of 1 year, she was paid in form of prepayments an amount of 21.8 million shillings. We have sat here for 2 days. No document is in front of you justifying that payment. Nobody has disputed whether this payment was withdrawn from the county treasury. Nobody. No documents in form of a payment voucher, an impressed warrant, has been submitted to justify. There has been a deliberate attempt to distort the story and to focus the attention of the Senate to the impressed. And the narrative is this amount of money was being paid as a form of facilitative interest for the governor's entourage. Can a governor's entourage collect a totality of 78 million? The amount of money which has been accounted for is only 2 million shillings. Where are the documents? Where are the vouchers? And when we asked, when the assembly requested for the documents through their summoning powers, they were told that the documents are with the Auditor General. And in the letter which is in the document, which is in the bundle of document, indicates that the documents are being used for preparation of financial statements. Everybody who has got elementary accounting knows very well that you don't generate financial statement using vouchers. Financial statements are generated using cash books and ledgers. And even if these documents were taken to the Auditor General, where is the delivery book? No evidence has been submitted to show where that amount of money to support that expenditure. And in absence of such document to controvert this allegation, we do most humbly submit that this allegation of investment of funds has been proved. On their defense, what they attempted to do, they submitted documents here, a bundle of documents, which we have raised issues about its authenticity. We do submit that these documents were afterthought. They were generated ex post. They were ex post creations to justify those two, and they were not, in the attempt to justify, they only justified 2 million shillings. When they had an onerous obligation of justifying 78 million. Those documents were not signed, they were not examined, they did not comply to elementary accounting standards applicable to any accounts department in a public institution. So we do ask the Senate to disregard that defense which has been put forward and know that 70 million shillings, as we sit here today, has not been accounted. They had the obligation, they had the responsibility of calling in the Chief Officer Finance. They had the obligation, they had the opportunity to call in the CC Finance. They had at their disposal the entire county treasury to come and explain those amounts of money. They have not, and for that reason, we do submit that this allegation, that is count 1, has been proved. I'll swiftly move and quickly to the other parts of the other count. The next count is count 2, that is nepotism and related unethical practices. We do submit again that this count has been substantiated and proved. This count involved fraudulent, 2 violations. I'll just pick up 2 violations because of the interest of time. One was fraudulent misrepresentation of the governor's relatives as technical team. When the governor received an invitation to go to China, to visit China and do a benchmarking on a cancer machine, instead of governor sending a technical team, that is a top-notch oncologist or other technical team, the governor decided to send members of the same clique, which was made up of our relatives. 2 sisters, 1 brother. These are the team which was the inner team. This is the team which was sent to China. And you look at the documents which were presented to the Ministry of Devolution, there was apparent misrepresentation by the county secretary that these are technical officers. These are technical team. And the document is there. You have been shown the document. And we do submit that an argument has been raised here that no public funds was lost. But the County Assembly of Meru states that an opportunity was lost. Those who have done accounting or maybe economics, I think it is in economics, there's something called opportunity cost. The cost of not doing something. The cost of not doing something. That is the cost which was incurred by the County of Meru, and there was that violation of misrepresentation. The letter was addressed to the governor. The governor cannot run away as my colleague Mr. Mudomi has said, and say it was not me. The letter was addressed to the governor. She minuted it to the officers, and the officers went ahead and misrepresented those members of the clique as county technical officials. The other violation in this particular count is the designation of Nefad Kinyua, who is a member of the clique. This is a clique which had access, power, and influence. And the clique involved the sisters, two sisters, and the brothers. It's a one which runs Meru today. So Nefad Kinyua, in order to reward him, when he was in a small job group without competitive process, and the governors admitted in cross-examination that his appointment was not sanctioned by the County Public Service Board. It has been admitted. Kinyua was appointed as a director, external linkages, without a transparent and competitive recruitment process. We do submit that count 2 has also been substantiated and proved. I'll move quickly again because of the time we have been given. Of course, it's so difficult to condense all the evidence which have been given within the short period of time which I have, but I'll try my best. The third count is count 3. That is bullying, vilification, and demeaning other leaders. Chapter 6 of the Constitution was not made in vain. The Chapter 6 of the Constitution operates with other laws. Principles key above them is Public Officers Ethics Act and the Leadership and Integrity Act. If you look at those provisions of the law, and those are the ones we have said the governor violated, I'll direct the Senate to Section 9B of the Public Officers and Ethics Act, which states that a state officer shall not bully any person. It's there. There's also a call for professionalism within the Leadership and Integrity Act. There's also the professionalism means that a state officer shall treat the public and his fellow public officers, now these are public officers, with courtesy and respect. The aspect of acting through others has also been brought forward within those laws, and it makes it an offense for causing everything to be done through other persons. My colleague, Mr. Mudomi, has mentioned that the governor is now hiding, that it was not me, it was the county secretary. The county secretary has become the bogeyman. But the law, the drafters of the law knew very well that state officers and public officers who hold positions of powers will draw away responsibility. They'll shift responsibility to their juniors. And that's why the law says that you cannot run away from that responsibility. One of the violations under this particular count was actions against the deputy governor. I'll just bundle them to that. We've put several violations against the deputy governor. Key among them is that the governor made the deputy made a deputy the bogeyman, the symbol of hatred in Meru. And by that, she orchestrated a well-organized campaign to vilify the deputy governor and excluded him from performance and discharge of public duties. That is, attending CC's meetings and performing and discharging all the other functions. Evidence has been adduced. Sufficient evidence has been adduced demonstrating how these actions were perpetrated. The Hansard of the County Assembly, their letters by the Deputy Governor, writing, beseeching the Deputy President of this Republic, beseeching the Chair of the Council of Governors, to the Speaker of the Senate, asking for reconciliation, asking for these institutions to facilitate a reconciliation between her and between him and the boss, that is the governor. There are memos which you have submitted demonstrating whereby the deputy governor is asking for simple facilitations like repairs for his cars, fuel for his car, staff, and the like. We do submit that this violation, this specific violation, has been demonstrated. What the governor has done has turned the battle on the deputy governor. Instead of justifying or explaining, now the deputy governor has become even the author of these impeachment proceedings. They have created a narrative around WhatsApp messages where the governor proceeded to engage in cyberbullying. Cyberbullying in WhatsApp. The governor is on a WhatsApp group, and there she has not disputed those screenshots. She has not disputed authenticity, the context of those screenshots. You can see the governor posting and talking about, and the DG mobilized fuel levies. Some people will find a way of defecating avocado seed. It's there. She has admitted that she has admitted that. Another posting, he thinks I'm the type of person who can be scared. That's a governor. And this is on a WhatsApp forum or WhatsApp group which consists public members, members of the public, senior officers of the county, junior officers of the county, and here it is the governor now vilifying a fellow state officer, which is in clear breach and violation of the provisions of the Leadership and Integrity, Chapter 6 of the Constitution, and the Public Officers Ethics Act. The other violation, which falls under this particular account, is that, and this is a violation which was there, and this is a violation which was before this House in the previous impeachment proceedings. That is, the governor has persistently been making demeaning public utterances against other elected leaders. Apart from the deputy governor, who was the bogeyman, who was a center of attack by the governor had other leaders at her crosshairs. Those are the elected leaders of Meru. All of them, the 12 of them, including the member of the Senate, the women rep, and the elected members. And this one was done through falsely accusing them of cartelism. The governor has grouped these leaders into one group and calls them a cartel. And this one, evidence has been produced or adduced before this House in form of videos. And I'll take you through one of the videos which has been played here about Wanyonge. Wenye wivu wajinyonge. And you can see the spouse of the governor playing a guitar and the governor behind dancing. And when the spouse talks about wenye wivu wajinyonge, she does it. So it's basically mocking the leaders and telling them you can do nothing. So that is kind of evidence which has been produced here. We've submitted that the issue of the governor's spouse has been a hot issue in Meru. What happened is that the governor provides the spouse with the platform. The spouse is used as the attack dog. Instead of the governor attacking these leaders directly sometimes, she uses the spouse to attack them through music and innuendos. The other video, which was submitted here, was during the presidential function in Larry, whereby the governor, it was played here, and the governor singled out the 10 leaders, and called them names, and falsely accused them of being members of cartel and trying to blackmail a regime. Honorable Speaker, we do submit that this count 3, that is bullying, vilification, and demeaning of other leaders, has been proved. Before I jump to that one, we brought a witness who is a member of parliament. That is Honorable Mugambi Dindikiri. He is the chair of the Meru, the members of parliament caucus, and explained by the actions of the governor vilifying them and what he felt together with the other members when they were vilified during the presidential meeting, when he felt insulted, demeaned, humiliated, when they had not provoked the governor. We do submit that this allegation has been substantiated. I'm moving quickly to my fourth count. The other count, Madam Speaker, the other count which was brought before this House, which we believe is something which this House needs to look at, deeply includes the violation of the law. Count 4 is illegal appointments and usurpation of statutory powers. The violations are there in the charge sheet, the specific laws which have been violated. I'll mention a few violations which are there. One is the legal appointment of the chief officers. A chief officer, and a name has been brought, evidence has been adduced. That is on page 296 of our document, that is on volume 2. The appointment of Kenneth Riungu as chief officer without the approval of the county assembly. Honorable Senators and Mr. Speaker, the County Government Act, that is section 45, provides for appointments of chief officers and the method. The governor nominates from a list which has competitively been sourced by the County Public Service Board, and once the nomination has been undertaken, the name is forwarded to the Assembly for vetting under the provisions of the Public Office, that is the County Assembly's Public Approval Act. This particular chief officer, nobody has disputed his appointment. Nobody has said here, the governor, the witnesses, nobody has said that Kenneth Mwiti Riungu has not been appointed or does not discharge the functions of the chief officer. This evidence has been produced. We do submit that the appointment has been produced, the evidence of the appointment has been produced in form of the letter dated 23rd August 2023, which contain a list of appointments which the governor made. And in that list, you will see the name of Kenneth Riungu being appointed as a chief officer. The County Assembly of Meru has never vetted this particular individual, and this particular individual still discharges the functions of a chief officer in Meru. This is a violation of section 45 of the County Government Act. The other appointment was the acting appointment of chief officers. Mr. Speaker, the same letter contains the names of several chief officers who were appointed. That is Edwin Mutuma Murangiri, Kenneth Gitobu Nikata. These were appointed as acting chief officers without the requisite competitive recruitment and recommendations by the County Public Service Board. Evidence has been produced in form of a memo by the County Public Service Board warning the chief officers against making acting appointments without the authority of the County Public Service Board. And the County Public Service Board, in the same letter, in the same memo, says any appointments made without the approval or without the authority of the County Public Service Board, such appointments shall be null and void. These individuals, the governor has admitted that these were directors. We found them there as directors, and they appointed them as acting chief officers. Mr. Speaker, I've never, in my history, in my brief history in life, that is, I've never seen a director being appointed a permanent, that is a principal secretary. In case there's a vacancy in the office of a principal secretary, one of the principal secretaries doubles in that particular office, because the appointment for that particular office is special and specific. You cannot pluck in an individual from the ground and you make that particular individual an acting chief officer. So this one is a demonstration that the governor usurped the powers of the County Public Service Board and made this illegal and irregular appointments. Of course, there was the issue of appointment of traffic marshals. That violation has been demonstrated. The County Public Service Board, in their letters, they are very clear that they have not approved such appointments. They have demonstrated the same, but in the bundle of document, you can see the same traffic marshals wearing uniform, riding motorcycles, and the governor posting on WhatsApp that these are going to be the frontline officers to make Meru the next city. Who appointed them? The governor circumvented the powers and functions of the County Public Service Board and by herself appointed these particular individuals. The other appointment, the other violation was in regard to with regard to sending the 4 CEOs of the corporation, that is the parastatals in Meru. That is Dr. Ntoiti, the CEO of County Revenue Board, Paul Mwaki, who testified here, the CEO of Liquor Board, Kenneth Kimathi, the Managing Director. These are CEO of statutory corporations. They're employees of the boards. They're not the employees of the governor. What the governor did, through the county secretary, of course, they were sent on compulsory leave with pay. It only took the intervention of court after 1 year. That's when they have resumed their duties. The boards are the ones which recruit. The boards are the ones with the statutory powers to suspend or exercise disciplinary control over their CEOs. It is not the governor crossing over. I've never seen it in this country where a head of a parastatal, the CEO of a parastatal, when there is a duly constituted board, is sent home by State House. Maybe this one is new. The other one, the other violation is this particular one. Those are the violations. We do submit that this is the second time the governor is still being accused of usurping the powers and functions of the board. And with respect to count 4, Speaker, we do submit that the count has been proved. The last 2 counts, which I'm going to move quickly, is contempt of court. Evidence has been submitted here. How, despite the existence of court orders from Nyeri Employment and Labor Relations Court, the governor for 1 year disregarded those orders. And what the court has done, the court has convicted the governor. As we sit here today, the governor of Meru is a convict. She has already been convicted for contempt of court. That is a violation of Article 181, 1B of the Constitution, whereby, which constitutes a ground that where there is a, which provides that where there is a serious reason to believe in that a county governor has committed a crime under the national law. The governor has already been convicted by the High Court in Meru. She's only awaiting sentence. She has not discharged the conviction. She has not appealed the conviction. That ground has already been proved. That is contempt of court. The last, the other one, of course, was illegal naming of the road. That one is okay. That one, we have said it's there. The evidence has been produced. The governor has been shown the Facebook posting whereby she's naming the road in the name of her husband. Lastly, I'll take, the last one is contempt of the assembly. Madam Speaker, Section 22 of the County Assembly Powers and Privileges Act provides an impeachable ground for anybody who is a public officer who violates, who dishonors the summons of the assembly. The governor was invited to appear before the committee of the county assembly. And what she did, when she was invited, she wrote back a letter and said, there is no provision of the law which requires the governor to appear before the committee of the assembly. Yet, Article 195 of the Constitution is very clear that a county assembly or any of its committees can require, can invite, can summon. The word is summon anybody to appear before the committee to provide evidence or to give information. Section 18 of the County Assembly Powers and Privileges Act provides, enacts the same provision and uses the word any person. When the governor, our officers were invited, when the governor specifically was invited, her defense was that the assembly goes to the High Court, files a constitutional case, seeks a constitutional interpretation whether the governor can be invited, can be summoned to appear before the assembly. Yet the Constitution uses the word any person. At Section 22 says that where the assembly passes a resolution against an individual for violating that particular provision, that shall constitute a ground for removal from office. And that's why you see this ground, and Honorable Sifuna asked it, what is a contempt of county assembly, whether it constitutes a violation. That is the only violation I've ever seen in law whereby it makes it an impeachable ground for violating, for failing to honor the summons of the county assembly. The assembly can pass a resolution and request and impeach you. And that is what the county assembly of Meru has done. And we do submit that this count, together with the other 6 counts, have been substantiated. The assembly has demonstrated the same. And finally, my colleague Mr. Mudomi has mentioned about is the governor individually liable for that particular violation? She has said all these things were done by the county secretary. He has mentioned about the provisions of section 30, subsection 3. Section 30 of subsection 3 of the County Government Act, which will be my last section. That way, I just want to repeat what he has said. Section that talks about the governor shall be accountable for the management and use of county resources. The governor cannot run away and say, I was not the one. It was done by this officer. It was done by the county secretary. The law places the accountability at the hand of the governor. So the governor of Meru cannot run away from these allegations and say that they were done by others, that it was not her. Mr. Speaker, with that, I rest my case.
The counsel for the governor, you may now proceed to make your closing statement. You have exactly 1 hour, starting now.
It's okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and thank you, distinguished senators. My name, for the record, is Elisha Ongoya. I'll be making the governor's final submissions. Mr. Speaker, sir, before I delve into the substantive part of my submissions, and because looking at the program of this House, this may be the last time I'm standing here to address on this matter, allow me, with great humility, to begin by thanking you, Mr. Speaker, and the distinguished senators who have given us audience despite the great time constraints that we have had to go through in making this case. I'll be failing in my responsibility for courtesy if I didn't thank the administrative staff, the secretariat staff of this Senate, who have given us significant support, both within this House and in the corridors of these precincts as we found our way around. Mr. Speaker, sir, at this juncture, allow me to proceed to the more substantive parts of the governor's closing submissions. Allow me to begin by pointing out that as a young Christian fellowshipping at Esrave Church of God deep in Vihiga County, and as a middle-aged Christian fellowshipping somewhere in Amalemba Church of God in Kakamega County, I have gathered some enduring lessons from Scripture, and I would start by drawing inspiration from those lessons. The wise man who authored the book of Proverbs, at chapter 18, verse 17, guides us as follows when we are confronted with matters such as this. In a lawsuit, the first to speak seems right until someone comes forward to cross-examine him. That ecclesiastical wisdom has found pragmatic rendition in these proceedings, as I will demonstrate shortly. Mr. Speaker, sir, the governor was presented in the opening remarks by the County Assembly's Council to this assembly, for lack of a better word, as some form of scoundrel. Fortunately, in this august House, both parties have had an opportunity to present documentary and electronic evidence. Mr. Speaker, sir, distinguished senators, when the history of this attempted impeachment of the governor of Meru County, Her Excellency Honorable Kawira Mwangaza shall be authored, one word will be repeated in that historical text. That word is a Meru word, Kibiri. I'm told, in its innocence, it is a stick that is used to stir porridge. Sadly, in that historical text that I've alluded to, that word will have no aura of innocence. I beg to pose the following questions to the hearts, the minds, and the conscience of these distinguished senators. Are we, in making a decision this evening, going to dignify the Kibiri movement that we have seen today by impeaching this governor? Are we, honorable distinguished senators, going to dignify the acts of Honorable Mpuru Aburi that you had occasion to watch today live by impeaching this governor? Honorable senators, are we today going to dignify the act of the honorable member for Buri constituency that we have seen today supporting the other acts of Mpuri Aburi that you had observed by impeaching this governor? Are we going to dignify the acts of the deputy governor for Meru County openly and in the company of the young people of this country that we ought to give proper moral guidance, calling a governor a prostitute? Are we going to dignify that person by impeaching this governor? The governor has been accused of being a leader who disrespects other leaders. Video clips of the alleged disrespect have allegedly been played here, including a song, Wenye Wivu Wajinyonge. On the other hand, the governor has demonstrated to you the sins that have been committed against her by those very leaders she is accused of disrespecting. Distinguished senators, in good conscience, are you going to vote that this governor is a greater sinner than she has been sinned against? In good conscience. How many of us can reconcile our conscience, distinguished senators, with the fact that it is the men you saw today uttering the words you saw them utter and projecting the actions that you saw them project as against the governor that have actually come to this house to complain against that governor? I've heard of the claim of pots calling kettle black. I never knew in my living history I would come across a pragmatic rendition of what that means. Today was my answer. I invite you to have that reflection, distinguished senators. I have asked myself, I invite these distinguished senators to ask themselves, Mr. Speaker, sir, where did these leaders get the moral high ground to invite this house, in view of the sins that they have committed against the governor, to find that the governor has sinned against them? Distinguished senators, technology has been deployed in these proceedings. We are beaming these proceedings live to the whole world by medium that will preserve them to eternity. How shall the members of this House, individually and collectively, account to their children and children's children that they ever dignified the acts of these people who have leveled a war against the governor by confirming the impeachment of the governor? We owe it to ourselves. We owe it to the peace of our conscience to make a decision that takes that into account. Choices have consequences, or so it is a truism. By impeaching this governor, if you so decide, the logical consequence is that that person you saw chanting with the young men of Meru, calling the governor a prostitute, would rise to the office of governor. Is that the desirable outcome you want out of your decision this evening, distinguished senators? Members of the County Assembly have brought the governor here. I speak the governor's heart. We do not begrudge them. They have the power to do that. They have exercised that power. Have they rightly exercised that power?